Chapter 437. After a burst of strong light, Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes, only to find that the surrounding scene had changed. The palace had disappeared, and he was standing in the air. Below him was a cliff, and in front of him was a vast and boundless sea. The cold wind was whistling, and the waves were turbulent, constantly beating against the rocks, splashing water everywhere, making a deafening sound. This, Yi Qinghan tried and found that he could fly freely in the air, and the scenery around him was completely real. When he landed on the edge of the cliff, it felt like he was really stepping on the ground, and when he approached the sea, the waves beat against his body, drenching him, as if he had really been sent to the seaside. Little man, don't be surprised no matter what happens. I can guarantee that you are absolutely safe here. You can feel at ease. Good luck. The enchantress's voice suddenly rang in his ears, and Yi Qinghan was slightly relieved. If this place was completely real, when he watched the battle, would he be killed by the two masters in seconds? Standing at the edge of the cliff, Yi Qinghan slightly closed his eyes. The biting cold and salty sea breeze blew against his long hair and robes, causing them to flutter. The sound of the waves crashing against the rocks rang in his ears, but Yi Qinghan acted as if he didn't feel or hear it. He began to adjust his mind to the best state, ready to watch an earth-shattering battle. Just as his mind gradually calmed down, a song came from afar. The song was a little old, and the voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard in the roar of the waves. You are like the clouds in the sky, I am like the birds in the clouds, accompanying and relying on each other, bathing in the wind, you are like the water in the lake. I am like the flowers in the water, I am in love with each other, playing with the moon's shadow. Why meet and separate in the world? What are the joys and sorrows of the world? I hope to be with you for a long time, don't be short-lived. Yi Qinghan secretly thought that it was a good song, and opened his eyes to look. As far as the eye could see, a small boat was riding on the waves. There was someone on the boat. It was a black-robed old man. The old man held a green wooden stick in one hand and a pot of wine in the other. He stood on the boat in a very relaxed manner. The small boat quickly moved through the densely packed black reefs and white foam. It swayed up and down along with the huge waves. It moved through the countless piles of reefs in a very relaxed and fast manner. This person is very strong. He's a spatial expert. His spatial fluctuations can actually sense things that are still? Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed. He was secretly shocked. If it was an expert passing through the waves alone, an Emperor Realm expert would be able to do it. However, to control a small boat to travel through the waves so recklessly was something even he couldn't do. His battle chi circulated in his eyes as he locked onto the black-robed elder's figure and continued to follow him. The old man's expression was very relaxed. He held the wooden stick in his left hand and lightly slapped it against the small boat. From time to time, he would take a sip of wine with his right hand. The waves around him didn't touch him at all. It was as if there was an invisible force around him that caused the waves to automatically move past him. It's very strange. If he had activated his god's domain, the waves shouldn't have been able to hit him. But if he didn't activate his god's domain, how did he do it? Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with doubt. He had seen a God Realm expert activate their god's domain before. Even a peak God Realm expert couldn't move within their god's domain, let alone these waves. The waves outside the god's domain couldn't enter the god's domain at all. But now, this person was very mysterious. The waves could naturally drift past him, but they couldn't touch him at all. Moreover, he was like a fish swimming in the water. It was very natural and not forced at all. Yi Qinghan pondered as he locked onto this person. All of a sudden, the small boat that this person was on came to a stop. As his boat came to a stop, the waves nearby also stopped churning. The wind stopped blowing and the sound of the waves suddenly stopped as well. It was as if the surrounding space had come to a standstill. In the distance, there was an incessant whistling of the sea breeze, as well as a continuous surge of waves. However, the moment they came within several tens of li of the black-robed elder, they automatically came to a stop. Spatial stillness. Yi Qinghan could tell with a single glance that this was the usage of spatial stillness. He had spent 3.5 years to comprehend this not too long ago. However, it was definitely not as powerful as the black-robed elders, who could encompass an area of several tens of leagues. Just then, a person suddenly floated over from afar. This person was dressed in a long white robe, and there were raging flames beneath his feet. The area within several tens of li around him was illuminated in red light. It was as if he was standing on a flaming cloud, and his aura was extremely domineering. Wherever he passed, the seawater below him would be vaporized, and water vapor would rise up, making his monstrous aura even more powerful. The two of them did not waste any words. The white-robed elder's expression was gloomy as he waved his hand, and a red light flashed in front of him. The red light spread out like lightning, directly extending towards the black-robed elder. What was even more shocking was that wherever the red light passed, the frozen space of the black-clothed man shattered one after another. The cold wind continued to blow, and the waves in the air crashed down with a loud rumble, creating large splashes. Fire elemental mysteries? Yi Qinghan's eyes were wide open, and he stared at the two of them without blinking, afraid that he would miss a single thing. As the two of them moved, the world shook, and the wind and clouds changed color. The scene was extremely shocking. The red light quickly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it was several li in front of the black-robed elder. However, the black-robed elder's expression did not change. He pointed the white bamboo stick in his hand at the space in front of him, and a ripple-like fluctuation radiated out from the bamboo stick. The red light in front of him was swept by this ripple, and was once again fixed in midair. Under this fluctuation, the entire sea instantly returned to its calm state. This is spatial lock. Yi Qinghan's eyes shone brightly. He was very familiar with this spatial lock, and he was also very familiar with it. However, it was obvious that this person's spatial lock was much stronger than his. He had no way of locking onto the seawater of an entire sea. How much energy would be required to do that? The white-robed elder seemed to be really angry. With a cold snort, he suddenly closed his eyes and spread out his hands. At that moment, the flames under his feet surged even more fiercely, and the water vapor that rose up from below completely covered his figure. His surroundings were all white. Abruptly, a rainbow-colored cloud suddenly began to condense above his head. Then, this rainbow-colored cloud became bigger and bigger, and its color constantly changed, illuminating the surrounding 100 li in a colorful manner. At this moment, the sky suddenly became windy. This wind was extremely strong, and it came from a distance and from all directions. It was like thousands of galloping horses, and it gathered behind him. The wind was originally formless, but at this moment, the wind seemed to have a form and color. After the black-clothed man spread his hands, it was as if he had summoned thousands of soldiers and horses. The surrounding sky changed color in an instant, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive. Even Yi Qinghan felt a kind of oppressive and suffocating feeling. My will is irresistible. The white-robed elder opened his eyes and shouted. As he shouted, the rainbow-colored cloud above his head disintegrated, turning into particles of various colors of dust. Then, together with the strong wind behind the white-robed elder, they formed a terrifying rainbow-colored airflow, covering the sky and earth, and roaring forward. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if the whole world was pressing down on him. Anything in front of this rainbow-colored airflow would be like mud, and it would be directly annihilated, turning into particles of dust and smoke. As far as the eyes could see, wherever the rainbow-colored airflow passed, the entire space was left with a vacuum. There was nothing left. The monstrous waves disappeared, the huge reef disappeared, and everything between heaven and earth disappeared, leaving only a blank space. It was like a colorful picture had suddenly appeared with a touch of pure white. This feeling was very uncomfortable, so uncomfortable that it made people want to vomit blood. The power of the will is actually so terrifying. Yi Qinghan felt as if his heart was about to jump out, but he did not feel any discomfort in his body. He did not have time to sigh, and quickly locked his eyes on the black-robed elder on the small boat. He wanted to see how he was going to break the final strike of heaven and earth. However, as soon as he looked, his eyes suddenly brightened, and on his face, a hint of ecstasy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Chapter 438. On the boat, the black-clothed man faced the terrifying seven-colored air current. His expression didn't change at all. His eyes were cold, and his expression was arrogant. He was like a general in front of an army of thousands of men and horses, but also like he was in the middle of a violent storm, unmoving. The wind howled and the clouds surged in front of him, but the boat was as still as a boulder. It was very strange. The seven-colored air current rapidly swept past, and the white vacuum in the sky gradually expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the boat. The cruel smile on the white-clothed man's face became even more obvious. His eyes flashed, as if he was waiting for the boat and the black-clothed man to be swept by the air current and turned into dust, turning into the white in the sky. The black-clothed man finally moved. He stretched out a hand and gently lifted the white bamboo staff. His feet moved on the boat, lightly dancing. His movements were very gentle and elegant. He was like a beauty under the moon, dancing gracefully in front of the moonlight plum blossoms. This staff technique, this footwork. Yi Qinghan's eyes emitted a cold, star-like light as he watched the black-clothed man use strange footwork and dance gracefully on the boat. Of course, Yi Qinghan's face couldn't even be considered a beginner in the law of space. He hadn't even completely comprehended the 5 profound mysteries, let alone become an expert. However, he could vaguely feel that there was a trace of wonder contained within. In his eyes, every time the black-clothed man took a step, the space around him would tremble. Then a ripple would spread out. Every time the black-clothed man waved his staff, it would cause the space around him to tremble, leaving behind cracks that looked like white lines. And these ripples and cracks actually intertwined with each other, forming a strange pattern. This pattern was like the ripples on the roof of the free and unfettered pavilion. It was very awkward to look at. Furthermore, it was constantly moving and combining, as if it wanted to form something special. After the black-clothed man took 108 steps and swung his staff 108 times, his body suddenly stopped without any warning. From movement to stillness, it was so abrupt, as if he had never moved at all. As his body stopped, the ripples and white cracks in the air also stopped at that moment. Then, he suddenly smiled and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He softly said, "Absolute domain." Buzz. The ripples and white cracks in the air suddenly collapsed at that moment, turning into black dust particles that wandered in the nearby space. A moment later, a black light shield appeared out of thin air beside the black-clothed man. It was dark inside the light shield, as if it was shrouded by a black fog. Nothing could be seen clearly, but outside the light shield, a cold black light was emitted. The colorful airflow whizzed past, and the seawater and reefs in front of the black light shield disappeared one after another. Just as it was about to reach them, the black light barrier suddenly changed. The light barrier that was originally in the shape of a goose egg suddenly turned into a large sword. Instead of retreating, it advanced and silently charged towards the seven-colored air current that had a terrifying aura of destruction. The light in Yi Qinghan's eyes shone even brighter, but he narrowed his eyes even tighter, leaving only a small gap. He stared at the black sword in front of him with an extremely nervous expression. The black sword and the colorful air current finally collided, but there was no super big explosion as expected. There was no strong shock wave, and even, there was not a trace of sound. As far as the eyes could see, the black sword twisted in a strange way, like a small fish swimming against the current. In the colorful air current, it constantly swayed its tail and shot forward. What shocked Yi Qinghan and the white-clothed man was that when the seven-colored air current with a terrifying aura entered the black light shield, the black mist inside started to churn. It was as if a monster had opened its mouth and devoured the seven-colored air current. The seven-colored air current that entered the black light shield disappeared in an instant and turned into black mist in the end. The white-clothed man looked at the black sword that was shooting towards him silently and quickly. It was particularly prominent in the white sky, and there was no sound at all. It felt so strange. His expression finally changed. Without hesitation, he opened his hands again, and the colorful clouds began to gather above his head again. Behind him, endless cold wind began to gather. "My will is irresistible. Go." This time, the white-clothed man condensed his will into a huge seven-colored sword. He faced the silent black sword in front of him, giving tit for tat. His momentum was majestic as he whizzed forward, wanting to smash the black sword into pieces. The two swords were hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters wide. One of them had a monstrous aura and emitted colorful divine light. The other one was silent, and it had a touch of pure black. They passed through the white paper like vacuum like lightning and collided head-on. The tips of the two swords quickly collided, but there was still no violent explosion, no rebounding, and no sound at all. Instead, the 200 giant swords actually intersected with each other. The seven-colored giant sword directly pierced into the black giant sword. The seven-colored divine light shone brightly in the black, while the black smoke dimmed at this moment, as if it had lost its momentum and was about to vanish into thin air. Ha! No one can resist my will. Seeing this, the white-clothed man laughed wildly. Raging flames appeared under his feet, and he looked insufferably arrogant. This, Yi Qinghan also frowned slightly, and he was a little confused. Didn't they say that the spatial expert would win? Why did this absolute domain seem to be useless? Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly shrank, and a ray of light burst out from his eyes again. He looked extremely excited. Although the black fog in the black sword in front of him seemed to be annihilated by the colorful divine light, it was like a centipede that died but did not fall down. It kept rolling as if it was struggling on its deathbed. However, as time passed, the black fog did not dissipate, and instead, it became more and more. The colorful divine light seemed to be constantly swallowed by the black fog and gradually decreased. In the end, it turned into pure black. The magnificent colorful divine sword disappeared, and a silent black sword stood alone in the sky. It stood there quietly, like a giant beast that could only devour souls. It opened its faint eyes and looked forward coldly. Absolute domain, in my domain, it is absolutely invincible. So what if you have willpower? A cold voice came from the huge black sword. Then, the huge sword slid across the sky like a bolt of lightning, silently swallowing the terrified man in white. Then, the huge black sword abruptly stopped, still standing horizontally in the sky. Absolute domain is actually so powerful? Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with shock. A super expert with will had been silently beheaded just like that. This absolute domain really had the ability to resist the will of a lord. The black sword finally let out a slight hum, and then it began to change shape, slowly turning into a light shield in the shape of a goose egg. The black fog in the light shield also slowly disappeared, and the figure of the black-clothed man slowly appeared. The white cracks and spatial ripples that were intertwined in the sky also appeared. The cracks and ripples began to twist, and then they began to slowly disintegrate, and finally disappeared completely. Ripples? Cracks? Intertwining? Fusion? Decomposition? Yi Qinghan did not care about the black-clothed man. He jumped down from the sky and continued to drive the boat forward. Instead, he stood on the cliff in a daze, his eyes confused, and his expression absent-minded. He kept muttering something as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 439. Buzz. The scenery around them suddenly began to disappear. The sea disappeared, the sky disappeared, and the cliffs disappeared. The scenery around them began to transform into the beautiful dream palace. I wonder if this little man will be able to comprehend something? Jia Wu is really too much. So many years have passed, but she is still so stubborn. Sigh, everything will depend on the will of the heavens. On the jade bed above the illusory palace, the enchantress looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing quietly in the hall with a perplexed look in his eyes. He seemed to be deep in thought. She let out a deep sigh, turned around, and fell into a deep sleep. As for Yi Qinghan, it was as if he was possessed. He stood quietly in the main hall. Sometimes he would remain silent, sometimes he would mutter a few words. Sometimes he would frown and sometimes he would smile. He just stood there as if he was thinking about something. Zhenjing. On the Purple Island, the sound of a zither once again rang out. This time, the sound of the zither was not as loud as before. Although the sound of the zither was not very loud, it resonated throughout the entire Purple Island and into the ears of every magical beast. At this moment, the magical beasts that were running suddenly stopped running, the magical beasts that were tearing at their prey stopped biting, and even the prey that was struggling and howling in pain stopped resisting. All of the magical beasts and living creatures stopped moving when the zither sounded, and closed their eyes to listen. As the rhythm of the zither became faster and faster, countless trees on the Purple Island actually began to gently sway. Perhaps it was normal for a single leaf to sway, but for an entire cluster of leaves, or even all of the leaves on the Purple Island, to sway in a rhythmic manner, that was very shocking. Sister Qingqing, after becoming a saint, the laws of divine sound have become so terrifying. I think that even if you were to face an army of thousands, with a zither in your hands, Sister Qingqing would be able to easily defeat them. As the song ended, everyone's eyes lit up, and Yi Qingyu cried out in surprise. Hee, Sister Qingqing, the laws of divine sound are too powerful. If you become a god, I'm afraid that even Xiao Yu and I would not be a match for you. Yi Qingwu went into seclusion again for a period of time. Just a few days after she came out, she discovered that Yu Qingqing had already broken through to the saint realm. Her cultivation speed was shocking, and her divine sound arts were incomparably mystical. This law is a special law related to the soul. Of course it's powerful. Little Qingqing, work hard in your cultivation. The attack power of this law is extremely strong, especially against the soul. This is comparable to Little Han's body fusion battle technique. Elder Lu stroked his beard and praised. However, he soon realized that he had said something wrong. Sure enough, when the three of them heard the three words Little Han, their expressions became downcast, and it was obvious that their moods had worsened. It's been 6 years, and there's still no news from my brother. Sob sob. Yi Qingyu's tears were the shallowest, but when she thought of this, she couldn't help but cry again. Xiao Yu, don't cry. It's okay, it's okay. Little Han is definitely cultivating. How could there be any danger in the carefree pavilion? Perhaps he's made up his mind and won't come out of seclusion until he reaches the immortal level. Yi Qingwu hurriedly consoled Yi Qingyu. However, as she spoke, even she herself couldn't believe it anymore. After all, no matter how much he cultivated, it was impossible for him to cultivate for 6 years without stopping. Now, he hadn't even sent a voice transmission, zheng. Yu Qingqing didn't say anything. Instead, she started to talk about the zither again. However, it was obvious that her mind was in a mess. The sound of the zither was very unstable, and there was a burst of noise. Sigh, you guys? Elder Lu was embarrassed. He was just about to console her when his expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed in surprise, 3 people have come to the island? They seem to be from your Yi family. People from the Yi clan? 3? The 3 of them looked at each other, and a trace of joy appeared on their faces. Yi Qingwu was the most excited. She jumped up and grabbed Elder Lu's robe. Grandfather Lu, is it my grandfather and the others who have come? When Yi Qinghan left the Yi family, he once said that Yi Qingyou and the others could come to the Purple Island to meet them in the future. So many years had passed, but she hadn't seen them. Yi Qingwu thought that something had happened to them, so she was a little restless during this period of cultivation. No, one of them seems to be Little Han's uncle. I'm not sure about the other 2. Elder Lu shook his head and said with a smile. Yi Jian? Let's go and have a look. Yi Qingwu was immediately disappointed. However, she was still a member of the Yi family, so she could ask about the situation of the Yi family. So she stood up and beckoned them to go out of the small courtyard. Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then followed. Elder Lu waited for a while before quietly following them. On the beach outside, Yi Jian, Yi Quan, and another elder of the Yi family, Yi Qiu, were pacing around the beach. They all knew that Yi Qinghan was inside, but they didn't dare to go in. After all, Yi Jian knew very well what kind of terrifying demonic beasts were inside. Swish. Just when Yi Jian was hesitating whether he should go in slowly or not, 3 figures appeared in the sky. It was Yi Qingyu and the others, but Elder Lu didn't show up. Xiao Wu, Xiao Yu, Qingqing, I finally found you. Yi Jian's face was filled with joy, but it immediately turned into a bitter expression. Greetings, first uncle, elders. Of course, the three of them didn't know that Yi Jian had become the new Godslayer guard. Although they were unhappy with Yi Qinghan because of Yi Jian, they didn't have a falling out with him. They could only bow slightly. First uncle, why didn't my grandfather and the clan leader come? Yi Qingwu asked anxiously after bowing. Sigh. They wanted to come, but they couldn't. Yi Jian's face was very gloomy. He let out a long sigh and looked around. He said anxiously, Qinghan, why didn't Qinghan come out to see me? If he doesn't come out, your grandfather, father, and elder White Tiger will be in danger. Not to mention them, the entire Yi family is in danger. What? Yi Qingwu felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her body trembled and tears gushed out of her face. She quickly asked, what happened to my grandfather and the others? First uncle, tell me quickly. Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing's faces were also tense. They knew very well that Yi Qinghan cared about the Yi family and Yi Tianlong very much. If something happened to the Yi family, Yi Qinghan would definitely be very sad. It's all because Yi Qinghan stole the divine sword and caused the death of the elder ancestor. Now the Lord God has sealed Song City and the Godslayer guards are guarding it. There are fewer and fewer people in Song City now. It's going to become a dead city. The people in the castle are anxious. If this continues, the Yi family will be destroyed because of Yi Qinghan sooner or later. Yi Quan, who was standing next to Yi Jian, said. He looked slightly angry and unfriendly. I've received news that the Lord God's mood is becoming more and more unstable. I'm afraid that Qinghan will come out again. If we don't hand over the divine sword, he will attack the Yi family. I'm afraid that father and the two grand supreme elders will be the first to bear the brunt. Yi Jian said. He looked sad and worried. Hearing that, Yi Qingwu and the other two were a little anxious and panicked. They didn't know what to do. Seeing that, Yi Jian's face became serious and he shouted, Xiao Wu, why don't you ask Qinghan to come out? I know where the divine sword is. As your first uncle, can a divine sword be compared to the lives of father and the others? Can it be compared to the lives of thousands of members of the Yi family? The life and death of the Yi family are in his hands. Hurry up and ask him to come out. I'll talk to him. Chapter 440. Although Yi Qingwu was slightly relieved to hear that Yi Qingyo and the others were safe for the time being, she became anxious again when she heard that they were in danger. She looked at Yi Qingyu and the others, and finally gritted her teeth and said helplessly, Little Han, we can't find him, we can't see him. He hasn't contacted us for several years. What happened? Where did he go? I'll go find him. Yi Jian was dumbfounded when he heard this, and his expression became even more anxious as he said, If you don't find him, the Yi family will be in real danger. No one can find him, uncle. Don't worry, Yu Qingqing said. Although she looked worried, she wasn't as anxious as Yi Qingwu. Qinghan is in seclusion, and no one can enter that place. We can't send him a sound transmission either. If he doesn't come out, no one can find him. We haven't heard from him for 6 years. Is this true? Yi Jian's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He could easily see that these people weren't lying, and the three of them nodded at the same time. He couldn't help but sigh and said, This matter is troublesome. You have to think of a way to inform him. If he comes out, tell him immediately. If he still cares about the kindness of the Yi family, tell him to go to the Plum Blossom Villa outside the hidden city. I will wait for him there. After saying this, Yi Jian sighed and left with a wave of his sleeves. The two elders next to him also snorted coldly, turned around, and left. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu comforted Yi Qingwu a few times, and walked into the valley with Yi Qingwu, but Elder Lu didn't show up. My lord, why didn't you capture those 3 girls just now? As long as we capture them, we can quickly leave the island, and Yi Qinghan will definitely be lured out. Outside the Purple Island, Yi Jian and the others were flying quickly towards the hidden island when Yi Quan suddenly asked. Idiot! Yi Jian, however, turned his head and cursed. Then he said slowly, First, Yi Qinghan might really be in closed-door training. 90% of what the 3 girls said is true. Secondly, the two of you have low cultivation bases, and the three of them have sealed their meridians. However, I can sense that Yi Qingyu has definitely become a deity. Do you have the confidence to take down a deity? So many people from the Divine City have died on the Purple Island. I reckon that if we make a move, there will be no survivors. Then what should we do? Wouldn't it be hard to answer to the massacre god guards if I return like this? Another elder of the Yi family said worriedly. After Yi Jian became the new Godslayer guard, he secretly pulled out the two most loyal elders of the Yi family, Yi Quan and Yi Qiu. Of course, both of them were implanted with soul seeds and served the Divine City. Yi Jian smiled coldly and continued, "It is impossible for Yi Qinghan to stay in closed-door training forever. As long as he hears the news, he will find a way to come to the hidden city or contact me. As long as he leaves the Purple Island, our mission will be completed, and the Yi family will be saved. This little bastard has caused so much harm to the Yi family. Even if he dies 10,000 times, he will not be able to atone for his sins." The three of them stopped talking and continued flying towards the hidden island in the distance. "Grandpa Lu, did you hear it just now? You said that my grandpa. Is what Yi Jian said true? Will my grandpa and the others be in danger?" As soon as they entered the small valley, Yi Qingwu saw Elder Lu sitting quietly inside. She felt as if she had found her pillar of support, so she quickly walked over and asked. Qingcheng and the others also followed in, looking at Elder Lu nervously. "It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. If little Han doesn't come out, it's useless for you to be anxious. What you need to do is to work hard and improve your strength. When the time comes, you will be able to help little Han resolve this crisis." Of course, Elder Lu had heard the conversation just now and understood that it was probably true. However, he did not express his opinion. Instead, he encouraged the three of them. Yes. Yi Qingwu understood what Elder Lu meant, but she still sat on the wooden chair beside him with a dazed look on her face. She seemed to be in a mess. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingyu sat down in disappointment. Although they understood that Elder Lu was right, they still could not calm down for a while. Sigh. Although Elder Lu did not care about this matter, he also felt a little melancholic after interacting with them for so long. "Hello, three beautiful ladies. Old dear, when your face turns black, it's too ugly." At this moment, a sudden voice suddenly sounded in the small courtyard, startling the few of them. Elder Lu's expression changed immediately. Just as he was about to pull out his metal rod, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed, and he stood up with a smile. He looked at the transportation portal in the corner of the small courtyard. Yu Qingcheng and the others were also stunned. They stood up in a panic and followed Elder Lu's gaze. The golden transportation portal of the unfettered pavilion suddenly flashed with a golden light. From the black hole in the middle, a black small beast with smiling eyes walked out on its hind legs. It stood upright with its head held high and its chest puffed out. Xiaohei. Yi Qingyu was overjoyed when she saw it. She quickly ran over to hug it. However, Xiaohei grinned and jumped away. He said, "Beautiful lady, don't touch me. I am a male. Don't you know that men and women should not touch each other? I used to be young, but now that I have grown up, you can't hug me. I will be embarrassed." Yi Qingyu was startled, but Yi Qingwu and the others beside her burst into laughter. Yi Qingwu was amused by Xiaohei's mischievous behavior. She temporarily forgot her worries and exclaimed, "Xiaohei, you have finally become a divine beast." Xiaohei is right. We can't treat him as a beast anymore. He can speak human language, but he is even more adorable. Please don't use adorable to describe me, the great Xiaohei. You can say that I am very handsome or have a very charming temperament. Although I have not yet transformed, I have already entered the mature stage. I can be considered a little handsome guy. Xiaohei stopped moving and walked a few steps on the square table with his chest puffed out. He had a serious expression on his face. Xiaohei's words and expression caused everyone present to be amused, and they burst out into laughter. Xiaohei's ascension to God and his mischievous words made the others feel better. A burst of laughter and playful laughter floated in the little valley. "Little Black, has your innate mystical ability awakened?" Elder Lu suddenly asked with an expectant look on his face after they had been fooling around for a while. That's right, Grandpa Lu said that your innate magical power is very powerful. Xiaohei, tell us about it. How powerful? Yi Qingyu looked lovingly at Xiaohei and asked at the same time. I, Lord Xiaohei, am a powerful soul-devouring beast. Of course my innate magical power is powerful. It can even be described as shocking. I am afraid that I will scare you if I tell you. However, I have not finished comprehending it. Furthermore, I have just become a god, so I need some time to stabilize. I will tell you when I am done comprehending it. Xiaohei raised his head proudly. After a moment, he grinned and said mysteriously with his head lowered, just you wait. When boss comes out of seclusion, I will definitely give him a big surprise. You have to work hard too. When boss comes out, we will give him a surprise. A trace of anticipation flashed in the eyes of the three of them at the same time. They secretly made up their minds to cultivate hard and give Yi Qinghan a surprise when he came out. No. This spatial fluctuation, spatial lockdown, and spatial stillness can't be fused, right? These are three different kinds of profound mysteries. Or, no interweaving? Combination? In the dream palace, Yi Qinghan was still standing there foolishly. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were glazed over. He kept muttering to himself. He had been standing there foolishly for 2 years, thinking about the absolute domain that the black-robed man had used. He kept thinking about it in his mind, but he could not fuse the three profound mysteries together. It seemed like he would never be able to take a step into this door. This little man is really persistent. It has been 2 years, and he still hasn't crossed the threshold. Sigh, this precious time has been wasted. Yao Ji, who was lying on the jade bed, would occasionally open her eyes and release her divine sense to check on Yi Qinghan's condition. However, she would return disappointed every time. She would sigh helplessly and go back to sleep. Chapter 441. Ripples and fissures interweaving? Fishing net? Still not right? Yi Qinghan stood in the main hall for 2 years, but he didn't feel anything at all. He still thought that he was still standing on that cliff. He was completely immersed in his comprehension, forgetting time and forgetting everything else. He knew that this was his only chance. Success or failure depended on this. Whether or not the thousands of members of the Yi family could be saved depended on this comprehension. The black-robed man's absolute domain was very clear. Every step was very complete and very slow. Moreover, after the battle, it was even broken down once. Most importantly, he could clearly see that the black-robed man's absolute domain was formed from the fusion of the three major profound mysteries of space that he had comprehended. He knew that the Yao Ji had fulfilled her promise and allowed him to comprehend the fusion of profound mysteries to the fullest. It was just that 2 years had passed, and he had been constantly simulating the black-robed man, constantly deducing and experimenting. However, he hadn't fused a single strand of the three major profound mysteries. He hadn't even crossed the threshold of profound mysteries fusion. Just like comprehending spatial stillness, the fusion of profound mysteries was tens of thousands of times more difficult. However, as long as he could fuse a single strand, as long as he could cross the threshold, he would eventually succeed. If those ripples represented spatial fluctuations, and the fissures represented spatial locking, then what does spatial stillness represent? What function does it have? How can the ripples and the fissures fuse? Yi Qinghan deduced step by step, constantly calculating and simulating in his mind as if he were in a frenzy. 1 year later, his blurry eyes suddenly brightened, and the scene in front of him returned to the illusory palace. Clearly, he had awakened from his comprehension. I still can't. I'm the #1 genius in the history of the continent. What kind of *T genius am I? With such heaven-defying opportunities and such good conditions, I can't even cross the threshold of a mere fusion of profound mysteries. I'm the King #1 trash of the continent. Yi Qinghan sat down powerlessly, a self-deprecating smile on his face. He held his head in his hands, his expression incomparably bitter. 3 years had consumed a lot of his energy. Most importantly, He hadn't made any progress in fusing the profound mysteries. This made his heart feel very tired and powerless. "Ha, little man, you look like you've suffered a blow?" Yi Qinghan's strange state startled the Yao Sala who was on the jade bed. She opened her eyes and looked at Yi Qinghan who was sitting on the floor, his face filled with bitterness and depression. A trace of pity flashed in her eyes, but she smiled and consoled him. "Don't be discouraged. This absolute space domain is a middle-level profound mystery. You haven't even completely comprehended the basic profound mysteries, much less the elementary profound mysteries. Asking you to comprehend this mid-rank profound mystery is actually forcing you to do it. Let alone you, even many divine generals can't fuse with this mid-rank profound mystery. So, it's not shameful that you can't fuse with it. It doesn't matter if it's embarrassing or not. As long as I can protect my family and kill the divine master butcher, I will not hesitate to kill him. I'm willing to embarrass myself 10,000 times. Enchantress, thank you for your help. You're a good person. I only hate myself for being so stupid. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint many people." Yi Qinghan raised his head and looked at Yao Ji's bewitching face and incomparably enchanting body. However, he didn't have the slightest trace of the burning desire that he had before. He wasn't in the mood. When he thought about how he would be transported out of the illusory palace a few years later, facing the expectant gazes of Yu Qingqing and the others, his heart became extremely heavy. "Good person? Only you would say that I'm a good person. To think that we, the bewitching and dancing concubines, were famous for being venomous beauties in the divine world. Tens of thousands of divine realm experts died in our hands. Little man, you actually said that I'm a good person?" The Yao Sala looked at the increasingly depressed Yi Qinghan, but she didn't console him. A trace of craftiness flashed in her beautiful eyes. She giggled, and her soft, boneless body also began to sway along with her coquettish laughter. The two towering peaks on her chest trembled continuously, and the movement of her body formed a wonderful melody. Especially the red rope on her small waist. It was like a red snake, constantly wriggling on her snow-white waist and the green grass below. It brought an astonishing visual pleasure and a fatal aura of temptation. It was obvious that the Yao Sala saw that Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood, so she intentionally changed the topic. She even used her fatal weapon to help Yi Qinghan walk out of his depressed state of mind. As expected, Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up as the Yao Sala's body twisted. The depression and bitterness in his eyes disappeared, and in its place were two dazzling rays of light. However, his eyes were fixed on the red rope wriggling on the grass, and he kept muttering, "Red rope? Wriggling? Little man, do you like this red rope of mine very much? Actually, let me tell you a secret. This red rope of mine is not an ornament, but a unique and wonderful item of our demon race. Of course, if you want to know what's so wonderful about it, you may only know when you get me, The Yao Sala saw that Yi Qinghan was staring at her red rope, and her expression was incomparably excited. She could not help but wriggle even more happily, and even proudly introduced her red rope. However, to her embarrassment, after a moment, she found that Yi Qinghan did not seem to hear her words, and only stared foolishly at the red rope. I understand, wrong, all wrong. Just when the enchantress was feeling a little puzzled, Yi Qinghan suddenly stood up with a thump. Then he laughed out loud in ecstasy. His eyes rippled with a strange splendor and a bright light shone. Ignoring the baffled enchantress, he said in a carefree voice, "Red string tie. The stillness of space is the link. The ripple and the crack must have a link. Yes, that's it, After saying that, Yi Qinghan did not care about anything else, and sat down alone. Just like that, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. This little man. The Yao Sala laughed awkwardly, but her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Qinghan's handsome face with some hidden bitterness. Originally, she had thought that Yi Qinghan had been seduced by her charm, and had even been showing off for a long time. However, she now realized that this was not the case. Yi Qinghan was not listening to her show-off at all. How could she endure this, however? In the next moment, her star-like eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and anticipation. From the looks of it, This little man seemed to have gained some sort of enlightenment. Who knew if he would give her a pleasant surprise in the end? Diawu, although I don't understand what you're trying to do, I hope you're right. This little man is indeed top-notch in all aspects, but I don't know if he'll be able to. Man proposes, God disposes. We can only leave everything up to fate. The seductive expression on the Yao Sala's face had long since disappeared and was replaced by a desolate expression. She lazily turned around and rested her head on her jade-like arms as she continued to sleep. That's right, that's right. The stillness of space acts as a link, connecting and interweaving with each other. Only then can one truly fuse, the absolute domain. I've finally fused a bit and have finally stepped through the door. Slaughter. Just you wait, I'll use that big bald head of yours as a chamber pot one day. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan once again opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He softly muttered a few words, then closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Chapter 442. The continent, which had been peaceful for several years, started to become restless again. Divine Master Tu's perverted hobby became more and more serious. The burning god guards had no choice but to mobilize soul slaves. They started to capture young men and women from the House of Ares and the demon god residents. The decisions made by the House of Ares and the demon god residents had some effect in the beginning. However, as more and more people went missing, more and more direct descendants of large families went missing. This matter could no longer be hidden, and the two residences started to become chaotic. The House of Ares and the demon god residents were the first to erupt. The first place to erupt was Linwu City, a small city southwest of the House of Ares. During a secret capture operation, the soul slaves here accidentally captured the daughter of the city lord. The city lord was enraged and sent a large number of experts to intercept the Divine City's team outside the city. However, the Divine City's team was too strong, so they didn't take action immediately. This was like poking a hornet's nest. Countless small families and ordinary people in Linwu City were enraged. Seeing the city lord who had been suppressing his anger, they immediately found their backbone. A large number of martial artists and ordinary people surrounded the Divine City's team outside Linwu City. The leader of the team was a Peak Emperor Realm emissary. Facing the curses of countless people and flying rotten eggs and stones, he finally made a stupid decision. After thinking for a long time, he finally made a stupid decision. Kill them all. A Peak Emperor Realm expert led a dozen or so Emperor Realm experts and pounced at nearly 1,000 people like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. Amidst the flashes of swords and blades, the city lord of Linwu City and several other Emperor Realm experts were instantly killed. Their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Then a tragedy started. Under the powerful martial force, ordinary martial artists and ordinary people couldn't resist at all. The cruel massacre began. Outside Linwu City, corpses were everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Nearly 1,000 people were killed in half an hour. The Divine City emissary's eyes were bloodshot. He actually wanted to kill everyone in Linwu City to prevent the news from leaking. Therefore, under the leadership of more than a dozen Emperor Realm experts, nearly 100 emissaries rushed into Linwu City and began an inhumane massacre. Fortunately, a Sage Realm expert happened to pass by and angrily intervened, saving tens of thousands of people in the city. Then the entire city erupted. Several thousand people began to head towards Dragon City, demanding for Dragon City to give them an explanation and give them justice. Chaos swept through like a plague. In just a few days, the number of people heading towards Dragon City increased from a few thousand to tens of thousands, and then to hundreds of thousands. Not only that, this commotion even spread to the eastern side of the Demon God Manor, instantly engulfing the entire Demon God Manor. Countless demons roared as they gathered in the Heaven Demon City, requesting to see the Demon God to investigate the whereabouts of their missing children. Within half a month, the entire House of Ares and the Demon God residents were in chaos. Countless evil citizens began to smash and loot. The two residences were in a state of chaos. Faced with the massive chaos, Sky Fae City and Dragon City could only try their best to appease them. As for the 5 families of the House of Ares, they maintained their silence. However, Countless families of all sizes participated. A month later, several 100,000 people gathered outside Dragon City. All of their expressions were impassioned, and a great riot could break out at any moment. Dragon Bastard had no choice but to personally come forward. However, he was unable to give a reasonable explanation and was unable to suppress the crazed crowd. In the end, he could only announce the truth and point the finger at God City. He even brought out sufficient evidence. This caused an even greater commotion. The sacred land of the continent, the God City in the hearts of countless people, was actually secretly abducting their children? However, with countless evidence and the support of countless large families, the majority of the troops began to head towards God City. Furthermore, more and more people arrived. Many experts from the common people also joined in, and they began to conquer God City. A few Moon Queen, high up on the God Mountain, that majestic God City was surrounded by countless demons and humans. Curses, cries, and shouts resounded non-stop outside God City. Countless people shouted for the God Lord to come out, for him to give a reasonable explanation, for him to kill the true culprit and give them justice. The God Massacre Guards were anxious, the God Burning Guards were anxious, and the tens of thousands of envoys of God City were anxious. This was because a riot had started in God City. Outside the Immortal Massacre Pavilion, Immortal Burning Pavilion, and Master God Pavilion, the citizens of God City had surrounded them. Although the God Massacring Guards had immediately closed the gates of the Divine City and sent countless guards to guard the city walls, outside the Immortal Massacring Pavilion and outside the Divine Master Pavilion, they didn't dare to make a move. Under such circumstances, once a spark was ignited, a great riot would be triggered, and God City might be reduced to ruins. Millions of demons and humans, as well as hundreds of thousands of citizens of the Divine City, would all be killed in an instant. Most importantly, the Divine City would be reduced to ruins, and the prestige of the Holy Land that had existed for thousands of years would be reduced to nothing. Just as the God Massacre Guards were about to enter the Master God Pavilion with the Burning God Guards to seek instructions from the God Lord, a shrill laughter rang out in the entire God City. A shrill laughter rang out across the entire God City. Then, a man wearing a red robe and a shiny bald head suddenly appeared in the sky above the God City. He was none other than Divine Master 2. The citizens of God City saw their God again, and all of them quietened down. The millions of demons and humans outside the city also saw the God Lord, who had brought them peace and stability, and they also quietened down. More than 1,000,000 pairs of eyes locked onto the tall man in the sky, waiting for him to speak and explain. However, Tu didn't say a word. He just stood proudly in the sky, and his black and red eyes scanned the ant-like crowd below him coldly. He laughed maniacally, and his sharp voice reverberated across the sky. The millions of people below him felt their eardrums hurt, and their bodies trembled. Then he suddenly made a strange move. He closed his eyes and extended his hands. As he extended his hands, the sky above God City suddenly changed color. A rainbow-colored cloud appeared above his head, and the wind suddenly started to blow on the God Mountain. Countless black clouds and fog started to float in from all directions, gathering above God Lord 2's head rapidly. A huge pressure enveloped the entire God City, and a boundless chill started to spread throughout the God City. Many of the millions of people below began to feel fear, but many of them blinked and looked strangely at the bald man in the sky. They didn't understand why God Lord 2 didn't explain, and instead created a miracle. Could it be that he still wanted to rely on tricks to make them continue to strengthen their faith in him? Stop pursuing this matter? But in the next second, they realized that they were wrong. Kiki, those who defy my will, die. As God Lord 2 laughed maniacally, the rainbow-colored cloud and the black cloud in the sky disappeared. In their place was a huge golden palm that was dozens of kilometers long. The palm shone with golden light, white lightning, and a suffocating pressure. The golden palm brought with it an aura that could destroy everything. It slammed down like lightning towards the dense crowd outside the city, towards the millions of demons and humans. Boom! At that moment, the entire God Mountain started to shake. The tall, majestic city walls started to collapse, and the wide, flat glory plaza in front of the city became a bottomless pit. A huge cloud of dust rose into the air, covering the sky, the sun, and the pale faces of the hundreds of thousands of people in the city. God Lord II had used one palm to give the people of the Fire Dragon continent an explanation. He had used millions of lives to give them a bloody explanation. Chapter 443. Saber Emperor, Spear Emperor, Xue Shiwen, and Yu Shishui are here to see you, Lord. After the giant golden palm landed on the divine city, a few uninvited guests came to the dark forest. They teleported to the dark forest from all over the residence of gods of war and knelt down outside the dark castle. Their faces were filled with pain, and their expressions were getting colder. Swoosh. After a while, the space behind the five rippled, and four figures appeared out of nowhere. Two of the four were tall and muscular, with a big king character on their foreheads. The other person had a slightly ferocious appearance, revealing a few eerie fangs in his mouth, making him look extremely terrifying. The other person was a woman. She had a charming appearance, but there were fine hairs on her jade-like hands. The four demonic gods of the demonic god mansion are here to see you, Lord. The four looked at Dragon and the others. They didn't say much, kneeling in unison and shouting. The six barbarian god elders are here to see you, Lord. The hidden turtle is here to see Lord Devour. After a while, the six barbarians of the barbarian god mansion and the island owner of the hidden island had teleported. The seven of them didn't say much, kneeling in front of the dark castle. Then, they kept silent and waited in silence. Divine Master Tu's palm strike had completely frightened and shattered the hearts of the god-level experts on the continent. It had also caused them to be completely bitterly disappointed. 1 million people, 1 million lives. He had slapped them down without hesitation. He had killed them all in just a blink of an eye. God Lord II was crazy. The first thought that came to the 15 people's minds was that God Lord II had lost his mind. They began to feel fear. If God Lord II dared to kill 1 million people, he would kill 10 million people, even billions of people on the continent. Endless fear and despair caused their souls to tremble. They felt a chill that came from the depths of 9 hells purgatory. Eventually, they thought of one person, the one who could save them, the one who could save billions of people on the continent. The king of the dark forest, the king of the flame dragon continent, Lord Devour. However, half a day had passed, and the dark castle was still quiet. The castle's gate was still closed, as if there was no one inside. Or, they couldn't hear their shivering voices or their screams from their souls. 1 day had passed, and the castle's gate was still closed. 15 people were still kneeling outside the castle with dark faces. 3 days had passed. 5 days. The castle gates finally opened, and Lord Jiu leisurely walked out in a gray suit. Lord Jiu. The 15 people present became spirited at the same time. They cupped their hands in greeting and called out excitedly. Madame Jiu didn't have her usual elegance. Instead, she said indifferently, "Everyone, get up. Sir said that you don't have to kneel." Ninth Mistress, what did Mistress say? The corner of Saber Emperor's eyes twitched. It seemed as if he had a bad premonition. So, he asked in a trembling voice. Sigh. Madame Jiu sighed deeply. Of course, she knew why these people had come to kneel. She said in a low voice, "Madame has said that it is useless even if you kneel until you die. She has asked you to disperse. Who will definitely not make a move. Who would absolutely not make a move." These words echoed in the ears of the 15 people. Their faces sank at the same time, and the bitterness in their eyes became even stronger. The Saber Emperor's mouth squirmed a few times as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he couldn't say anything. Although they had already expected this result, they still found it hard to accept. Divine Lord II's insanity and Lord Devour's indifference had made their hearts sink in pain. At this moment, they felt like they were sitting on a small boat in a storm, swaying with the wind. They were so helpless that they could die at any minute. Sigh, the real calamity of the Fire Dragon continent is coming. The demon god with some fangs in his mouth from the demon god mansion heaved a long sigh. He stood up and didn't say anything, directly teleporting away. The other 3 Yao gods exchanged glances, shook their heads, and teleported away. Ancient barbarian god, please give us your oracle to guide your people on how to get through this extermination crisis. The 6 barbarian gods who looked like 6 super gorillas crouched on the ground, praying sincerely. Then, with a dark face, they teleported away. Island Master, is it the end of the continent? The withered spear emperor turned his head to look at the hidden island lord. His wrinkled face twitched continuously as he looked at the hidden island lord, who was wearing a straw raincoat, with the last trace of hope in his eyes. Yu Shishue and the others also fixed their eyes on the hidden island master. The sword emperor was dead, and the hidden island master was the one who was closest to the peak of the heavenly god realm. Even though they knew that if Lord Devour didn't do anything, the continent would fall under Divine Lord 2's demonic claws. If Divine Lord 2 continued his madness, it wouldn't be long before the Fire Dragon continent was completely annihilated. Perhaps, but what can we do? We can only wait. The hidden island master raised his bamboo hat, an indescribable look in his eyes. The 5 of them looked at the hidden island master suspiciously, not understanding what he meant. We can only wait for one person to become a god. If he can't do it, then we can all prepare to die together. The hidden island master looked to the east and said indifferently, a trace of hope in his eyes. Yi Qinghan. Yu Shishue and the Saber Emperor looked at each other and called out simultaneously. A trace of hope ignited in their hearts. Even though they didn't think that it was very likely, at least, there was hope. Milord, are you really not going to care? On the rooftop, the 9th lady stood behind Lord Devour. After a long silence, she finally asked. She was also a member of the Fire Dragon continent. Even though she was a magical beast, she had become a god 1,000 years ago and had human emotions. She felt terrible seeing the continent in trouble. Why do I have to care? Lord Devour was still as cold as ever. His voice was completely emotionless as he lay on the bench. Tens of millions of people die in the god realm every day. Do I have to care? Do you really think I'm a savior? This world is one where the weak are prey to the strong, and the strong are respected. If a person wants to survive, they can only become stronger themselves, not rely on others. I can save them once, but can I care for them forever? Agio, do you still not understand? I understand. The 9th lady answered bitterly. She understood the reason, but how could she let go of her feelings? After a while of silence, she asked again, Milord, when are you going to the god realm? How long will you be gone? There are still 3 years until the Palace Master Challenge that happens every 1,000 years. After 3 months, I'll go to the god realm to see my old friends. I guess I'll be back after 3 years. Lord Devour looked at the sky, speaking emotionally. You'll leave in 3 months? So soon? The 9th lady was a little surprised. She thought that Lord Devour would leave after 3 years. She didn't expect that he would leave after 3 months, and he would leave for 3 years. Her face changed several times as she said nervously, Milord, do you have anything to leave for Milord Xiaohe and Little Han? Xiaohe, didn't I give him the thing? You don't need to tell him that I'm leaving. Moreover, it's safe for him to stay in the Fire Dragon plane. When Lord Devour heard Xiaohe's name, he was a little bewildered. Then, he said coldly, as for Yi Qinghan, you tell him not to leave the Purple Island. As the Snow Deer tribe is here, his life won't be in danger. If he were to leave, he would be seeking his own death, and he can't blame anyone else. This? Sigh, I got it. The 9th lady grimaced. She thought that Lord Devour would leave something for Yi Qinghan to save his life before he left for the god realm. She didn't expect that it would be just one sentence. She and Yi Qinghan had met a few times, so she had a vague understanding of his temperament. If the Yi family fort were to suffer a calamity, would Yi Qinghan cowardly hide in Zidao and not come out? If he got out and Lord Devour wasn't here, who could protect him? Chapter 444. After that palm strike, the continent fell completely silent, as still as a pool of stagnant water. It was frighteningly still. The entire continent fell silent, retreated, and lowered their heads. Only the golden-robed envoys could be seen everywhere, and the increasing number of disciples of Brother Chun continued to laugh and clamor in every city and every inch of land on the continent. No one dared to cause trouble, no one dared to curse openly, and no one dared to cause trouble. The deep pit on the divine mountain, the surging envoys of the divine city, and the people who were constantly being slaughtered. It made them realize one fact: sometimes it was better to live lowly, numbly, and fearfully than to die. At least, there was hope if they lived, but there was nothing if they died. The citizens of the divine city stopped running. Was there any meaning in running or not running? Ever since the Lord God had struck the continent, the envoys and soul slaves of the divine city had brazenly taken control of all the cities in the 3 prefectures and 1 island. The continent was completely enveloped by the Lord God's fiery red robe, and there was not a single pure land left. Faced with the large number of envoys and more soul slaves traversing the continent, the 5 great clans fell silent, Dragon City fell silent, Hidden Island fell silent, Demon God Mountain fell silent, Barbarian Valley fell silent. Countless people began to flee. They fled from the city, fled from the crowd, ran towards the savage mountain range, towards the misty valley, towards the deep mountains, towards the desert, and towards countless secret places. Since there was no pure land, they decided to create a pure land, to create a paradise that belonged to them. Countless people began to mutilate themselves, and they began to make their children mutilate themselves. In order to avoid being captured by the divine city, in order to survive, they began to scratch their handsome faces and skin that they were so proud of. They began to break their small hands and legs, and they began to make themselves look like beggars. They were extremely ugly and smelly. The sky of the entire continent had become extremely dark. In their murky eyes, the sun hanging high in the sky was no longer as hot, warm, and radiant as it used to be. In the back mountain of the Yi family, Patriarch Yi Qingmiu's and Yi Baihu's turbid eyes blazed after Yi Tianlong's figure suddenly appeared. A 7-colored cloud had already gathered in the sky above the mountain behind the Yi family a month ago, and a bolt of purple lightning had also descended. It was only today that Yi Tianlong came out of seclusion. After 8 years, Yi Tianlong had finally become a god. Green Ox, White Tiger, thank you for your hard work. Yi Tianlong, on the other hand, didn't show much joy on his face. Instead, he smiled a little shamefully at the 2 before walking to the main seat and sitting down. He waved his hand at the 2 and said, "How's the situation with the clan right now?" "The situation is very bad." Yi Qingmiu's eyes darkened and he did not speak, but Yi Baihu laughed bitterly and said, "Yi Jian has defected and become a god-slaying guard of the God City. 1/3 of the clan has defected with him." God-slayer guards? Hee, I didn't expect this beast to be so capable. Yi Tianlong wasn't overly surprised when he heard this. He was silent for a long time before he sighed and said, "Pass down my orders. All defectors are to be banished from the Yi family forever. Also, remove the lockdown. If anyone still wants to escape, let them go. Don't stop them." "Clan leader!" Yi Qingmiu cried out involuntarily in shock, but after a moment, he didn't know what to say. He could only stomp his foot and turn around. "Alright." Yi Baihu naturally understood what Yi Tianlong meant. Their hearts were no longer with them, so there was no point in keeping them alive. Besides, if some of them escaped, they would at least leave some descendants of the Yi family. Although they could no longer be considered pure descendants of the Yi family, they at least still had the blood of the Yi family flowing in their veins. "Green Ox, don't be angry. I have news of Xiao Han and Xiao Wu. They're fine and safe." Yi Tianlong paused for a moment, then looked at Yi Qingmiu and said with a slightly excited expression. Yi Qingmiu and Yi Baihu's eyes lit up when they heard this. Yi Qingmiu turned around and said nervously, "Really? Where are they? How are they now?" "Z Island." Yi Tianlong pointed to the east and suddenly set up a god realm. "They're all fine. Xiao Yu has become a god, Xiao Wu has broken through to the Saint Realm, Qingqing has also broken through to the Saint Realm, and that soul-devouring beast has become a god not long ago. As for Xiao Han, he's also fine. He's currently cultivating in seclusion." "What?" The 2 of them were shocked at the same time. They hadn't seen each other for 8 years, but they'd both made such huge breakthroughs. Yi Qingwu refining godhoods to break through to the saint realm and Yi Qingyu becoming a god were within their expectations, but they didn't expect Xiao He to become a divine beast. And Yu Qingqing had broken through to the saint realm? This cultivation speed, could it be because she refined divine crystals as well? Clan leader, how do you know all this? Yi Baihu thought of a crucial problem. Yi Tianlong had only become a god a month ago, so he couldn't possibly know so clearly. Heh, it's not just about them. I also know that the original Godslayer guard was killed by Xiao He, and Divine Master 2 even went to Z Island and escaped in a sorry state. Even though I'm in seclusion, I basically know everything that's going on in the continent. Yi Tianlong once again revealed 2 pieces of shocking news. He began to explain, Shishui sends me voice transmissions every once in a while, and after I became a god, I received a voice transmission from a deity from Z Island. He told me everything. I'm sure you can't guess who it is. It's not Xiaoyu? Could it be Xiao He? Yi Qingyu's interest was piqued. Of course not. He said his name was Elder Lu, and he was a peak heavenly god. He was the protector of fallen god mountain. Yi Tianlong didn't continue to keep them in suspense. He began to explain, he actually didn't go to the immortal realm. Instead, he was guarding Xiao Han. Xiao Han obtained a spatial divine tool from fallen god mountain, so he disappeared from the hidden city. Afterwards, after listening to Yi Tianlong's words, the two of them resolved many of their doubts and understood many of Yi Qinghan's secrets. Then did he say when Xiao Han would come out of seclusion? His current cultivation level is. Yi Baihu pondered for a moment, then asked a question that both of them were looking forward to hearing. I don't know. When we were talking about Xiao Han, he suddenly entered Z Island, and the voice transmission was cut off. Afterwards, I felt a powerful divine sense sweep over, so I retreated, Yi Tianlong said somewhat regretfully. I don't know if the Yi clan can wait for the moment when little Han becomes a god. I also don't know if after little Han becomes a god, will he be able to die? A heavy sigh was heard in the pavilion, and the room fell silent. Your Excellency, are you going to the immortal realm? On the rooftop of the dark castle, Lord Jiao looked at the soft figure in the red robe. His eyes sparkled as he clasped his hands in front of his chest. Yeah, I'm not here. You should be careful. You'd better go to Z Island. Also, congratulate Xiao He for me. Wait for me. Lord Devour turned around, his beautiful face still cold. Your Excellency, take care. Jiao is waiting for you. Lord Jiao was a little touched, but he was a little worried. Don't worry about me. Although the dancing butterfly war god hasn't appeared in the immortal realm for 1,000 years, she's not someone that can be underestimated. Lord Devour snorted. He suddenly extended his hands, grabbing something in the sky. Just like pulling open a curtain, he easily tore the sky apart, revealing a dark void. Then, she turned around to look at Lord Jiao, then got in, disappearing into the dark void. The sky then slowly closed, returning to its original state. This, Lord Jiao gawked and dropped her jaw. She thought that Lord Devour would use the teleportation talisman to go back like the last time. She didn't expect that he would tear the void and leave. How strong was he to do that? Pondering for a while, Lord Jiao suddenly disappeared, teleporting to Z Island. Chapter 445. Divine City, Immortal Massacre Pavilion. Recently, the Massacre God Guard was in a good mood and was in high spirits. For so many years, the Divine City had always been the strongest power in the continent. However, they never expected that they could command the world and no one dared to disobey them. As the Divine Lord didn't care about worldly affairs, the Massacre God Guard naturally became the monarch-like figure of the continent. That bastard, Yi Qinghan, is still in seclusion? The Massacre God Guard sat on the main seat high above and looked down at the trio in front of him as he questioned loudly with an unfriendly expression. My lord, I have brought men over 3 times over the past few years, but I didn't receive any definite news. Yi Qinghan should still be in seclusion. Yi Jian bowed down and replied respectfully. The Massacre God Guard snorted and questioned, Are you sure that he isn't pretending to be in seclusion? I'm sure about this. Yi Qinghan has deep feelings for the Yi family. Among his 3 women, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu are not shrewd people. If they are lying, I will be able to tell. Yi Jian said with absolute certainty. He did not dare to guarantee Yi Qingqing's words, but Yi Qingwu's temperament was very impatient, and Yi Qingyu was even more pure. They were definitely not people who were good at disguising. You guys continue to wait for news in the hidden city. Remember to report back immediately if there is any news. The massacre god guard waved his hand impatiently. Yi Jinyi bowed and led the two of them out quickly. Then he flew directly towards the hidden city. After Yi Jian and the other two left, the burning god guard walked out from the side hall and asked anxiously, "My lord, what should we do now?" "What else can we do? Even the Purple Island Divine Lord doesn't dare to enter. No matter how many people we send, they will die. Can we only wait?" The massacre god guard sighed and said. The burning god guard was confused. Wait for 3 years. Didn't the Divine Lord say that the Divine World will be holding the Manor Head Challenge competition in 10 years? That woman will definitely return to the Divine World. There are still 3 years. 3 years later, even if Yi Qinghan is a tortoise, he will still crawl out. The massacre god guard revealed a ruthless expression as he gritted his teeth and said, "When the time comes, I will let him die without a burial ground. Qianjun, just you wait. 3 years later, I will let the entire Yi family accompany you in death." When the burning god guard saw the distorted face of the massacre god guard, he sighed in disappointment. Fatigue appeared on his face as he slowly retreated. This absolute domain is too complicated. I've only managed to fuse half of it after so many years. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to succeed even after 10 years. In the dream palace, Yi Qinghan stood up and twisted his body. He had been fusing for several years, but he had only fused a small part of it. Now, there were only 3 years left. Once the 10 years were up and he was teleported out, the speed of his deduction would be halved. Most importantly, he didn't know if his deduction speed would be half as fast after he was teleported out. He didn't know how many years it would take to complete the deduction. Should I cultivate my battle chi to the peak of the sage tier first? He thought of another problem. The cultivation speed here was 5 times faster than in the carefree pavilion. If he was teleported out, just cultivating his battle chi alone would take a long time. Little man, why are you wandering around here? Why aren't you continuing to comprehend the laws? Are you complaining that time is passing too slowly? Why don't you accompany me for a year or two? Yi Qinghan's hesitation made the enchantress roll her eyes. She turned around and scolded, "Let me tell you. Actually, the speed of comprehending the laws here is at least 5 times, 10 times, or even 100 times faster than outside. Do you really think it's easy to fuse the profound mysteries? Do you think it's easy for you to fuse half of it in just a few years? To put it bluntly, if you were to go outside, you would need decades to fuse half of it. Perhaps you wouldn't be able to fuse so much even after tens of thousands of years." "What? Why is the difference so huge? Didn't you say it's twice as fast?" Yi Qinghan was stunned. He had been comprehending the laws for the past few years. Although it was complicated, he didn't find it particularly difficult. He thought that he would definitely succeed as long as he had time. Bottleneck. The enchantress was both amused and angry. "Do you know about bottlenecks? Haven't you realized that there are no bottlenecks here? As long as you keep deducing and comprehending, you can fuse them? The reason why the Dream Palace is the #1 divine tool below the God Emperor is that there are almost no bottlenecks in comprehending the laws here. As long as you have a basic understanding of a law, you can continue to cultivate until you reach the great accomplishment stage. This is one of the high-level functions of the Dream Palace. Do you understand, little man?" "That's right. Bottleneck. Cultivating here was too smooth. It was even smoother than when he entered the soul stillness state. Everything was logical and natural. Originally, he was still a little puzzled. Now, he realized that it was because of the Dream Palace. Yi Qinghan immediately came to a realization. He didn't dare to let his imagination run wild. He bowed to the enchantress and cupped his hands. "So that's how it is. I understand now. Thank you, enchantress, for the reminder." With that said, Yi Qinghan quickly sat up. He calmed his heart and focused, beginning to comprehend. Hee, silly little man. The enchantress smiled. She placed her hands behind her head. Her breasts were even more erect because of the spread of her hands. Her long legs were curled up. She gently bit her delicate lips, and her beautiful eyes moved quickly. After pondering for a moment, she sighed and murmured, "Forget it, little man. I'll help you this once. Being able to enter this place can be considered fate with master. Also, who told you to make me like you so much?" the enchantress muttered in a low voice. She stretched out her ivory-like hand and gently licked her lips. Then one of her fingers slowly slid down. It slid across her swan-like neck, climbed over her soft breasts, and finally stopped at the little red string on her slender waist. She stretched out 2 fingers and grabbed the end of the string and began to gently tug. As she continued to tug, the red string on the green grass shook violently. It was like a small snake that had its tail caught, struggling with all its might. "Little man, I'll give you a drop of seductive honey. Consider it as me getting to know you. Whether it can help you or not will depend on your luck." Tito. The enchantress's face suddenly flushed red. Her beautiful face became incomparably captivating at that moment. The 2 white, scallion fingers on her waist suddenly moved. The red string on the grass suddenly let out a soft whistle. Then, it actually bounced up and shook the veil. A crystal-clear drop of water floated out of thin air and silently floated towards Yi Qinghan. Finally, it landed on Yi Qinghan's forehead and disappeared. This drop of water emitted an intoxicating fragrance. In an instant, the entire dream palace was immersed in this fragrance. As the drop of water flew out, the enchantress's entire body trembled violently. Her snow-white skin began to turn crimson. It was very alluring. After a long time, she let out 2 soft moans. Her entire body seemed to have lost all of its strength. Then she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. As soon as the drop of liquid touched Yi Qinghan's forehead, Yi Qinghan's face suddenly became hot. The heat spread rapidly. His body suddenly felt like it was on fire. His lower abdomen began to emit a nefarious fire. Smelling the intoxicating fragrance, the commotion became even greater. His mind, however, was completely blank. Then, in a trance, he began to hallucinate. He felt like he was having a wet dream. In the dream, he had intercourse with Yu Qingqing, intercourse with Yi Qingyu, intercourse with Yi Qingwu, intercourse with Yi Qingyue, and in the end, he started a great battle with the demoness. Following Yi Qinghan's wet dream, wind suddenly rose in the dream palace. The sharp wind caused the veil on the jade bed to flutter. The dense qi of heaven and earth in the dream palace actually began to gather above Yi Qinghan's head. Yi Qinghan unknowingly entered a deep state of soul silence for the second time. Chapter 446. Madame Jiao, why are you here? Greetings, Madame Jiao. Inside the small valley on the Purple Island, Elder Lu politely brought Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu out to welcome her. Hee, I am here to congratulate Xiao Hei on behalf of Madame Jiao. There is also a small matter. Madame Jiao cupped her hands and smiled. She looked around curiously and asked, "Why don't I see Xiao Hei?" "Xiao Hei is sleeping in the unfettered pavilion." Yi Qingyu answered first. She smiled and looked at Madame Jiao. Although they had met twice, she was still very curious about her. Hee, Xiao Hei is comprehending her innate ability. Elder Lu led Madame Jiao into the courtyard and asked Yu Qingqing to serve her a cup of tea. Innate ability? I wonder what Xiao Hei's innate ability is? The innate ability of a super divine beast must be extremely powerful. Madame Jiao nodded to Yu Qingqing and asked curiously, "You don't know the innate ability of a soul-devouring beast?" Elder Lu said in surprise. Then he thought of something and slapped his forehead. He smiled and said, "Yes. Lord Devour doesn't have the innate ability of a soul-devouring beast, but she doesn't need to use her innate ability in this realm. It's not surprising that you don't know." She doesn't have the innate ability of a soul-devouring beast? Isn't Lord Devour a soul-devouring beast like Xiao Hei? Their conversation caused Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing to be puzzled. Yi Qingyu frowned and asked, "Who told you that Lord Devour is a soul-devouring beast?" Although Lord Devour is a powerful divine beast, she is definitely not a soul-devouring beast. Elder Lu asked in return. Lord Jiao nodded in agreement with Elder Lu's words. Yi Qingyu stroked her silver hair and said shyly, "My brother said that Lord Devour is Xiao Hei's aunt, and she is called Lord Devour. I thought she was also a soul-devouring beast." Grandpa Lu, from what you said, it seems like the divine beast that Lord Devour's true body has isn't as strong as the soul-devouring beast? Yu Qingqing could hear the hidden meaning in the conversation between Elder Lu and Lord Jiao. She couldn't help but ask in bewilderment. Lord Jiao, who was at the side, suddenly laughed and explained, although divine beasts can all become gods after they mature, they are also divided into grades. For example, me and that civet divine beast from the Savage Mountain range belong to low-grade divine beasts because our innate divine abilities are relatively low-grade. According to the strength of their innate divine abilities, divine beasts were also divided into middle-grade, high-grade, and the most tyrannical super-divine beasts. Lord Devour's real body was a Kunpeng divine beast, a high-grade divine beast, while Xiao Hei was one of the rare super-divine beasts in the entire god world and hundreds of millions of worlds. Of course, Xiao Hei has not fully matured yet. Once he cultivates to God Emperor, even if he comprehended the worst law, he can still rely on his innate divine ability to become a very powerful God Emperor. Wow, Xiao Hei is so powerful. Yi Qingyu dropped her jaw, sighing in disbelief. She didn't expect that the stupid Xiao Hei would have such a powerful background. Yu Qingqing was also a little bit excited. She exclaimed, "Super divine beast, so strong." Of course, Xiao Hei's father had fought against hundreds of god emperors and almost 10,000 god kings. Eventually, he won all of them. You guys tell me if the soul-devouring beast is strong or not. Elder Lu smiled, his eyes sparkling. He sighed emotionally, then shook his head. There are some things that Lord Devour told me not to tell you. Today, I've revealed too much. You guys shouldn't ask about it. As for Xiao Hei's innate divine ability, you guys should ask him after he finishes comprehending it. The others nodded. They understood that Elder Lu knew a lot of things, but he didn't want to tell them. Now, it seemed that Lord Devour had told them something. Where's Yi Qinghan? Is he still cultivating? My lord went to the divine world and he asked me to tell him something. Lord Jiao didn't ask further. Instead, she turned to ask Yi Qinghan. Elder Lu was bewildered. He turned to look at Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing. As expected, their faces darkened, and they said awkwardly, "Little Han has been cultivating in seclusion for 8 years. He has sealed the Carefree Pavilion's training room. Moreover, his soul connection with Xiao Hei has been sealed. He hasn't received any news for 8 years." Yi Qinghan had used his divine consciousness to comprehend the phantom left by the Yao Ji through the pair of eyes in the Carefree Pavilion. He had spent 1 year and suffered for 1 year. Then, he was transported to the illusory palace for 7 years. After 8 years, he hadn't received any news. Even Elder Lu was worried. After all, Yi Qinghan wasn't an old monster who had cultivated for several thousand years like him. Yi Qinghan had only cultivated for a few years. How old was he when he started cultivating? It wasn't normal for him to cultivate for so long this time. 8 years? If I cultivate for another 3 years, it will be easier for my lord when he comes back. Lord Jiao's eyes flashed with joy, and she murmured softly. Because of her relationship with Xiao Hei, she was very worried about Yi Qinghan. Now, it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. Lord Devour had said that if Yi Qinghan didn't go out, he would be absolutely safe. Seeing Elder Lu and the other two looking at her with doubt, Lord Jiao smiled and said, "Then I will wait here. When Yi Qinghan comes out, I will return to the Dark Castle. However, I don't know if you welcome me." "Hee, Lord Jiao, you are too polite. It is an honor for you to stay in this small place." Elder Lu had vaguely heard Lord Jiao's words, but he didn't ask much. Instead, he laughed and said enthusiastically. Lord Jiao began to stay in the small valley and waited with the 3 of them for Xiao Hei and Yi Qinghan to come out of seclusion. However, they stayed for 2 years. Not only did Yi Qinghan not come out, but even Xiao Hei was in a deep sleep. Even Yi Qingwu stayed in seclusion to comprehend the occult mysteries patiently. That woman isn't in the Dark Castle? that nine-tailed celestial fox disappeared too? In the study room of the Lord God Pavilion, a surprised voice was heard. There was only 1 year left until the Mansion Master Challenge in the Divine Realm. Lord God too had been gone for a long time, but he didn't see any movement in the dark forest. Finally, he couldn't sit still anymore. He started to sweep his divine senses over the dark forest carefully. However, he found that there was no one in the dark castle. Could they have gone to the Divine Realm? Why isn't there any movement of teleportation? Lord God two's eyes flickered continuously as he checked again. After a while, he shouted to the outside, "God-slaying guards, get in here." The God-slaying guards were enjoying a massage from a few maidservants in the Immortal slaying pavilion. When they heard Lord God two's angry voice, they quickly scrambled and flew towards the Lord God pavilion. "Greetings to Lord God. What instructions does Lord God have for me?" Tu Weiwei knelt outside the study room nervously and said respectfully, "Buzz." The Lord God suddenly teleported out and set up a god territory with a wave of his hand. He stared at the god-slaying guards and said, "Arrange for people from the 3 mansions to check out the dark castle. I reckon that old woman has gone to the Divine Realm. Remember, don't expose that it was arranged by the Divine City. Otherwise, you can kill yourself." Gone to the Divine Realm? The god-slaying guards' eyes lit up when they heard that, and they were elated. After waiting for 9 years, the opportunity was finally here. They quickly kowtowed and replied, "Yes, Lord God. If that woman is really gone, are we going to follow the original plan?" "Of course. I must get this divine sword." Hee hee. The Lord God lifted his head and laughed maniacally. His fiery eyes lit up with demonic radiance. "All right, I'll take my leave and go make the arrangements now." The god-slaying guards didn't say anything else and immediately retreated. They were like bulls in heat as they rushed towards the Immortal slaying pavilion excitedly. Chapter 447. Yi Jian had just flown to Dragon City when he was summoned back by a messenger pigeon. The Yi family had a good relationship with Lord Devour, so the God Massacre Guards decided to send the Yi family to investigate. Yi Jian felt bitter after hearing it, but he didn't dare to disobey. He could only fly to Tsang City and gather 2 Yi family elders who had just escaped and sent them to the dark forest to investigate. It was a series of earnest and well-intentioned persuasion, a series of righteous words. Yi Jian sent them to the dark forest to seek help, and the 2 elders foolishly believed him. They left Tsang City secretly, changed their appearances, and headed straight for the dark forest. The 2 of them didn't go to the dark castle, so they barged into the dark forest recklessly. Unfortunately, as Lord Jio wasn't around, the magical beasts in the dark forest didn't receive any orders. Thus, the 2 of them wandered around the dark forest and angered the 8th-level magical beast, Dragon Lion. They were chased all the way and finally escaped. The God Massacre Guards were infuriated when the news reached the Divine City. He ordered the God-slaying guards to kill the 2 of them. Then he personally took charge and sent 2 secret Hua family soul slaves and a few elites from the Shadow Leopard clan to the Dark Castle with the map. In the end, the Hua family soul slaves successfully reached the Dark Castle with their stealth secret skills. Just as they wanted to enter and investigate, they were all killed by the guardian sacred beast of the castle. The Shadow Leopard clan's experts didn't even reach the Darkness Castle before they were killed by a holy beast in the forest. As the scouts carried the message talisman, all the information along the way was sent back to the Divine City. However, when they entered the Dark Castle, they didn't receive any useful information. No one knew how the Hua family members died. The death of the 2 Hua family experts frightened the God Massacre Guards, and they didn't dare to send more people. If the 2 Hua family members were killed by Lord Devour, then sending more people would be courting death. God-burning guards, what do you think we should do? In the Immortal Massacre Pavilion, the God Massacre Guards were very anxious. As long as they found out that Lord Devour had gone to the Divine Realm, they could carry out their plan and take revenge for Tu Qianjun. What he didn't expect was that he couldn't find out the specific situation, and the plan couldn't proceed as planned. "Sir, this matter is very troublesome. You can go and ask the Divine Master." The Burning God Guard was obviously unwilling to get involved. He blinked his eyes and said, Ask for instructions, my ass. The massacre god guard said with vexation, there is no information at all. If I go and ask for instructions, I will definitely be bedridden for a few months. It is not like you do not know the temper of the Divine Master. Quickly think of a solution. The burning god guard pondered for a while and then analyzed. Apparently, Lord Devour killed the 2 warriors of the Hua family, or the demonic beasts guarding here killed them. The God Lord said that Lord Devour and Lord Geo aren't in the Dark Castle. It's possible that they are the guardian beasts of the Dark Castle. I suggest that you send a Sacred Realm expert to check. Saint-level expert. The God-slaying guard was even more distressed now. He sighed and said, it's not like you don't know that the Divine City controls all the sacred experts with soul seeds. If Lord Devour is really in the castle, he will definitely be exposed. If I'm exposed, the Divine Master told me to kill myself. This, I also have no choice. The Burning God Guard said with a sigh. No choice, I can only take the risk. The God-slaying guard gritted his teeth and made a decision. He said fiercely, let's wait for another 2 months. By then, there is only half a year until the Palace Master Challenge. I don't believe that Lord Devour won't return. At that time, let Yi Jian go and check. If it really doesn't work, we can only sacrifice him. Teehee, this little man can actually enter the soul quietude space at such a young age? No wonder Jia Wu didn't separate the young master from the Dream Palace. With this secret technique in the Dream Palace, it will be easy for him to cultivate to the God Emperor realm. And this little man has a godly sword and a soul ring. There is a high chance that he will obtain the Dream Palace in the future. Dia Wu, you are still so far-sighted. The Yao Ji slept for more than 2 years. When she woke up, she realized that there was wind in the Dream Palace. This shocked her. The Dream Palace didn't even have a door. It was just a closed iron cage. How could there be wind? When she turned her head to look, her eyes lit up. The soul quietude space. It wasn't that no one in the godly realm had comprehended this state. However, the experts who had comprehended this state, as long as they didn't die and were lucky enough to control this state, would eventually become a powerful figure. In the end, they all became great figures who dominated a region. Moreover, they were the kind of people who had extremely strong soul attacks and defenses. This state was indescribable. No one knew how to comprehend it. They just entered it without knowing why. Of course, if these geniuses were discovered by a large faction, they would either be subdued or killed. Furthermore, the Yao Ji saw that Yi Qinghan had only entered the second state. If he wanted to completely control this state and be able to enter it at any time, Yi Qinghan had to comprehend it to the 5th state. It seems like I didn't waste 100 years of my pure Yin energy and a drop of bewitching charm honey. Little man, your luck is so good that I'm envious. The Yao Ji lazily curled up her body. She looked like a sexy little wild cat as she laid there weakly. She blinked her eyes and sighed with anticipation. There's only a few months left. I hope you can take the last step. By then, the first person in the history of the godly realm to comprehend the laws, a genius who directly broke through from the sage level to the immortal general level, will be born in my hands. Little man, hurry up and break through. I'm waiting for your favor. It's been thousands of years since I've tasted a man. I really miss it. The Yao Ji looked at Yi Qinghan's handsome, angular face and his seemingly weak but muscular body. A hint of hunger appeared in her eyes. She stuck out her pink tongue and slowly licked her sexy red lips. Her hands couldn't help but slide under the light muslin. She looked as seductive as she could be. She was extremely enchanting and captivating. Yi Jian was flying at a low altitude in the dark forest with trepidation. His face was as black as charcoal ash. It was so gloomy that it was scary. He felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. Godslayer guards? T. On the surface, he had become one of the 4 guards of the Divine City. However, he realized that he didn't have any authority or status as a divine guard. The Divine City didn't send him any subordinates and didn't give him the honor he deserved. Although he was the Master God's sole slave, he had never met the Master God. Instead, he felt that he had become a Godslayer guard's sole slave and was doing odd jobs. Furthermore, he realized a shocking and despairing fact. Once the soul seed was planted, it couldn't be removed unless the Master God died. Furthermore, the Master God could destroy the soul slave's soul with a single thought and kill him. Yi Qingquang was planted with a soul seed. Subsequently, Yi Qingxian and Yi Qingfeng were captured by the divine city and planted with a soul seed. Now, he had voluntarily become a soul slave. He also found out that Yi Qingquang and the rest's sons would be planted with a soul seed at birth. In other words, his children and grandchildren would forever be the Master God's slaves. This was a tragic fact. However, it was a fact that couldn't be changed or reversed. Yi Jian used to be very angry and almost went crazy. However, things had already turned out this way. If he didn't want to die, he could only listen to the divine city's arrangements. However, the Godslayer guards had given him the order to investigate the Dark Castle. Wasn't this clearly asking him to die? Bullsh *T. Godslayer guards, one day I will kill you and replace you. Yi Jian said with hatred. His flying body became even more cautious. He used the tall trees as a cover and headed towards the castle in the middle of the forest. Chapter 448. Along the way, he carefully avoided a few powerful magical beasts with his holy level soul sense, and slowly approached the castle in the middle. The little magical beasts didn't dare to get too close to the holy level. After 2 hours, he arrived at the dark castle without a hitch. Greetings, Lord Devour. Yi Jian is here to see you. Of course, Yi Jian wasn't an idiot. He knelt down respectfully and waited for the reply in the castle. However, the castle was quiet, and the gate was tightly shut. Yi Jian didn't dare to make a sound and continued to kneel. 3 days later, he called out again and continued to wait. 10 days later, he couldn't wait anymore. He stood up and released his sacred level. Then, he carefully flew toward the rooftop. The scenery on the rooftop was beautiful. There were flower pots everywhere, filled with colorful flowers. There was also a huge grape trellis, filled with lush green grapes. There was also a beautiful rabbit on the grape trellis, looking at him with a pair of red crystal eyes. Yi Jian has something important to ask Lord Devour. Yi Jian didn't dare to be careless. He knelt down on one knee and shouted again. Swish! Yi Jian's heart suddenly palpitated. This was a premonition of danger. Alarmed, he hurriedly opened up his saint domain and hastily retreated. But from the corner of his eyes, he saw 2 red rays of light shooting towards him at lightning speed. It was so fast that Yi Jian couldn't dodge. He had to take it head-on. He turned all his battle aura into a huge shield in front of him. Bang! Yi Jian felt a strong force hit him. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body flew backward. While flying backward, Yi Jian saw that the one who attacked him was the seemingly harmless white rabbit under the grape trellis. Rabbit? Not Lord Devour. Yi Jian wiped his mouth and was secretly happy. This rabbit must be a sacred beast. Otherwise, it couldn't hurt his internal organs with one attack. However, if it wasn't Lord Devour and the 9-tailed fox, he would have a chance to survive. He ran his battle chi a few times and slightly healed his wounds. Yi Jian flew to the rooftop again. Xiao! Sure enough, the rabbit's 2 red eyes once again burst forth with 2 red rays of light, shooting towards him. This time, Yi Jian was prepared. He dodged the attack and shouted, Don't attack me. I'm here to see Lord Devour. Xiao! Another 2 streaks of red light appeared. As soon as Yi Jian flew onto the rooftop, the rabbit immediately attacked. It didn't listen to any explanation from Yi Jian. After a few tests, Yi Jian grinned and flew out. His mission had been accomplished, and he could get through this crisis. Lord Devour and Lord Jiao weren't here. 2 days later, the news reached the Divine City. The Massacre God Guards had wild joy on their faces as they sprinted to the Divine Master Pavilion and reported Yi Jian's findings to the Divine Master. Tu didn't say anything. Instead, he released his divine senses again and carefully checked the dark castle a few times. After that, he swept his divine senses across the continent in a domineering manner. He then laughed heartily and said to the Massacre God Guards, Act according to the plan. Under the Divine Master's command, the entire Divine City was stirred. Half a day later, the massacre god guards brought hundreds of experts and soared into the sky from the divine city. They flew towards the east with great momentum. At the same time, messages were sent to every city in the continent like snowflakes. 3 days later, the divine city sent out a notice that was pasted on all the cities in the continent. The divine city officially announced that they would temporarily take over all the cities in the continent. Anyone who didn't comply would be killed without mercy. This notice caused an uproar in the entire continent. Countless families in the House of Aries protested and resisted when they saw that the cities that they had ruled over hundreds or thousands of years were going to be taken over in a single night. However, as this order was given, the hidden forces in the divine city were all exposed within a day. A massive number of dark guards and soul slaves appeared. Countless people tore off their luxurious long robes and wore golden long robes. They drew their swords and sabers and walked on the streets. Countless families announced that they would obey the divine city's decree at the same time. Countless elders and experts of the families betrayed the divine city. In a single night, the House of Aries was filled with the figures of golden-robed envoys. The Divine Master too had been operating in the Fire Dragon continent for thousands of years and had hidden countless soul slaves. At this moment, all of them tore off their disguises and became the divine city's envoys. Meanwhile, the 5 god-rank experts and countless martial saints in the House of Aries fell silent at this moment. The Feng family, Shui family, Hua family, Yu family, and Long family didn't express their stance and didn't make any comments. However, they collectively gave up the 5 main cities. They chose a small city nearby as their temporary residence. At the same time, they recalled all the disciples of the family. It was obvious that they chose to lower their heads and submit. As for the Yi family, there was no need to talk about it. The god-slaying guards had already moved into the Tsang City Lord's residence many years ago. Tsang City had already fallen and the Yi family's castle had been imprisoned. The barbarian god residence was very direct. Mangon's father, the current barbarian god, directly gave an order. All the barbarians were incomparably angry and sullen. No one resisted. All the barbarian cities changed hands in a day. After a few brutal massacres in the demon god residence, the demon god of the mountain of demon god issued an order. All the barbarians decisively surrendered. The island lord of the hidden island was even more direct. After the divine city made the announcement, he immediately announced that he would give up his authority over the hidden island. Yi Jian, who was stationed on the hidden island, moved into the hidden city lord's residence. In a month, the entire continent had fallen. Under the absolute threat of military force, facing the crazy divine master too, no one dared to provoke him. No one dared to challenge him. The millions of corpses in the deep pit in the glory square of the divine city had yet to completely rot. They could only choose to avoid, submit, or hide. From then on, the continent no longer had 3 palaces and 1 island. There was only one city, the divine city. Although the divine city's announcement said that they were temporarily taking over the continent, many people understood that the divine city had always been ruling over them. The divine master too's hand had always been in control of the lives of billions of people on the continent. As long as the divine master was willing, he could crush their necks at any time and slaughter them all. The divine master's will could not be resisted. What is Tu trying to do? The Saber Emperor frowned as he looked at the withered Spear Emperor. Yu Shishue was also standing on Tranquil Lake Island, staring at the beautiful Tranquil Lake in disappointment. The Shui clan's ancestor, the island lord of the hidden island, the 4 Yao gods, and the 6 barbarian gods were also pondering this question. It wasn't just them. The various clan leaders and elders were also pondering this question. During the First Apocalyptic War, Tu had already established his unparalleled position on the continent. No one dared to disobey his orders. However, he didn't unify the continent. Instead, he chose to control it from the shadows. Later on, all the experts of the continent understood that Tu was secretly keeping the people of the Flame Dragon continent in captivity. He wanted them to live a peaceful and stable life, allowing the population of the continent to continuously increase in peace and quiet. Then he set the rules of the prefecture battles and harvested souls in batches. This continuous cycle would never run out of souls, maximizing the benefits. But now he was openly ruling over the continent, causing the people of the continent to live in fear, numbness, and anxiety. If this continued, the people of the continent would not see any hope. There would be no hope for their lives. They would constantly riot and fight. They would be tortured to death under the blades and whips of the divine city's emissaries. The population would continuously decrease, and it was very likely that the population would continue to dwindle until the three races were completely wiped out. This was the exact opposite of Tu's captivity plan. When the Flame Dragon continent was wiped out, what meaning would there be in Tu's Flame Dragon Overlord? How would he harvest souls? How would he refine soul origin pills? Master, this plan of yours is very likely to wipe out the three races of the continent. When that time comes, Divine City, Divine Master Pavilion. The Burning God Guard looked worried and helpless. He asked the question that all the experts on the continent wanted to ask. These few days, Tu didn't continue to play his favorite game of chrysanthemum in his study. Instead, he stood in the courtyard and kept an eye on the situation on the continent. When he heard the Burning God Guard's question, his eyes lit up with blood-red radiance. He laughed viciously. What do I want? I don't want anything. I just want to get that godly sword and that spatial artifact successfully. Now that I have the godly sword and the spatial artifact, so what if the Flame Dragon dimension is wiped out? I can buy dozens of dimensions with one spatial artifact. Little B** starred, if you still don't come out, don't blame me for turning the Flame Dragon dimension into hell on earth. I have to get the godly sword. You forced me to do this. Chapter 449. The Massacre God Guards naturally knew what the Godmaster was thinking. In order to obtain the divine sword and spatial artifact in Yi Qinghan's hands, the Godmaster would not hesitate to destroy the entire Fire Dragon continent. However, he was determined to carry out the Divine Master's plan. The lives of his entire clan were in the hands of the Divine Master, so he had to do whatever the Divine Master asked him to do. Moreover, the Divine Master had once told him that as long as he got what he wanted, the Fire Dragon continent would be fine with him. Although he wasn't sure if the position of the Plain Lord could be transferred or if the God Master would give it to him, he didn't care. However, he still decided to go all out to help the Divine Master obtain the two artifacts. Yi Qinghan had been holed up in the Purple Island for 10 years. Because of the existence of Elder Lu and the horde of magical beasts, the entire Divine City couldn't do anything to him. Even the Divine Master almost died after going there. The Divine Master was very worried. He was worried that Yi Qinghan would cultivate to the God Realm and then use the soul-devouring beast's body fusion combat skill to charge through the Purple Island 10 islands and ascend to the God Realm. At that time, the divine artifact would be completely useless. And because of Lord Devour's existence, the God Lord hadn't dared to take action for so many years. He was afraid that if he enraged Devour, he would be killed before he could get the divine weapon. Now, the opportunity had come. Now that Lord Devour had gone to the God World, God Lord too didn't have any scruples. He wanted to force Yi Qinghan to show up at any cost. Then, he would take the divine sword and the spatial divine treasure. Half a month later, hundreds of large ships sailed out of the hidden city. They were imposing and covered the sky as they sailed towards the Purple Island. Boo-hoo, it's been almost 11 years. Why hasn't my brother come out yet? Sister Xiaowu, I'm so worried. In a small valley on the Purple Island, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. Lord Jiao had been living on the Purple Island for almost 3 years, but there was still no news of Yi Qinghan. Moreover, Xiao He was also in a deep sleep. Don't cry, Xiaoyu. Little Han will be fine. Nothing will happen to him. Yi Qingwu had stopped her seclusion a year ago because she was worried about the Yi family and Yi Qinghan. His mind was very restless and he no longer had the heart to cultivate. He simply stayed in the small valley with everyone and waited for Yi Qinghan to come out of seclusion. Looking at Yi Qingyu, who was crying in a daze, Yi Qingwu tried to comfort her. However, as she spoke, she also started sobbing. Don't be sad. We have to believe in him. Qinghan is a man who can create miracles. Maybe he'll give us a surprise. For example, if he had already broken through to the divine level when he came out of seclusion. Yu Qingqing played the zither alone. Her expression was very calm. She thought of how she waited bitterly under the broken blade edge, how she waited bitterly by the tranquil lake island, and the pig slaughtering knife dripping with blood outside Song City. Every time they waited, Yi Qinghan would appear in a domineering manner, bringing them and the continent one miracle after another. The more she thought about it, the calmer her heart became. Not only was she not worried, but she also began to look forward to it. 10 years to sharpen a sword. Her man had been in seclusion for 11 years. What kind of surprise would he bring them this time? Don't cry. Something has happened. Elder Lu's expression suddenly turned solemn. His small eyes were filled with solemnity as he shouted in a deep voice. He then nodded to Mistress Jiu beside him and left a few words before he dashed out. Something strange has happened on the Purple Island. Mistress Jiu, look after them. I'll go and check it out. Something happened? Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu were slightly startled. They stopped sobbing at the same time and looked at Mistress Jiu blankly. Yu Qingqing was also slightly startled and stopped playing the zither. A lot of people have come to the Purple Island. There are at least 10,000 of them. Moreover, most of them are ordinary people. Mistress Jiu's expression also tightened. She immediately thought of something and sighed. Master God Butcher has finally made his move. 10,000 people? The three ladies looked at each other and exclaimed. They didn't understand why Master God Butcher would drive 10,000 people to the Purple Island. Moreover, they were all ordinary people. What was his purpose? Swish. Elder Lu's speed was extremely fast. He returned in a moment. Before he entered the small courtyard, he shouted, Mistress Jiu, quickly send a voice transmission to the demonic beasts on the island. Ask them not to hurt these ordinary people. Gather them near the small valley. Alright. Mistress Jiu didn't say much. She had been a divine beast for 1,000 years and was about to transform into a human. She still had a lot of feelings for humans. Of course, she didn't want these 10,000 people to become the food of the demonic beasts on the Purple Island. She quickly spread her divine sense out and covered the entire island. All the demonic beasts gathered here. Roar! Chi! After a while, countless air-piercing sounds came from outside the small valley. Then, countless demonic beasts began to gather in the valley. Two-headed silver dragon, single-horned black python, three-eyed white tiger, wind wolf, mad rhinoceros. Under the might of Mistress Jiu, all the demonic beasts obediently and orderly lay down around the small valley. They surrounded the small courtyard in countless circles. It was as if the entire small valley had become a nest of thousands of demonic beasts. Elder Lu and Mistress Jiu stood in front of the small courtyard with solemn expressions. They constantly used their divine sense to probe the surrounding situation. Yi Qingyu and the other two stood together nervously. They leaned against each other and waited in fear for what was about to happen. Half a day later, intermittent and indistinct sobbing sounds came from outside the valley. Then, the sobbing sounds became louder and louder. It was extremely miserable and frightening. Yi Qingyu couldn't help but be curious. She carefully released her divine sense to probe the surroundings. However, she was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale and her body started to tremble. There are so many people. There are old people, women and children. They are all from the House of Aries. There are so many of them that I can't see the end of them. There are people dressed in golden robes chasing them away with weapons. Those who are too slow have been killed. There are so many corpses. So many people have died. Yi Qingyu struggled to stand up with the help of the other two. Her pretty face was pale with fright. She pointed a trembling finger in front of her and said, Both of you go into the carefree pavilion. We will handle the matters here. Elder Lu obviously knew that Yi Qingyu had probed the area. He turned around and said with a bitter expression, Sister Yi Qingyu, bring little Yu in. I will stay here and observe the situation. Yu Qingqing shook her head and asked Yi Qingwu to bring Yi Qingyu in. Yi Qingwu didn't insist. She supported the frightened Yi Qingyu and walked into the carefree pavilion. What is the meaning of this? The Purple Island doesn't welcome people from the Divine City. All of you, get out. Otherwise, I will kill you. Elder Lu carried his iron rod and leaped onto a high ground beside the valley. He looked at the tens of thousands of people who were crying and cursing with fear and despair in their eyes. He looked at the golden-robed messenger behind the crowd and shouted, "Ayo! Woo! Roar!" Elder Lu's shout caused a large number of demonic beasts in the valley to roar as well, shocking the tens of thousands of people who were crying outside the valley. Everyone stopped crying, praying, and cursing as they looked at the golden-robed man and Elder Lu in horror. Kill them? Ha! The Divine Master said that these people are for you to kill. We are all here to die. Kill them. One of the golden-robed messengers laughed. His laughter was filled with despair and sorrow. He shouted, "The Divine Master has ordered that if Yi Qinghan doesn't come out, he will kill 10,000 people every 10 days. A month later, all members of the Yi family will be executed outside the Purple Island. If they don't come out in 3 months, the entire House of Aries will be executed. If they don't come out in 5 months, the entire Fire Dragon continent will be executed. Messengers of the Divine City, listen up. For the sake of your loved ones, the Divine Master orders all of you to die." After saying that, the golden-robed man threw his blood-stained long saber into the valley and rushed into the crowd alone. Following that, hundreds of golden-robed messengers threw their long sabers into the valley and rushed into the crowd at the same time. Boom! 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 Countless earth-shattering explosions sounded, accompanied by countless screams. Hundreds of fireworks bloomed on the Purple Island. Following that, the purple barrier above the Purple Island flickered. Countless thick, dazzling white lightning struck down on the crowd below. At that moment, the entire Purple Island shook. Even those who were far away on the hidden island could feel the strong tremors. The huge shockwave sent thousands of demonic beasts outside the valley flying. The earth-shattering smoke and dust billowed into the air, dyeing the purple light barrier above the Purple Island into a patch of gray. Chapter 450. Wah! Yu Qingcheng looked at the broken limbs, internal organs, and blood fluttering in the sky. Her face was ashen, but she didn't faint. When the golden-robed emissary charged into the crowd, Elder Lu had already retreated. However, he was still battered and exhausted by the explosion. He looked at the overwhelming smoke and dust. He and Lord Jiu fell silent at the same time, but the gleam in their slightly narrowed eyes betrayed their shock. Tu was too ruthless. To show his determination, he used 10,000 lives to prove it. 10,000 lives that were alive a moment ago were gone in a blink of an eye, completely vanishing from this world. If Yi Qinghan doesn't come out, he will kill 10,000 people every 10 days. 1 month later, all members of the Yi family will be executed outside the Purple Island. If they don't come out in 3 months, the entire House of Aries will be executed. If they don't come out in 5 months, all members of the Fire Dragon continent will be executed. 10,000 deaths in 10 days. Tens of thousands of members of the Moon Queen's Yi family would be executed. 10 billion people of the Fire Dragon plane would be buried with Yi Qinghan in 5 months. What kind of earth-shaking method was this? What kind of ruthlessness was this? This was a devil from the 9 serenities who regarded human lives as worthless, and a completely insane devil at that. Killing 1 person was a sin. Killing 10,000 was a hero. Killing 9 million was a hero among heroes. But killing 10 billion? That wasn't a human or a god. Only a devil from the 9 serenities of purgatory would do such a crazy thing. Tu was too sinister. Lord Jiu's face was no longer elegant. The Divine Realm Challenge would start in 5 months, and Tu was sure that Lord Devour wouldn't come back. Hence, he didn't hesitate to use the lives of 10 billion people of the Fire Dragon continent to threaten Yi Qinghan. He didn't hesitate to get the Divine Sword. Moreover, Tu's notice wasn't for Yi Qinghan to hand over the Divine Sword and Divine Weapon, but for him to go out. This clearly wanted him dead. The earth-shaking Purple Island could be felt from the far-away hidden island. Of course, it couldn't be hidden from the God Realm experts of the continent and the scouts from the big families. At the start, they didn't know why the Massacre God Guards had sent out hundreds of ships and escorted tens of thousands of people to Zidao. Now, they knew and guessed what Divine Master Tu wanted to do. Tu was going to start killing. there was a beautiful little town next to Dragon City. Its name was very pleasant to hear, First Sight City. If life is only like the first time we met, why is the autumn wind sad painting fan? This was originally a city where young men and women met, but now it had become a place for the Long family to take refuge. The 5 divine level experts from the House of Aries were gathered in a small pavilion. Of course, there were 2 or more divine level experts from the Yi clan, but they could not participate in this gathering. It was because they would die the moment they appeared. As the wind blows, the world is desolate. After Ronghua withers, he descends upon the world. He ascends the 9-tiered pagoda and watches the night as the meteors soar. Yu Shishui stood gracefully, leaning against the railing and gazing off into the distance. As she gazed at the majestic dragon city in the distance, she let out a disappointed sigh. Little sister Shishui, do you still have the heart to compose poems at a time like this? Why aren't we discussing what to do? If Yi Qinghan still doesn't come out, the House of Aries will be finished. The Shui clan's ancestor raised a jug of strong alcohol. He had not drunk in 1,000 years, but today he wanted to get drunk. What else can we do? Back then, Ruoshui and I shamelessly begged Yi Qinghan to go to the God realm and think of a way to save the continent. Now we can only shamelessly beg him to come out. Saber Emperor's face twitched, his countenance was filled with desolation. As the protector of the battle god manor, he was powerless to protect his people at this moment. That series of explosions on the Violet Island, as well as the announcement from the Divine City, caused him to live in torment every moment. The Shui clan's ancestor slammed the jug of alcohol onto the table and nodded. Let's go beg Yi Qinghan to come out and have him hand over the divine sword to appease the divine master's anger. This calamity can be averted. Let's do that. We can only sacrifice Yi Qinghan alone to save the billions of people in the House of Aries. If you want to go, then go. Yu Shishui turned around and swept her gaze over them coldly. Back then, when we saw that he had a chance of passing the 10 stages of Violet Island and going to the God realm, we went to beg him to save the continent. Now, we can't even wait for him to go to the God realm, and Butcher has already made his move. Are we going to beg him to die? How old is he? What right do we have to beg him to come out and die? Don't you understand what the Divine Master is trying to say? He doesn't want Yi Qinghan to hand over the divine sword. He wants him to come out. He wants him to die. What right do we have to beg him to come out and die? Yu Shishui's words caused everyone to feel ashamed. After a long time, the Saber Emperor sighed. Let's wait and see what happens first. If we really can't handle it, the ancestor and I will put down our pride and go. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Everything is fate and we can't force it. Yu Shishui sighed pitifully before teleporting away. After the Spear Emperor sent Yu Shishui away, his wrinkled face trembled as he sighed. Actually, it doesn't matter if we beg him or not. If Yi Qinghan still doesn't come out in a month, the Divine Master is going to slaughter everyone in the Yi family. If Yi Qinghan doesn't come out by then, what's the point of begging him? If he doesn't even care about the Yi family, how will he care about the rest of the world? The Saber Emperor closed his eyes and sighed bitterly. Then let's wait for a month. Soul Emperor, oh Soul Emperor, it seems like you're giving the Flame Dragon continent a chance by establishing the Fallen God Mountain, but in the end, you're still harming the entire continent. Although the 6 barbarian gods of the Valley of Barbarians, the 4 demonic gods of the Demon God Mountain, and the Island Master of Hidden Island were also very anxious, they weren't as anxious as the deity experts of the House of Aries. After all, Divine Master Butcher had announced that the Yi family and the House of Aries would be the first to suffer. They had all decided to quietly wait for a month to see if Yi Qinghan would show up when the Yi family was executed. If Yi Qinghan didn't show up by then things would get very serious. What? In the mountains behind the Yi family, Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyou's faces turned ashen as they listened to Yi Tianlong's recount. Yi Qingyou was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and he began to pace back and forth in his room. Even though Yi Tianlong didn't go out, Yu Shishui would communicate with him with her divine sense every other day, updating him on the latest developments. Patriarch, Did Butcher really say that he's going to execute all the members of the Yi family in a month? Yi Baihu's hands trembled slightly as he spoke with some uncertainty. Yi Qingyo turned around and said angrily, Baihu, do you even need to ask? It's definitely true. Butcher sealed off the Yi family's castle for so many years just for this day. Do you still not understand? Yi Tianlong's face was completely expressionless as he numbly said, It's absolutely true. Apart from a few hidden seeds, the rest of the Yi family have been captured and are currently being escorted to Hidden Island. It seems like the Yi family's time has come. Yi Baihu's expression returned to normal after a moment. Since the outcome was already decided, what was the point of being excited? After a moment, he said, Patriarch, why don't you have Patriarch you go to Purple Island and keep little Han from coming out? Even if he comes out, he won't be able to change the fate of the Yi family. Rather than perishing together with him, it's better to let him endure this humiliation and take revenge for us one day. As long as little Han is alive, even if the Yi family collapses now, they can rise again at any time. I've already sent people over in secret, and Shishui will also go and try to persuade them. Yi Tianlong laughed bitterly and shook his head. He gazed off into the distance and sighed. But, given little Han's temper, do you think he won't come out if he finds out? Yi Qingyo was startled. He exchanged a glance with Yi Baihu, both of them seeing a trace of helplessness and despair in each other's eyes. Chapter 451. The continent was engulfed in the flames of war. Flames of war billowed in the sky. Overnight, the country changed hands. Several loud noises were heard on Purple Island. Tens of thousands of people turned into white bones. Countless people were so anxious that they cried their hearts out. However, it was quiet inside the Dream Palace. There was only the constant blowing of the cold wind. It lifted the curtains and messed up the veil. The beautiful body occasionally flashed a hint of seductive spring. Sigh. A sigh came from inside the palace. It was Yao Ji, who was curled up like a lazy kitten. She looked at Yi Qinghan, who was still cultivating with his eyes closed. She revealed a look of pity. She pouted her little mouth and murmured like a naughty girl, There are only 10 days left. It seems that I have to stay alone in this empty palace for another 1,000 years. Little Red String, you can only continue to accompany me through these lonely years. Little man, why are you so disappointing? I was hoping that you could successfully comprehend it so that I could accompany you for a night of ecstasy. I was too greedy. Even with the Dream Palace and the bewitching honey, as well as your miraculous soul-silent state, I don't think I can successfully fuse the absolute domain in a few years. After all, this is a middle-grade profound mystery. As the enchantress spoke, she began to laugh self-deprecatingly. She realized that she had been asking for too much. Middle-grade profound mystery. Even the geniuses of the god realm needed at least 100 years to comprehend it. Although Yi Qinghan was in the illusory palace and had coincidentally entered a state of soul stillness, and she had even given him a drop of the incomparably precious bewitching charm honey, it was still impossible for him to break through within a few years. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know that the peerless beauty outside was lamenting that she didn't have the chance to be intimate with him. Of course, if he knew, he might stop cultivating and fight first. At this moment, he felt that he was standing on a small boat. He had transformed into that black-clothed man and was dancing in the raging waves with strange footsteps. He felt that the fusion of the laws was almost complete. However, he couldn't take the last step. It was as if he had drawn a lifelike dragon on a piece of white paper, but he was missing the last stroke, the finishing touch. The dragon still couldn't come to life, couldn't turn into a silent giant sword that could cut through the void. A fishing net was woven, but the last knot could not be tied. This fishing net still could not be used to catch fish in the long river or the sea. If it was hit by a big wave, it would fall apart and easily disintegrate. Yi Qinghan didn't know how long he had been in the deep state of soul stillness, but he knew that he didn't have much time left. If he was forcefully teleported out of this place, it would be very difficult for him to break through this bottleneck and tie this dead knot. He stopped dancing and stood on the boat, quietly standing there. The sea breeze blew gently, blowing his hair. The mist mixed with the wind wet his face, but it could not hide his pair of sad eyes. Another wave of screams and cries came from the Purple Island. Under the command of several hundred golden-robed envoys, 10,000 people walked into the small valley in a daze. 10 days ago, 10,000 people walked in and never came out again. After that, a violent explosion resounded inside. They could clearly see from the big ship outside that the purple light barrier above the Purple Island sent down countless world-destroying lightning. They were very clear that as long as they came in, the result would be death. But if they didn't come in, they would die immediately. They're here again, they're here again. Boo-hoo, Sister Yiqingwu, I'm so scared, what should I do? Yiqingyu couldn't bear to watch. She buried her head in Yiqingwu's chest and hugged her tightly. Her trembling body showed her helplessness and fear. I told you not to come out, but you insisted on coming out? What should I do? How would I know what to do? Yiqingwu looked strange and bold, but her heart was actually very fragile. Seeing Yiqingyu like this, she panicked and sobbed again. Clang clang. Yu Qingqing knitted her brows and closed her beautiful eyes. Her face was as cold as frost. She sat alone in the courtyard and started playing the zither. The sound of the zither wasn't as melodious as before. It was filled with endless bleakness and loneliness. As she was playing, one of the zither strings suddenly snapped, and the sound of the zither came to an abrupt end. Then, 2 drops of tears dripped down and sprinkled 2 plum blossoms on the black zither. Facing such a situation without their man, the 3 of them felt a deep sense of emptiness and powerlessness. Their hearts were filled with confusion, helplessness, and fear. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know what would happen tomorrow. They didn't know if there was still hope in this world. Let your leader come out and speak. Elder Lu stood on a high hill with a cold expression. The black iron rod in his hand emitted a cold, killing intent. Lord Jiao stood beside him. She was wearing a straight gray robe, but at this moment, she didn't have the elegance of the past. I am. What do you want to say? One of the golden-robed messengers stepped forward. He held a red longbow in his hand and spoke in a cold and lifeless tone. Yiqinghan is in seclusion now. No one can inform him. Even if you kill all the people on the continent, he won't know and won't come out. Send a message to Tu, ask him to wait for a year. 1 year later, Yiqinghan will definitely come out of seclusion. Elder Lu waved his iron rod and said in a deep voice. The golden-robed man shook his head. His golden robes fluttered, reflecting the mottled sunlight. I'm sorry. The Divine Master said that there are no conditions to negotiate. This is the second batch of gifts, please accept them. Messengers of the Divine City, listen up. Wait. Elder Lu's eyebrows and beard stood up in anger. It wasn't that he hadn't seen people being killed before. In the Divine Realm, it was normal for tens of thousands of Divine Realm experts to die. However, he couldn't bear to see ordinary mortals being killed in front of him. He shouted angrily again, ask the Divine Master too, to come and see me. I'll talk to him, or ask the Bulsh *T Divine City's 4 guards to come and see me. I'll talk to them. I'm sorry, we don't have the authority. The Divine Master and the Divine Master won't come in. If they want to see you, go out and see them. The golden-robed messenger said after a moment of silence. Elder Lu snorted and didn't know how to reply. However, Lord Jiao suddenly said, all right, wait here. I'll go out and talk to them. All right, we'll wait for you for 2 hours. The eyes of the golden-robed messenger lit up. Since he didn't have to die, he didn't want to die either. He said expectantly, Elder Lu, you stay here. I'll go out and talk to them. Lord Jiao couldn't stand it anymore. He nodded at Elder Lu, leaped into the air and rushed out. Lord Jiao's identity was unique. He didn't have to fear the Divine Master. If Elder Lu went out to talk to them, he might be killed by the Divine Master immediately. Which Divine Guard of the Divine City is here? Come out and have a chat. Lord Jiao said calmly. He left the Purple Island and appeared above the densely packed ships in the Divine City. Swish. Countless people in the hundreds of ships were alarmed. Hundreds of figures rose into the sky at the same time. They were wearing Dao armors and looked at Lord Jiao with hostility. God-slaying guards greet Lord Jiao. The god-slaying guards and Yi Jian were on the ship. When they saw Lord Jiao, they quickly asked all the experts in the divine city to leave. Then, they cupped their fists and greeted politely. Call back those 10,000 people. Yi Qinghan is in seclusion. Even if you kill tens of thousands of people every day, he won't know. It's useless even if you kill them, Lord Jiao said coldly. Excuse me, Lord. Is this your idea, or Lord Devour's idea? The god-slaying guards rolled their eyes and cupped their fists again. What about my idea? What about Lord Jiao's idea? Lord Jiao's face turned cold and was slightly angry. Very simple. If it's Lord Devour's idea, ask him to send a voice transmission to the Divine Master. The Divine Master will send a message to me. If it's your idea, then I'm sorry. I'm just following orders. Please don't interfere in the Divine City's matters. Otherwise, the Divine Master's fury. I'm afraid Lord Jiao won't be able to bear it. The god-slaying guards looked very respectful, but their words revealed a trace of arrogance and mockery. It was clear that if it wasn't for Lord Devour, Lord Jiao would be nothing and wouldn't have the right to criticize them. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? When Lord Jiao heard that, the cold glint in his eyes intensified. The divine beast's 9 tails spread out quietly. It was clear that he was truly enraged. Chapter 452. Lord 9 wants to kill me. Of course, I don't dare to resist. The god-slaying guard cupped his hands and bowed respectfully, but his face was full of mockery. He believed that Lord 9 wouldn't dare to attack without Lord Devour's presence. Hee. At this moment, a shrill laughter reverberated in the sky. The voice pierced through the sky, bringing with it the cold air of the 9 underworlds, and it shrouded the entire place. 9-tailed fox, you've got guts. You want to touch my people? Lord 9's face changed. He retracted his 9 fluttering tails, and his fox-like face was uncertain. After a while, he snorted and said, Call your people back. When Yi Qinghan comes out of seclusion, I'll ask him to hand over the divine sword to you. How about that? Your promise is useless. If that little bastard doesn't come out, I'll bury the entire fire dragon continent with him. Tu continued to laugh and then sent a cold message. The chill in his words made tens of thousands of people on the hundreds of ships below feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Lord 9 shivered in anger. He said angrily, If you do this, you'll destroy the fire dragon continent sooner or later. By that time, there won't be anyone left on the fire dragon continent. Will you still be useful as its lord? I spent millions of divine stones to buy the fire dragon plane. I can play with it however I want and destroy it whenever I want. Moreover, so what if it's all destroyed? In tens of thousands of years, this plane will reproduce hundreds of millions of people. So, it's not a loss to me. Lord God 2's casual message shocked Lord 9, the countless people present, and the God realm experts of the continent who were paying attention to this place. Hence, they could only feel 2 emotions at once, grief and anger. As the lord of a plane, he could control the life and death of everyone in the plane. Even if he destroyed a civilization, he could wait for tens of thousands of years for the birth of another civilization. He was the god of the fire dragon plane. Everyone in the fire dragon plane, including the god realm experts, was a nonentity. Nonentities that couldn't control their own fate were the slaves of the god master. You're so perverse. Sooner or later, the divine emperor will punish you. Moreover, when Lord Devour comes back, he won't let you off. The corners of Lord Jiao's mouth twitched in grief as he said indignantly. Hearing her, Divine Master Tu laughed crazily again. Lord Devour? She doesn't dare to kill me. As for the reason, you can ask her when she comes back. 9-tailed fox has no time to waste with you. Don't force me to attack you. Massacre God guards, what are you still standing there for? What are you waiting for? The Massacre God guard hurriedly made a hand signal, and a martial sage immediately flew towards the Purple Island. Lord Jiao knew that the situation was irreversible. He smiled bitterly and flew towards the Purple Island. Looking at Sir Jiao's bitter face, Old Lu knew that the negotiation had failed. Since Lord Devour wasn't here, no one could stop the divine Lord Butcher, who had a split personality. Xiao. Behind Lord Jiao, a golden-robed emissary walked over. Lu Shi and Lord Jiao couldn't help but close their eyes. They turned and ran towards the valley. Obviously, they couldn't bear to see another tragedy. In the valley, Yu Qingqing and the other two ladies turned around when they saw Lu Shi and Lord Jiao. They were afraid that they would see the horrifying scene of flesh and blood flying. The massacre god guards have ordered us to carry out the plan. The martial sage golden-robed emissary dashed over. He didn't waste any time and shouted at the leader of the group. The leader revealed a cruel smile. He raised the longbow in his hand and was about to throw it into the valley. Then he gave the order to self-detonate. Wait! Old Lu, who was sprinting in the valley, suddenly stopped. He revealed a surprised expression as he turned around and ran out. At the same time he shouted, "Old thing, what trick are you trying to play?" The leader was about to shout when he swallowed his words. He said angrily and awkwardly, "Wait a little longer. Give me a quarter of an hour. If I can't give you a reasonable explanation, it won't be too late for you to die." Elder Lu said in a serious manner. Then he closed his eyes without a care in the world. The hundreds of golden-robed emissaries looked at old Lu in confusion. Then, they turned to look at the martial sage behind him, waiting for his decision. The tens of thousands of people stopped crying and cursing. They looked at old Lu and the emissary, hoping for a miracle. Lord Jiao, Yu Qingqing, and the other two ladies also looked at old Lu in surprise. They didn't understand what was going on. Give him 15 minutes and carry out the plan immediately. It will be carried out in half an hour. That saint-level emissary was silent for a moment, and actually agreed to this strange request. Drip, drip. Time passed as everyone's hearts raced. The battlefield was extremely quiet, and even a fart could scare a lot of people to death. The atmosphere was extremely stifling, and even the wind stopped blowing. The magical beasts gathered in the surroundings were also quietly hiding in the bushes and branches, staring at the battlefield without blinking. Time passed quickly, and it was almost time. When the tens of thousands of people in front of the valley saw that old Lu still had his eyes closed, many of them started to close their eyes in despair. Many of them started to tremble uncontrollably, and some of them even had yellow liquid flowing out of their pants. All of a sudden, a gust of wind rose, and old Lu suddenly opened his eyes. Everyone was shocked. The martial sage's eyes also lit up as he stared at old Lu. Lord Jiao, Yu Qingqing, and the others looked at old Lu expectantly and listened attentively. But old Lu didn't say anything. Instead, a young voice sounded in the air. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it sounded in everyone's ears. "I am Yi Qinghan. Emissaries of the Divine City, go out and send a message to that damned Baldy of yours. If he dares to kill again, I will immediately lead my men to the immortal realm, and he will never get the divine sword. In half a month, I will leave the Purple Island and give him an explanation." Yi Qinghan. The hundreds of emissaries and the tens of thousands of mortals from the Divine City were stunned for a moment. Then, they revealed a trace of wild joy, and their eyes shone with passion. Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had finally come out. They might not have to die. They could be saved. The martial sage was also slightly stunned. He immediately gestured to the golden-robed leader, turned around, and rushed out at lightning speed. "Brother! Little Han! Qinghan!" When the familiar voice that they hadn't heard for 11 years arose again, Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingwu, and Yi Qingyu screamed at the same time. 3 pairs of beautiful eyes started to tear silently. Then, they wiped their divine beasts, lifted their palace skirts, and dashed toward the carefree pavilion. Little Han? Lord Jiao's face was bitter. Yi Qinghan had come out of his seclusion earlier than expected. He didn't wait for Lord Devour's return. Was it a blessing or a curse? However, when she looked at old Lu worriedly, she found that old Lu's face was also solemn and bitter. 1 hour later, the martial sage of the Divine City returned in front of the valley. Under the longing gazes of tens of thousands of people, he brought them a piece of news that made them so excited. "The God Lord has ordered us to bring these 10,000 people back. At the same time, tell Yi Qinghan that after half a month, The Yi family will be executed outside the Purple Island. If Yi Qinghan dares to break his promise, he will not only kill the Yi family, but also the 5 great families of the House of Aries. They will be buried together with you. Chapter 453. Brother. Yi Qingyu was the fastest. She shouted as she rushed into the free and unfettered pavilion. She looked around but didn't see the familiar figure of Yi Qinghan. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu also rushed in happily, looking for Yi Qinghan. Xiao Yu Qingqing Xiao, don't rush. Time is of the essence. I still need to cultivate in seclusion for half a month to break through the final bottleneck. Wait for me. Just as the 3 of them were rushing towards the training room, Yi Qinghan's voice suddenly rang out, causing them to stop in their tracks. What's going on? Where is little Han? Elder Lu and Madame Jiao, who had followed them in, asked hurriedly when they saw the 3 of them stunned. He said he still needs to cultivate in seclusion for half a month to break through the final bottleneck. Yi Qingwu said resentfully, wiping away the tears on her face in annoyance. Bottleneck? Madame Jiao and Elder Lu were both stunned, and then a hint of joy and astonishment appeared on their faces. The fact that Yi Qinghan could transmit his voice through the free and unfettered pavilion just now meant that his soul was extremely powerful, at least at the 2nd or 3rd tier of the divine level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to transmit his voice. But now he was talking about a bottleneck? Could it be that he was going to break through to the divine general tier? This was a little too much. A 1st tier saint, and after 11 years of seclusion, he was going to break through to the divine general tier? This speed was frightening. The 2 of them were even more delighted when they thought of Yi Qinghan's message just now. He would leave the Purple Island in half a month to give the Divine Master an explanation? The 2 of them were even more certain that Yi Qinghan was about to break through to the Divine General tier. How would he dare to leave before he reached the Divine General tier? Elder Lu, do you think it's possible? Madame Jiao controlled herself so that she could maintain her composure and elegance, but the moment she spoke, she found that she was stuttering. I'm not sure, but it's possible. In the Divine Grace mainland, there was a genius who spent 100 years to break through to the Divine King tier from the Divine Heaven tier. But, in a material plane, and in a mere 11 years, this is too. Elder Lu swallowed and tried to convince himself, but the more he spoke, the less convinced he was. Their conversation attracted Yu Qingqing's attention. She listened for a moment and asked thoughtfully, Grandpa Lu, are you saying that Qinghan is trying to break through to the Divine General Realm? Divine General Realm? Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu were shocked at the same time. They looked at Elder Lu and Lord Jiao in disbelief. Elder Lu shook his head and said uncertainly, I can't say for sure. After all, the news is too shocking. Maybe our guesses are wrong. It's impossible to say anything now. Stop guessing. Just wait, the results will be revealed in 15 days. Hey, why hasn't Black finished comprehending? If he had finished comprehending it, he would have had a greater chance of obtaining it by relying on his innate ability. Lord Jiao turned to look at little Black, who was sleeping soundly in the garden pavilion on the left, and sighed regretfully. Everyone fell silent and waited with apprehension. For them, every second was so difficult to pass. It felt like they were being tortured in a pot of boiling oil. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not breaking through to the Divine General tier. Time was too short. Yi Qinghan was not able to tie the knot. Just when he felt that he was standing on the boat, he was woken up by Yao Ji. 10 years had passed. Hee, little man, although you have given me a great awakening, like you very much. But I'm sorry, you don't have time to enjoy the unique skills of the bewitching tribe. 10 years have passed. Of course, you still have a chance. As long as you go to the Divine Realm, to the Star Sea, the Divine Sword in your hand will guide you to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If you are lucky enough to enter the Dream Palace again, I will let you experience it for 10 days and 10 nights. I will let you enjoy the unique effects of my little red string. Goodbye, cute little man. I look forward to meeting you again. He thought of Yao Ji's affectionate gaze after she woke up, her intoxicating words, and her sudden kiss before he was teleported. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He felt a little regretful that he did not have the chance to spend a night with this peerless beauty. But what made him even more regretful was that he did not break through the final step of the absolute domain fusion. At that time, he felt that he was about to break through, but Yaoji woke him up, so he did not reach the consummate stage. Moreover, when he was teleported out, he immediately checked the condition of his body. Although the strength of his soul cultivation was increasing rapidly in the state of spiritual silence, it was not inferior to a second or third level celestial god. However, his battle energy hadn't reached the peak of sacred realm yet. The core in his dantian hadn't turned pure white yet. There was still a black mark on it. He couldn't do anything about it. In the state of spiritual silence, his soul rose the fastest. Moreover, he had been fusing with the principles, so he didn't have time to cultivate his battle energy. It was lucky that he could break through to this realm. His comprehensive competence had improved a lot compared to 11 years ago. Due to the enhancement of his soul realm, he could kill an ordinary divine realm expert instantly with his body fusion technique. However, it was far from enough to deal with Divine Master 2. As soon as he got out, he opened the restriction of the cultivation room. His soul consciousness checked and found only Xiao He sleeping. He hurried to send his soul consciousness to check the Purple Island. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu. The two of them communicated using their spiritual senses for a while, and Elder Lu quickly told him about the recent happenings in the continent. Yi Qinghan did not expect that the situation had developed to this point. Begrudgingly, he decided to calm the God Lord down first. It seemed the God Lord too had gone completely crazy, and Lord Devour had returned to the God world. In the entire continent, only Shi Yen had the hope to deal with Tuesday. However, to deal with Tu, Shi Yen had to protect himself from his will attack. He had to cultivate the absolute domain to the complete realm. Moreover, his battle energy had to break through to the divine realm. When the battle energy in his body had become the god power, he could release the absolute domain to protect himself. Then, he could use the body fusion technique to kill the God Lord. Half a month. I must comprehend it in half a month. I will succeed. Yi Qinghan sorted out his thoughts. He knew he didn't have much time. If Tu had killed 10,000 people, and he didn't say anything, it would be another 10,000 lives. If he didn't get out after half a month, he didn't know how many people would die. He had no way out. He could ignore the billions of people in the continent and the billions in the House of Aries. But how could he ignore the 10,000 members of the Yi family, the Yu, the Feng, the Hua, and the Long families? So many people had to die for him while he hid in the Purple Island? Watch so many people die for him? He couldn't do it. If he did, it wouldn't be Yi Qinghan. Forget it. Half a moon queen, if I don't succeed. I'll die for a righteous cause. Sigh, this spiritual skin is going to be wasted. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a trace of madness. He decided to become half a moon queen. Either he would break through and fight with Tu, or he would die. He touched the unfettered ring, and a pink spiritual skin with a faint glow appeared in his hand. This was one of the 2 spiritual skins he got from the Li Xiang mythical beast in the barbaric mountains. He had refined one last time and obtained the profound mystery of space lock. Time was running out. Yi Qinghan didn't have time to cultivate his battle energy. He could only waste a precious spiritual skin to obtain the pure energy to break through to the divine realm. The spiritual skin began to emit a faint pink glow and disappeared into Yi Qinghan's body. Qinghan also closed her eyes and began to break through the final bottleneck. Chapter 454. Song City Yi Family Castle, Back Mountain. It's over. Yi Tianlong's stubborn and inflexible face was completely dark as he slumped weakly into a chair. Yi Qingyou and Yi Baihu grew anxious and asked, "What's wrong?" "Little Han has appeared. He even said that he'll come out in 15 days. Divine Master Butcher replied that he will execute all the members of the Yi family in 15 days. He'll probably be here in a few days. Yi Tianlong said in a daze. Yi Qingyou's eyes suddenly bulged as he cursed angrily, "Little Han, you stupid pig. Patriarch, why aren't you sending a voice transmission to Yu Shishui? Why are you trying to be a hero now? Pig idiot. Do I need you to tell me? Yu Shishui has already gone, and I've already had the clan's hidden guards carry my orders to Purple Island. Yi Tianlong glared angrily at Yi Qingniu as he roared. Then, he shook his head helplessly. But, do you think it'll be of any use? Little Han's temper. It's over. The Yi family is going to be finished. AI. Yi Baihu sighed deeply and didn't say anything else. His eyes became cloudy as he stared blankly out the window. No one knew what he was thinking. The Patriarch, what should we do? Damn it. Why don't we fight it out with Divine City? Killing one is worth it, killing two is worth it. Yi Qingniu roared angrily as he paced back and forth in the pavilion, killing intent radiating from his body. There's no rush, there's no rush. Let's go take a look outside Purple Island. If it doesn't work out, then we'll fight to the death. Yi Tianlong muttered to himself for a moment. Then, his eyes shone with determination as he turned to Yi Baihu and said, Baihu, go and make arrangements. Tell the clansmen not to resist and to listen to my orders. Patriarch of the Yi family, get your ass out here. At this moment, a shrill laughter sounded in the sky again. A bald man wearing a red robe appeared in the sky above the Yi family castle. The entire Yi family castle was shaken. Countless disciples who were in seclusion all came out and looked angrily at the bald man in the sky. So fast. White Tiger, hurry up and suppress your clansmen. Don't cause any trouble. Yi Tianlong smiled bitterly. He stood up and walked out. He stood outside the loft and looked at Divine Master Tu, not bothering to be courteous. He shouted, Tianlong is here. Divine Master, what's the matter? God Lord Tu glanced at Yi Tianlong contemptuously, then spread his divine consciousness and enveloped the entire Yi family castle. He knew that Yi Tianlong had refined the divine crystal to become a god, but he didn't put it in his eyes. To him, as long as Lord Devour wasn't here, no one in the Flame Dragon continent could resist even one strike from him. The God Realm experts weren't different from ordinary people. 3,620 people. After a while, God Lord Tu retrieved his soul consciousness. He turned around and said coldly, You're in charge of bringing these 3,620 people to the deserted island in the north of Purple Island within 10 days. Remember, if you miss one person, I'll kill 1,000 members of the Yi family. Don't doubt my words. Then, Tu laughed and left immediately. Son of a bitch. You've crossed the line. Patriarch, let's go to the Divine City. Let's die a quick death. It's too suffocating. Yi Qingniu stormed over, looking at the sky resentfully as he cursed. God Lord Tu had used the lives of the Yi family members to threaten Yi Tianlong to escort the Yi family members to their deaths. Seeing God Lord Tu leave with only one sentence, Yi Baihu didn't go to the Yi family castle to stop him. He said through his gritted teeth, we'll die sooner or later. Patriarch, should we go all out? Yi Tianlong turned around and glared at the two of them. White Tiger, why are you talking nonsense like Azurox? If it were just the three of us, we would have fought to the death already. Right now, the lives of nearly 10,000 members of the Yi family are at stake. We can't give up until the very last moment. Pass down the order, gather and head to Purple Island. Half a month from now, we'll let the people of the continent see if the descendants of the Yi family are cowards. Yi Qinghan had finally appeared. Even though he didn't show himself, he announced that he would leave Purple Island in half a month. This news immediately spread throughout the continent, reaching the ears of every expert and descendant of the great clans. The Saber Emperor, the Spear Emperor, and the Shui family ancestors sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Yu Shishui immediately teleported to Purple Island. The Barbarian God Manor and the Demon God Manor were overjoyed. As long as Yi Qinghan appeared, the Yao and Barbarian race would no longer have to bear the wrath of the Divine Master. Every deity on the continent knew what Divine Master Tu was planning to do when he appeared in the Yi family's castle. Even though they felt a bit sad, there were still some who secretly rejoiced, such as the Shui family ancestor and the 6 barbarian gods. However, they didn't rejoice for too long. The next day, Divine Master Tu sent them a message that made them stomp their feet in anger. 10 days from now, all experts above the arch level must gather outside Purple Island. If anyone dares to linger, kill 10,000 of their own. All the Yao and barbarian experts cursed in their hearts. What did this have to do with them? Why did they have to go? They weren't in the mood to watch the show, and they didn't want to get involved. However, no one dared to disobey Divine Master Tu's orders. They all looked like their fathers had just died. They all flew toward Purple Island with mournful expressions. 10 days later, the dozens of deserted islands to the north of Purple Island were filled with experts from the 3 clans. The Yi family was the most special. Close to 10,000 of them occupied one island. Furthermore, no one dared to go to the 2 or 3 deserted islands nearby for fear of being implicated. Almost all the experts from the 3 residences and one island gathered outside Purple Island. They had complicated feelings as they waited for the massacre in 5 days. On the contrary, the members of the Yi family were calm. They knew that the outcome would be death in 5 days, but they didn't have any qualms. From time to time, there would be people glaring angrily at the hundreds of ships outside the island. From time to time, there would be people cursing at Yi Jian and the other traders of the Yi clan. From time to time, there would be people laughing out loud, as if they were enjoying their last few days of reckless life. The God Massacre Guards were the most prestigious. They made use of the Divine Master Massacre's influence to command the divine-level experts in high spirits, as if they were dealing with prisoners. They split the experts from the 3 residences and one island into groups and placed them on the deserted islands. The God Massacre Guards were here. The God Burning Guards were here. Of course, Yi Jian was here too. All the experts in the Divine City were here. They were waiting in anticipation for Divine Master Tu's shocking move. Is there still hope in this world? Feng Zi stroked her hair. She didn't look sad. Instead, she looked as though she was in pain. Hua Hua's face was still beautiful, and her eyes were still mesmerizing. However, her charming smile was extremely bitter now. There is hope, but the hope is in the F*King fields. Feng Zi and Hua Hua were unlucky. It had been more than 10 years. Both of them had stepped into the imperial realm. Of course, they were unfortunate enough to be here together. Fortunately, both of them had their own families. They had many sons and daughters. Even if they died, they would have descendants. At this moment I feel like I've returned to the foot of Duanren Peak. However, I don't know if the bewitching purple light from back then can still be lit up. Time was like a butcher's knife. It didn't leave too many marks on Long Seinen's body. However, there was no longer any heroic spirit on her face. There was only incomparable desolation. Despicable man. I've cultivated hard for more than 10 years. I wanted to make you kneel down and lick my toes one day. Now, it seems like you have no hope of tasting my exquisite toes. On a deserted island to the side, Yin Ling, who was standing next to the Hidden Island's island lord, had a chest that could scare 2 cows to death. Her beautiful eyes were looking at the magnificent light barrier on the purple island as she spoke hatefully. Her exquisite face was filled with disappointment and pity. Chapter 455. Patriarch. In a small valley on Violet Island, Yu Qingcheng stared at the familiar figure she hadn't seen for more than 10 years. The tears that she had been holding in for so many days poured out like a broken dam. She threw herself into Yu Shishui's arms and began to sob. Little Qingcheng, you're already so old. Why you still acting like a child? Yu Shishui lovingly stroked Qingcheng's hair and patted her back to comfort her. Greetings, Senior Yu. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu stared in surprise at Yu Shishui, who had suddenly appeared on the island, and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Madame Jiao. This must be the protector of Fallen God Mountain, right? Yu Shishui patted Qingqing's shoulder again and handed her over to Yi Qingwu and the others, then bowed to Madame Jiao and Elder Lu. Haha, just call me Elder Lu. Yu Shishui wasn't familiar with Elder Lu, but Elder Lu knew who she was. Because of her relationship with Qingqing, Elder Lu nodded kindly. Shishui, what's the situation outside? Madame Jiao asked seriously. Yu Qingqing and the others didn't dare cause any more trouble when they saw that they were talking about serious matters. They did their best to control their emotions and listened intently. It's very messy, very serious, very bad. Yu Shishui's expression turned bitter. Where's Yi Qinghan? Why don't I see him? Tell him not to go out no matter what. Sky Dragon told me to tell him to take Qingqing and the others to the God realm and think of a way to come back when he's strong enough. Otherwise, he will never acknowledge this grandson of his. Everyone's expressions became complicated as they fell silent. Yi Tianlong's words were a bit harsh, but they all knew Yi Qinghan's temper very well. Once Yi Qinghan's temper flared up, not to mention Yi Tianlong's words, even if Yi Tianlong told him in person, it might not be effective. However, they didn't know how to reply, so they all chose to remain silent. Clan leader, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Qinghan might be able to kill a divine master after coming out of seclusion. Didn't Elder Lu and the others say that Qinghan is trying to break through to the divine general realm? Yu Qingcheng pondered for a moment and broke the silence. A look of expectation flashed across her eyes as she sighed. Kill? Impossible. Yu Shishui laughed self-deprecatingly. She was just about to mention how powerful the divine master butcher was when her eyes suddenly widened and she cried out, "Wait a minute. The divine general realm? You said divine general realm? Yi Qinghan is breaking through to the divine general realm? Actually, we can't be sure. This is just Elder Lu's and my guess. As for the specifics, we'll have to wait for Yi Qinghan to come out." The ninth elder pursed his lips when he saw Yu Shishui's suspicious gaze lock onto him. How is this possible? How long had he been cultivating? Divine general realm? Sirs, are you sure this is possible? You're not fooling me, are you? Yu Shishui blinked, her body trembling slightly as she asked nervously. Elder Lu sighed softly and explained the situation. To be honest, our guess is correct. Little Han's soul isn't any weaker than a third-layer heaven god's, and before he went into seclusion again, he mentioned that he was going to break through the bottleneck. According to Little Han's usual style, if he wasn't confident that he could kill two, he wouldn't have made things so complicated, and he wouldn't have said that. Thus, we're guessing that he's trying to break through to the divine general realm. Of course, we'll have to wait for him to come out before we know the specifics. That's right. Elder Lu's words immediately boosted everyone's confidence, and their faces lit up with joy. Yi Qinghan had always been a seasoned veteran. If he wasn't confident, he definitely wouldn't have gone into seclusion for half a month. After all, half a month would pass in the blink of an eye. If he wasn't trying to break through to the divine general realm, then even half a year or even a year of seclusion would be useless. So you're saying that there's still hope? Yu Shishui suddenly couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. Then she suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed drastically. Crap, will Sky Dragon and the others do something stupid? No, I have to go out and take a look. You guys have to remember, if Yi Qinghan comes out of seclusion, tell him not to go out unless he's confident. He has to work hard and cultivate until he reaches the immortal realm. After saying this, Yu Shishui immediately turned around and ran out. She was afraid that Yi Tianlong and the others had already given up hope and started fighting with the divine city. If they were killed by the divine master, then it would be over for them. Big sister Qingqing, it's already been 14 days. Why hasn't my brother come out yet? Within the unfettered pavilion, Yi Qingyu looked around anxiously, a worried expression on her face. After a while, she asked, "Big sister Qingqing, big sister Xiao Wu, do you think my brother will succeed? We have to believe in him. Qinghan has always been a man who can create miracles. Isn't that right?" Yu Qingcheng actually felt the same way as Yi Qingyu, but she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she smiled warmly, a strange light flickering in her black pearl-like eyes. "That's right, we have to believe in little Han. He will always bring us hope at the last moment. Little Yu, think about it. In front of the infatuated garden, under Duan Runfeng, and in the fallen God Mountain, when did he not surprise us at the last moment?" Yi Qingwu's confidence was greatly boosted by Yu Qingqing's words. Her face was filled with anticipation and excitement. "Of course I believe in Big Brother. Big Brother will always. Why is there wind?" Before Yi Qingyu could finish speaking, she suddenly felt as if something strange had happened in the unfettered pavilion. She hurriedly looked around, her expression instantly becoming one of ecstasy. Auspicious clouds? Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu were both shocked. They looked up at the sky above the unfettered pavilion and cried out in surprise, He broke through. Suddenly, a fierce wind started to blow in the sky above the unfettered pavilion. Then, a huge auspicious cloud quickly formed. It seemed like this auspicious cloud was even larger than the one Yu Shishue had seen when she had become a god, and it was many times larger than the one Yi Qingyu had seen when she had become a god. The ninth elder and Elder Lu, who were sitting cross-legged at the side, immediately opened their eyes and looked at the auspicious cloud in the sky. The two of them exchanged a glance, but there was no joy on their faces or in their eyes. Instead, they were extremely gloomy. The ninth elder muttered to himself in a daze, "The bottleneck is actually the bottleneck of the god tier? He just broke through to the heaven god tier? He wants to use his heaven god tier cultivation to fight against a divine master? Auspicious clouds and purple lightning are only produced when one breaks through to the god tier. Heaven god tier? That's not right. Ninth elder, look, there's something strange about this auspicious cloud. It's not a 7-colored auspicious cloud, but a 9-colored auspicious cloud. Also look, there are actually 2 bolts of purple lightning? 2 bolts, what's going on? Elder Lu didn't pay attention to the ninth elder's words. Instead, he was staring in shock at the huge auspicious cloud in the sky. It was actually shining with 9 different colors, and then 2 thick bolts of purple lightning fell from it. Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as him had never seen or heard of such a thing in the god realm. He couldn't help but open his mouth in shock, unable to speak for a long time. That's right. Something strange. The ninth elder also blinked, unsure of what was going on. Yu Qingcheng and the others looked at each other in confusion. Hello everyone, it's been a long time. Really missed you all. 2 hours later, as everyone waited anxiously, the space above the plaza suddenly rippled, and a familiar voice rang out. Then, a black figure appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. He had a delicate face, a frail body, and a gentle smile. Everything about him was no different from how he had been 11 years ago. The only difference was that after Yi Qinghan had become a god, his aura had become even more elegant, and he had the aura of a god. Brother! Little Han! Qinghan! 3 sobbing voices rang out at the same time, and then 3 soft, fragrant bodies rushed towards Yi Qinghan like a gust of wind. Silent tears flowed down their cheeks, drenching Yi Qinghan's clothes. 6 soft, jade-like arms hugged Yi Qinghan tightly, as if they were afraid that he would disappear again. Heavenly God stage? However, Madame Jiao immediately used her divine sense to probe the area. Her beautiful fox face turned even uglier than a weasel's when she did so. Why is he still at the Heavenly God stage? Little Han, the Elder Lu staggered and exclaimed in a daze. He had checked that Yi Qinghan had indeed just become a god, and his divine crystal had just been condensed. Yi Qinghan hugged the 3 girls and kissed their foreheads gently. He turned around with a smile, looked at Elder Lu and the 9th elder, and said confidently, "What's wrong, Elder Lu, 9th elder? So what if I'm a heavenly god? Even if I'm a heavenly god, I can still chop off that bald head. I'm a heavenly god, not an ordinary heavenly god." Chapter 456. What? Little Han, how confident are you? Elder Lu and Lord Jiao looked at each other and turned to ask. When they thought of the strange phenomenon of Yi Qinghan becoming a god, they started to look forward to it. I only have a 50% chance of killing too. Yi Qinghan glanced at Lord Jiao. He didn't understand why Lord Jiao could enter the carefree pavilion. However, he didn't ask any more questions. He said confidently, "But I have an 80% chance of protecting myself." 50%? 80%? Elder Lu and Lord Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Qinghan wouldn't joke about serious matters. However, Elder Lu suddenly thought of something. He raised his eyebrows and asked seriously, "Little Han, how much do you know about the Lord's will?" Elder Lu, I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yi Qinghan grinned and gave them a knowing look. Then she lowered her head to look at the 3 tear-stained faces and gently said, 3 beautiful flowers, don't cry. If you continue to cry, you won't be pretty anymore. Alright, I still need to familiarize myself with the use of the divinity crystal. Trust me, everything will be fine after tomorrow. But Yu Qingcheng was the first to calm down. She wiped her tears with one hand while her other hand was still tightly holding onto Yi Qinghan's hand. Yi Qingwu, on the other hand, smiled through her tears and quietly pinched his waist. Although Yi Qingyu stopped crying, she still looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze. Her pitiful expression made Yi Qinghan's heart ache. Alright, the three of you, give little Han some time. The important matter is more important. Elder Lu spoke up. He knew that Yi Qinghan had just attained the God tier and was still unfamiliar with the divine crystal and the God tier divine body. If he were to rush out to battle, his chances of success would be lowered. Elder Lu's words were indeed effective. Yi Qinghan smiled guiltily at the three girls, then turned to look at the sleeping Xiaohei in the pavilion. With a doting expression, he waved his hand and said, "Xiaohei, enter the beast battle space." Xiaohei was not awake, but following Yi Qinghan's summons, its curled body slowly turned into a shadow in the pavilion and flew toward him. Then, it disappeared into Yi Qinghan's body. Although Xiaohei was currently in a deep sleep, it had formed a soul contract with Yi Qinghan. Controlling beasts was an active skill for Yi Qinghan, but for Xiaohei, it was a passive skill and was not affected. After summoning Xiaohei back, Yi Qinghan didn't say anything else. He smiled at the crowd, then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Lord Jiu, what's going on? He has just become a heaven god, but he has a 50% chance of killing too? An 80% chance of protecting himself? Elder Lu fell silent and transmitted his voice to Lord Jiu. Lord Jiu shook his head slightly and transmitted his voice. Hee, Elder Lu, you followed the Soul Emperor for so many years. If you don't know, how would I know? You know Lord Devour's temper. He rarely tells me anything about the immortal realm. Little Han is not a boastful person. Could it be that he had a fortuitous encounter? Moreover, it seems that he understands the will attack of a divine master very well. I'm so worried. Elder Lu brushed his sleeves and transmitted his voice to Lord Jiu. Worry flashed in Lord Jiu's eyes, and he transmitted his voice. Forget it. Don't disturb him. Everything will come to an end tomorrow. Huh? Xiaohei has become a god? This little dog is even faster than me. Yi Qinghan called Xiaohei back. Through the spiritual connection between them, he discovered that Xiaohei's body was surging with divine power and his divine crystal was standing upright. He had become a god. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and relieved. Yi Qinghan's current strength was very strange. His body had just become an immortal, and his battle chi had just turned into divine power. However, the strength of his soul had already reached the third tier of the heaven god realm. Most importantly, his comprehension of the nomological laws had reached the divine general realm. Although Yi Qinghan wasn't clear about the tiers after becoming a god, he remembered it very clearly. Elder Lu had once said that in order to step into the divine general realm, one had to fuse 2 elementary mysteries or 1 intermediate mystery. As for the absolute domain, Yao Ji had said, this was the intermediate mystery. The strength of his soul was already very good, and Xiaohei had become a god. His soul would definitely be very strong. The strength of their souls added together was enough to make the soul of any heaven god dizzy. The absolute domain could defend against Tu's will attacks, and the fusion technique could instantly kill him. Even though Tu was very powerful, he would still die if he was hit. Time was of the essence, and there was no time to think too much. Yi Qinghan began to familiarize himself with the miraculous uses of his divine body. Teleportation was very simple. It was a strengthened version of the form displacement transposition that he had mastered. Right now, he needed to familiarize himself with how to use divine crystals and divine power. Yi Tianlong's group, the divine level expert from the divine battle manor, and the island lord of the hidden island all felt very conflicted and complicated. Yu Shishui had come out with news that made their souls tremble. Yi Qinghan was breaking through to the divine general realm. They didn't know much about the divine general realm, but they knew that a divine general was stronger than a heaven god. A divine general could easily kill a heaven god, and of course, it was very possible that he could kill a demonic lord like Tu. The divine general realm. Did that mean that Yi Qinghan had become a god a long time ago? This kind of cultivation speed at such a young age caused them to be both happy and sad. On one hand, they hoped that a miracle would occur, and that Yi Qinghan would be able to save the Yi family and the continent. On the other hand, they were worried that Yi Qinghan was not Divine Master Tu's match. If he was killed, then the Yi family and the continent would be doomed forever. Buzz. The sky rippled and a shrill, cruel laugh rang out. Under the gazes of the hundreds of thousands of people outside of Purple Island, Divine Master Tu's red robes suddenly appeared in the sky. His shiny bald head was like a dazzling sun, and the strange tattoo on the back of his head was constantly moving. It was extremely awkward to look at. His eyes, one red and one black, glowed with a monstrous, man-eating light, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Celestial Master Tu looked down coldly at the experts of the 3 mansions and 1 island on the countless deserted islands, then threw his head back and laughed wildly. His savage and cruel laughter echoed in the sky above the Purple Island, in the gloomy faces of tens of thousands of experts, and in their eardrums. Very good, all of you are very obedient. I like obedient people. As long as you listen to me, I'll let you live. Remember, I'm the overlord of the Flame Dragon continent, the master of your life and death. No one can go against my will. Anyone who dares to go against me will die. Divine Master Tu's words echoed throughout the vicinity of Purple Island. This was the first time he had announced his position as the ruler of the Flame Dragon continent in front of all the experts of the continent, declaring his will to rule over the world. He had also given all the god-rank experts of the continent a fierce slap in the face. However, no one dared to reply, no one dared to make a fuss, and no one dared to step forward. The Saber Emperor and Spear Emperor closed their eyes. The Island Master of Hidden Island pressed down on the bamboo hat on his head, and Yu Shishui turned to look at the calm ocean. For thousands of years, the god-rank experts of the continent might have dared to make some sneaky moves behind the scenes. However, no one dared to challenge his dignity in front of him, because all those who did were dead. The current Divine Master Tu was not only much stronger than when he had first arrived on the Flame Dragon continent, but his personality had also become completely different. Who would dare to court death when faced with such a powerful madman? Divine Master Tu nodded in satisfaction when he saw that the surroundings were completely silent. He turned to look at the massacre god guards below. Kiki, very good. Where is that little bastard? Why hasn't he come out yet? Is he trying to test my patience? Send someone in to notify them. If he doesn't show up in an hour, I will kill half of the Yi family first. Chapter 457. As soon as Divine Lord Tu finished speaking, countless people's expressions changed. Tu was about to start killing again. Who knew how many of the 100,000 people present would survive today? Or would they all be wiped out? Yes, Divine Lord. The god-slaying guard cupped his hands respectfully towards the sky, then pointed at Yi Jian and said, God-slaying guard, go in and announce the news. Yi Jian's gloomy expression under his golden robe immediately turned bitter. Over the past few days, he had been under the mocking gazes of the Yi clan at all times, causing him to feel as if his entire body was being pricked by needles. Furthermore, Yi Tianlong and the elders of the Yi family had not even glanced at him, which made him feel even more bitter. He understood that the divine city was just using him and had never treated him as a divine guard. But could he do that? He could only endure and hope that he could one day become the Divine Lord. But now, the god-slaying guard wanted him to go in and announce the news? Wasn't letting him represent the divine city to announce the news clearly asking him to die? Yes, Divine Lord. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Jian felt Tu's cold gaze sweep over him. His entire body was enveloped in killing intent. He hurriedly laughed bitterly, cupped his hands towards the sky, and flew towards the Purple Island. As Yi Jian's figure disappeared into the Purple Island's barrier, the atmosphere outside became even more oppressive. Everyone's eyes were locked onto the Purple Island, waiting for Yi Qinghan to appear, waiting for what would happen next, and waiting for the unknown future. Yi Jian is here. Elder Lu had left a trace of his divine sense outside. When he saw Yi Jian running towards the valley, he laughed coldly. Madame Jiao and Yu Qingsheng also revealed looks of disdain. They had not known that Yi Jian had already betrayed the divine city. Now that Madame Jiao and Yu Shishui had arrived, they clearly understood that Yi Jian had already become the new god-slaying guard. Yi Jian? What is he doing here? When Yi Qinghan heard Elder Lu's voice, he opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. A smile appeared in his eyes as he stood up and asked, "Hee, it's probably on behalf of the divine city. They want you to leave." Elder Lu smiled coldly and quickly recounted Yi Jian's situation to Yi Qinghan. Then, he looked at Yi Qinghan seriously and asked, "Little Han, are you confident? If you really don't have the confidence, don't go out. A real man must know when to yield and when to stand tall. The winner takes all. Only the winner can be king." "It's Little Han. Are you sure? If you really can't do it, just drag it out. My lord will be back soon," Lord Jiao said with concern. "Brother, Qing Han, Little Han." Yi Qingyu and the others did not try to persuade Yi Qinghan. 3 pairs of beautiful eyes stared at Yi Qinghan affectionately, expressing their determination. All 3 of them knew Yi Qinghan's temperament. Yi Qinghan would definitely go out. They could only silently pray for him behind his back, or die with him. "Trust me. I will definitely return safely. How could this tiny flame dragon continent be the final destination of my campaign? Wait for me." Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly flickered with a strange light. He swept his gaze across the field and smiled brilliantly. With a wave of his hand, the black slaughter god saber appeared in his hand. With a loud laugh, he disappeared from the carefree pavilion. Yu Qingsheng and the others looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Without another word, they followed behind Yi Qinghan and disappeared from the carefree pavilion. A metal rod appeared in Elder Lu's hand. He looked at Lord Jiao, and the 2 of them disappeared from the carefree pavilion. "Qinghan, I finally found you. Hurry up and go out. The Divine Master is going to kill Father and the others." Yi Jian had already taken off his golden robe and was carefully running through the forest. However, he saw a young man wearing a black warrior's suit and holding a black, strange-looking long saber in his hand, striding towards him. Who else could it be but Yi Qinghan? His eyes narrowed abruptly, and an ecstatic expression appeared on his face as he rushed forward and shouted excitedly. Swish! Hover! Yi Jian realized that Yi Qinghan's expression did not change at all. Yi Qinghan stabbed the saber in his hand into the ground and suddenly dashed towards him. His speed was as fast as lightning, frighteningly fast. Before he could react, a hand had grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Cough! "Qinghan, are you crazy? I am your uncle, let go of me." Yi Jian was shocked. He held Yi Qinghan's hand tightly but did not resist. He had seen Yi Qinghan's speed just now. It was definitely much faster than him. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan's hand that was holding his neck emitted a cold, killing intent. He knew that if he dared to move, Yi Qinghan would definitely crush his neck. "Shut up. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will kill you now. Also, don't resist. I'm already a god. Killing you is a piece of cake. God-slayer guard." Yi Qinghan's face was expressionless. He looked at Yi Jian coldly and spoke rudely. Then, he carried Yi Jian and rushed out of the Purple Island. God-slayer guard? God? Yi Jian felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. His entire body was icy cold, and his heart was filled with despair. It seemed like he was going to die today. He secretly regretted it. If he had known that he would die sooner or later, he would never have betrayed them. Even if he died now, his name would go down in history. Drip, drip. Time passed slowly. The atmosphere outside the Purple Island grew heavier, and the red glow in Tu's eyes grew colder. Why isn't he out yet? Could it be that Yi Jian was killed by the demonic beasts? The Godslayer guard shook his big nose and sighed to the Godslayer guard beside him. Who knows? Why don't we ask the Divine Master to send a god expert in? The Godslayer guard looked at Divine Master Tu, who was in the sky, and said softly. Although the 2 of them spoke softly, it was obvious that they were talking to Divine Master Tuesday. They were afraid that Tu would get angry and kill the members of the Yi family. If that happened, it would be difficult if Yi Qinghan didn't come out. TSK, there's no need. In the sky, Tu laughed. A red glow flashed in his eyes as he stared at the light barrier on the purple island. He revealed a cruel smile and sneered, "Little b****, you finally dare to come out?" He came out? The 100,000 people present were all shocked. Their eyes lit up as they looked in the direction that Tu was staring at. The purple glow on the light barrier flashed slightly, and a figure slowly appeared from the light barrier. This figure came out upside down, and his body was floating in midair. Then, everyone realized that this person was actually Yi Jian. As Yi Jian's body appeared, a slender hand holding onto Yi Jian's neck appeared. Then, a thin and weak figure slowly walked out from the purple light barrier. His handsome face was filled with a warm smile. "Hello, everyone. So many people. It's just that we haven't seen each other for a few years. There's no need to make such a big scene to welcome me. I'm ashamed. As soon as Yi Qinghan came out, he looked around with the night sword in his hand and revealed a brilliant smile. He waved his hand and said apologetically, "Let's go." His appearance was very flattered. He was like a wanderer who had been away for a few years, but now, the whole village had come to welcome him. After saying that, he didn't care about the stunned crowd. Instead, he suddenly raised Yi Jian in front of him. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and his indifferent voice resounded outside the purple island. "Yi Jian, do you know that if you die, you will die a miserable death? Today, on behalf of the Yi family, I announce that you are a traitor and will be sentenced to death." Kacha! An incomparably crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. Yi Jian wanted to say something, but he found that he couldn't say anything. His eyes were wide open, and his head drooped to one side. His body also slowly became soft. Then he slowly slid down from Yi Qinghan's hand and collapsed on the beach. Silence. The entire crowd was silent. Even the sea breeze near the purple island seemed to have stopped blowing at this moment. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who was standing on the beach with a warm smile after killing Yi Jian, like a big boy next door, everyone's eyes widened. Looking at Yi Jian, who had collapsed on the ground with his eyeballs popped out and could not be more dead, everyone's mouths twitched, swallowed their saliva, and blinked their eyes. Even Master God Tu's mouth twitched slightly. He stared at Yi Qinghan with great interest, as if he had found a new toy. Yi Qinghan had come out, but he had chosen an incomparably fierce way to make his entrance. Chapter 458. Is this little b*** starred crazy? The god-slaying guards and the god-slaying guards exchanged a look. They could see the confusion and shock in each other's eyes. They suspected that Yi Qinghan had gone crazy. How could he dare to do such a thing? He did not understand. What was going on? How could he be so arrogant? He dared to kill the god-slaying guards so easily in front of Master Divine Slayer and the elites of the continent? After killing them, he still smiled as if nothing had happened? If he was not crazy, then what was? Young Master Han is indeed young Master Han. He's 2F** King Fierce. Hua Chao and Feng Zi wiped the sweat from their palms and swallowed. Yi Qinghan seemed to be getting more and more daring. He dared to kill a saint-level elite in front of Master Divine Slayer and tens of thousands of elites? This is a real man. Long Sainan's eyes flashed with a hint of intoxication, and tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change at all. Under such circumstances, he actually dared to kill people like this. Moreover, he still had such a brilliant smile on his face. Despicable man. I hope you don't die today. I'm still waiting for you to lick my toes. Looking at the gentle smile on Yi Qinghan's face, Yin Ling-er's emotions were extremely complicated. All sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. It's over. Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui glanced at each other, a trace of despair in their eyes. The Saber Emperor, the Spear Emperor, the Elder of the Shui clan, and the Island Lord of Hidden Island also looked slightly bitter. Wasn't he going to break through to the Divine General tier? Why did it seem like he had just broken through to the Divine General tier? One had just broken through to the Divine General tier, while the other was at the peak of the Heavenly God tier and had a terrifying Lord's intent attack. There was no need to look to know that the result would be tragic. TSK. You have guts, I like men with guts. Since Yi Qinghan had appeared, Master God too hadn't spoken a word. Even when Yi Qinghan had killed Yi Jian, he didn't do anything. Instead, he was laughing heartily. He stared at Yi Qinghan's body like a hungry wolf. He smiled wickedly and said, "Originally, I wanted to tear you into minced meat, but now I've changed my mind. As long as you hand over the divine sword and the spatial god artifact, and play with me for 10 years, I'll let you and the Yi family go. How about it?" As soon as Divine Master Tu said that, countless people present had goosebumps all over their bodies, and they felt their bodies tremble. The rumor was true. After the Golden Horn clan had raped the Divine Master Tu, his personality had changed greatly. Not only did he like to rape and kill young girls, but he also liked young men. Now, he even said it in front of everyone. It seemed that his schizophrenia was not light. Many people understood, but no one dared to say anything. They tried their best to restrain themselves, not daring to show any special expression on their faces. However, the clear sound of spitting suddenly arose in the field, startling everyone. They all turned to look. They wanted to see who dared to make such a sound at such a critical moment. The voice came from the direction of Purple Island. It was Yi Qinghan. On the beach of Purple Island, there was a camel's saliva. At this moment, it was sparkling and translucent under the sunlight. Yi Qinghan spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva as if he had swallowed a disgusting fly. Then he raised his middle finger and pointed it at the Divine Master Tu-yi in the sky. He scolded angrily, "You damn homo, go and die. If you want to play, go play with your father." Swoosh! As soon as Yi Qinghan finished his words, the field was filled with gasps. Everyone's face was ashen. Many people started to operate their combat energy, monster power, and brute force secretly, ready to face Master God Tu's anger. You've got guts. You've got guts. I like it. Master God Tu suddenly laughed crazily, his body shaking in the sky. His red robe danced in the wind, and his bald head was shining dazzlingly. After a while, he stopped laughing. However, he was not enraged like everyone expected. Instead, he squinted and said with a smile, "Young man, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Aren't you afraid that I will kill your entire clan? Aren't you afraid that I will kill everyone down there?" Master God Tu's reaction shocked everyone. Master God Tu wasn't angry? He didn't attack? However, what Yi Qinghan said next almost made their hearts jump out of their chests. "I kill him. Do it. If you don't, you're my king grandson." Yi Qinghan lifted his head and looked at Master God Tu contemptuously. He waved his middle finger in midair with a disdainful expression. He moved his finger and pointed it at Master God Tuesday. "If you dare touch anyone down there, I promise you'll regret it. Why don't you try? How dare you threaten me?" Master God Tu's face turned cold. His black and red eyes suddenly emitted a blood-red glow. Then, a wave of coldness began to spread around Zidao Island, enveloping the 100,000 people below. At this moment, the 100,000 people present felt as if they had been stripped naked and thrown into a pile of snow. A bone-chilling coldness rose in every muscle and every bone in their bodies. Yi Qinghan did not reply. He only smirked coldly and continued to point his middle finger at Master God Tuesday. The disdain in his eyes intensified as he glared at Master God Tuesday. The air in the area froze completely at this moment. Everyone could feel their hearts pounding. It was beating faster and faster, as if their hearts were about to explode. All right. Young man, you've won. State your terms." Just as the crowd was about to suffocate from the oppressive aura in the area, Tu suddenly laughed and spoke. As soon as he spoke, the chill in the area disappeared without a trace. It was as if the snow had melted and the warm sunlight shone down. A cool and humid sea breeze blew over, drying the sweat on the backs of countless people. Although the cold sweat on their backs had been dried, the experts present were still sweating profusely. What was going on? Master God Tu had given in? He had actually given in to Yi Qinghan, a young man who had just attained God grade? Today's situation had really blinded them and subverted their common sense. Everyone was confused. "My terms are simple. Let them go. Have a fair fight with you. Also, you have to swear on the honor of 180 generations of your ancestors that if I lose, you're not allowed to kill anyone on this continent. Let them go? A fair fight? Not allowed to kill anyone? Yi Qinghan's words reverberated in the sky above Purple Island. His gentle and magnetic voice was like a spring breeze that made everyone's eyes light up. Countless pairs of eyes locked onto Yi Qinghan and Master God Daoist. I can agree to your terms, but if you dare to destroy the spatial artifact, I'll make the fire dragon continent bleed. When Divine Master Tu-yi heard Yi Qinghan's conditions, he agreed readily and laughed heartily. Yi Qinghan's terms were not terms to him at all. He only wanted the divine sword and the spatial artifact. He had given in just now because Yi Qinghan had refined the spatial artifact and clearly knew how to control the explosion of the spatial artifact. Once the spatial artifact exploded, the parallel space inside would shatter, and everything inside would enter the spatial turbulence. By then, even a celestial emperor wouldn't be able to find them. Now, Yi Qinghan was offering to have a fair fight with him? Of course he was overjoyed. As for whether Yi Qinghan would go back on his word and explode the spatial artifact before he died, he wasn't worried at all. Because even if the people below let them go, where could they run to? I, double-eyed dark nether race butcher, swear on the honor of 180 generations of my ancestors to the celestial emperor that as long as Yi Qinghan doesn't explode the spatial artifact and have a fair fight with me, I won't hurt anyone on the fire dragon continent. Master God Tu was very straightforward. He knelt down on one knee and swore to the celestial emperor. This was the most solemn oath in the divine realm. After swearing, Master God Tu looked down with a smile and said, "Those below, listen up. You're very lucky. You won't have to die. All of you have scram. What are you waiting for? Still not leaving? Waiting to eat?" Yi Qinghan looked coldly at the people on the deserted island in the north and shouted angrily. Then he pulled out the slaughter god blade and used his divine power to spit out a green blade wave that was more than 10 meters long. He slowly rose into the sky and pointed the blade at Master God Tuesday. He laughed and said, "I heard that you are very powerful, Baldy. Today, I want to see if you are really more powerful than your mother." Chapter 459. Little Han, hurry up and leave. Think of a way to the immortal realm and come back to avenge us after you've successfully cultivated. This is an order. Otherwise, I won't recognize you as my grandson even if I die. Just as Yi Qinghan soared into the sky, a figure also soared into the sky from a deserted island in the north. At the same time, a voice transmission sounded out in Yi Qinghan's ear. It was Yi Tianlong's voice. Crap! Yi Qinghan was stunned. He understood what Yi Tianlong was trying to do. Yi Tianlong was trying to copy Yi Ruoshui and tell him to run for his life. His expression changed, and he yelled as he teleported away. "Divine Master, don't do anything. I'll take care of this." Yi Tianlong had just sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan when his body suddenly burst into white flames. He glanced guiltily at Yu Shishui and was just about to teleport away when he suddenly saw a purple light flash in front of him. He immediately fainted. Heavenly Dragon! Yu Shishui reacted as soon as Yi Tianlong soared into the sky. He had already teleported over, only half a step slower than Yi Qinghan. Yu Shishui smiled in relief when she saw Yi Qinghan appear and Yi Tianlong suddenly faint in his arms. Then, she suddenly thought of something and looked up at Yi Qinghan, opening her mouth to say something. "Take him away. Trust me." Yi Qinghan tossed Yi Tianlong to Yu Shishui, then turned around and swept his gaze across the deserted island in the north. His gaze swept across the faces of the tens of thousands of people on the deserted island, and he suddenly grinned. "What are you all standing around for? I'm waiting to treat you to a meal. All of you, get out of here." He had clearly used his divine power to amplify the last sentence. His voice was like a bolt from the blue. It rang in everyone's ears and made their eardrums hurt. Countless demonic beasts and barbarians on the hidden island were jolted awake. Their faces lit up with joy as they quickly soared into the sky and flew towards the hidden island. The countless experts of the House of Ares also rose into the air after a moment of shock. Tens of thousands of experts blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they soared into the sky in a majestic manner. This scene was extremely shocking. It was as if hundreds of millions of seabirds on an island were suddenly startled and flew into the sky, covering the sky of the nearby sea. It was a frightening dark mass. Young clan leader, Master Han, Yi Qinghan, Yi Qinghan, Yi Qingniu, Yi Baihu, and the other members of the Yi family hesitated. Feng Zihua, Long Sinan, and the elders of the Yu family also hesitated. They all looked at Yi Qinghan with complicated expressions and shouted, "You guys go back first. Go to the moon tower and set up 10,000 tables. Wait for me to come back and get drunk for 3 days." Yi Qinghan smiled and looked at the familiar faces. He waved his hand with a resolute expression. His eyes shone with confidence. His casual words made everyone feel refreshed. "Let's go," Yu Shishui said weakly as she looked at Yi Qinghan's resolute expression. Then, she teleported away with Yi Tianlong. "Let's go." Yi Qingniu gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and roared angrily. He glared at the members of the Yi family and soared into the sky. Moments later, the dense crowd of nearly 100,000 people outside the Purple Island had all left. Even the people from the Divine City had all left. Of course, many people did not go very far. Instead, they watched from a few dozen kilometers away. They watched this earth-shattering battle, or rather, they were waiting for the fall of the absolute #1 genius in the history of the continent. Of course, a few people still held on to a sliver of hope that a miracle would happen. "Kiki, Brat, do you think we can start now?" Divine Master 2 was in a very good mood. He wore a smile on his face, and his temper was also relatively good. He only asked politely after everyone had left. "Oh, I still have one last question." Yi Qinghan pursed his lips. Although he had become a god long ago and looked like a teenager, he was already in his 30s. Being called a brat still made him feel uncomfortable. He shrugged his shoulders and wiped the slaughter god blade gently. Suddenly, he raised his head and grinned. "Did the Golden Horn Divine Race really rape your A*S?" Before Divine Master 2 could get angry, the slaughter god blade in Yi Qinghan's hand suddenly surged, and his body disappeared. Immediately after, a beautiful purple light lit up where Master God 2 was standing. Yi Qinghan immediately released his body fusion battle technique. After that, the slaughter god blade brought along a blade wave that was more than 10 meters long as it smashed towards Master God 2's. Yi Qinghan had actually taken the initiative to launch a sneak attack. Of course, 2 wasn't a fool. He was very clear that Yi Qinghan had a combined combat technique that could make experts of the same level feel dizzy. The moment Yi Qinghan's body disappeared, 2 had already instant shifted. Yi Qinghan's blade smashed into the air. The surging divine power caused the entire space to tremble, and ear-piercing whistling sounds could be heard. Fire Dragon Howl. Divine Master 2 instant shifted, and his body suddenly ignited with blazing flames. His hands quickly formed seals, and a giant fire dragon emerged from his body. It roared and whizzed towards Yi Qinghan's body at lightning speed. "This damn Baldy is so vigilant," Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart. He thought that he had opened up the scar in Divine Master 2's heart, and he would definitely be enraged, allowing his sneak attack to succeed. He didn't expect 2 to react so quickly. However, 2 had lived for tens of thousands of years and had experienced countless battles. He was definitely not a fool since he was still alive. Spatial fluctuations could be felt. Feeling the intense energy behind him, Yi Qinghan didn't even turn his head as he instant shifted forward. Boom! The enraged fire dragon lost its target and charged towards the hundreds of ships on the sea below. The massive energy caused a huge explosion, and at least half of the hundreds of ships were instantly turned into sawdust. The moment the blazing fire dragon touched the seawater was instantly evaporated, and a cloud of mist that was tens of meters in diameter rose. Along with the sawdust, the sky above Purple Island turned dusky. Night Emperor's 7 styles: sky-splitting / earth-splitting stance, wind-chasing / Yi Qinghan's eyes darted around, and he had an idea. He used a strange footwork in the air, and the slaughter god blade in his hand locked onto Tu's direction. Instantly, he slashed out countless blades, and countless blade waves left his body, forming countless green crescent blade auras that covered the sky and surrounded Tu from all directions. At the same time, his soul spirit trembled, and he used the profound mysteries of spatial fluctuations to sense every trace of spatial fluctuations in all directions. From there, he determined the direction and location of Divine Master Tu's instant shift. Spatial lock. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up and his body trembled. A ripple-like spatial fluctuation was released from his body, and it shot towards the sky on the left at lightning speed. Wherever the ripple-like fluctuation passed, the space shook. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's body instant shifted towards the direction where Divine Master Tu appeared on the left. TSK, spatial lock? Fire Dragon Energy Flame. Divine Master Tu teleported over, and he immediately sensed the abnormality in the surrounding space. A mocking smile appeared on his face, and a fiery red light was released from his body. He waved his hands quickly, and the dark red flames on his body turned into countless small fire dragons that shot out in all directions. It was an indiscriminate attack that covered an area. Damn it! Yi Qinghan had just teleported out, and he did not have time to release his spiritual confusion. Instead, he saw the sky full of fire dragons whizzing in all directions, and their speed was frightening. His chest was suddenly hit by a fire dragon, and he was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His soul spirit was so scared that it almost left his body. He did not have time to think, nor did he care about the injuries on his body. Using the momentum of flying backward, he teleported away again. TSK, young man, you are not my match. Divine Master Tu did not chase after him immediately. Instead, he reached out and touched his big bald head, blinked at Yi Qinghan, and his red and black eyes were full of power. He smiled and said, "Why don't you consider playing with me for 10 years? I can spare your life." Chapter 460. It's over. In the sky above the East Sea, the high god experts of the continent stood in the air. Their divine senses were locked onto the two figures on the Purple Island. They had clearly seen the battle between Divine Master Tu and Yi Qinghan. Now, when they saw Yi Qinghan vomiting blood and being sent flying, their faces were as gloomy as the sky before a thunderstorm. The difference was too big. One had just entered the god grade, while the other was at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Even if Divine Master Tu didn't use his lord's intent, Yi Qinghan wouldn't be his match. Just like Yi Qinghan's spatial lock, his divine power was too weak, and Divine Master Tu could easily break it with a wave of his hand. The two weren't on the same level. So what if Yi Qinghan had combined with his body? He couldn't even get close to him. Furthermore, everyone was worried that even if Divine Master Tu was hit, it might not be effective. After all, Divine Master Tu's cultivation had reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. And it shouldn't be forgotten that Divine Master Tu was a genius of the two-pupiled netherworld race who had awakened a secret soul technique. His soul was definitely extremely powerful. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Tianlong had woken up long ago. At this moment, his mind was a mess. He knew that he would die if he went over, but if he didn't go over, could he just watch as Yi Qinghan was killed? Tianlong, calm down. Yu Shishue stood next to Yi Tianlong, her face as cold as ice. She used her divine power to grab Yi Tianlong's arm and send him a message. She was afraid that Yi Tianlong would teleport over and die in vain. Lord Devour, please come back quickly. The hidden island master looked at the sky and prayed inwardly. In this situation, only Lord Devour could come back from the divine world and save Yi Qinghan. Ha, I'll accompany you for 10 years. Yi Qinghan wiped the blood from his mouth. He circulated the divine power in his body, cooperating with the soul ring to heal his injuries. Although the divine crystal could heal any injury, it consumed a lot of divine power. He had just entered the god grade, and his divine power was still far from Divine Master Tu's. He didn't dare waste divine power. At the same time, he continued to stall for time. You take and I attack? Jie. Of course it was me attacking and you receiving. A young man's chrysanthemum is my favorite. Divine Lord Tu watched as Yi Qinghan recovered, but he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he teased him leisurely. In his opinion, this was like a game between a cat and a mouse. No matter how strong the mouse was, could it not escape the claws of the cat? If I give you the divine sword and the spatial ring, will you let me go? We don't have any enmity between us. There's no need to make our relationship so stiff. Yi Qinghan tried his best to suppress the disgust in his heart. Discussing this topic with such a perverted person made him feel like he had swallowed dozens of flies. He quickly changed the topic and continued stalling for time to heal his body. Hee, of course not. Our enmity is too great. Do you know that because you stole my divine sword from the god-slaying mountain, those evil Golden Horn clan members? If you didn't steal my divine sword, I would have returned to the god realm long ago. Or I would have obtained the precious treasure of the Soul Emperor and become much stronger. It's all because of you. It's all because of you, you hateful little bastard. You stole my divine sword. Therefore you have to pay the price. You have to. And that hateful old woman. One day, I will make her moan under my crotch. As for the Golden Horn clan, I will exterminate them. None of them will survive. Otherwise, I won't be able to calm down. The scar in my heart will never heal. You don't know how painful my life has been all these years. Yi Qinghan's question triggered the pain in Divine Lord Tu's heart, which made Divine Lord Tu completely crazy. He laughed, cried, gnashed his teeth, and cursed. The muscles on his face were all twisted, making him look extremely ferocious. He was like a woman cursing in the street. Good chance. A light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He didn't care about his injuries that hadn't healed yet. He teleported again. However, as soon as he appeared, he saw a snow-white giant axe smashing down on his head. He was so scared that he teleported again. Little bastard, you want to sneak up on me again? Your teleportation speed is too slow. Divine Lord Tu suddenly stopped cursing and grinned. The meteorite battle axe in his hand glowed coldly as he looked at the embarrassed Yi Qinghan in the distance disdainfully. Yi Qinghan groaned inwardly, but he still snorted disdainfully. Then come and kill me. Divine Lord Tu didn't use his will. He didn't dare to use his absolute territory first. Otherwise, if he couldn't kill Yi Qinghan in one strike, Divine Lord Tu would be on guard. As you wish. Divine Lord Tu put away his meteorite battle axe and spread his hands. Surging flames gathered in his palms, forming a dark green fireball. Tu revealed a sinister smile. He tossed the fireball into the air and shouted, "I'll let you see my elementary fire profound fusion, purple lotus explosive flames." Bang! The dark cyan fireball suddenly exploded in the air, turning into small purple fireballs that filled the sky. They flickered in the air without any pattern. Countless fireballs emitted blazing flames, burning the entire sky. The air was like boiling water, unexpectedly rolling up. The moisture in the humid air was instantly evaporated, and the air above the purple island was filled with water vapor. *CK. An indescribable sense of danger arose in Yi Qinghan's heart. Not good. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a trace of fear. His entire body flashed, and his divine senses spread out in all directions. He sensed the ripples in the air and constantly teleported away. Yi Qinghan had just become a deity, so his divine power wasn't very strong. The distance he could teleport was very small. Under the detection of spatial fluctuations, he teleported 3 times before he managed to narrowly avoid the purple fireballs that filled the sky and left the area where the fireballs were attacking. Swish! Divine Lord Tu's figure silently appeared in front of him. His eyes revealed a trace of playfulness. Then, he started to congeal fireballs in his hands, preparing to release the purple lotus explosive flames again. Wait! Yi Qinghan saw the playfulness in Tu's eyes and understood his strategy. Tu was very clear that he had the body fusion technique, so he definitely wouldn't be able to get close to him instantly. It was obvious that Tu was relying on his abundant god power to continuously attack until his god power was depleted. Damn it, the older the ginger, the spicier. I realized that a fight between gods is boring. You teleport here, I teleport back. We can't even finish it in a few days. How about this? You don't have much time, and I have to rush back to eat. Why don't we teleport? Just fight like this? Life and death are up to fate. The earlier we die, the earlier we can reincarnate. How about that? Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and decided to take the risk. After hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Tu's smile widened. He retracted the flames in his hands and replied readily, Hee, come on as you wish. You want to die early? I'll grant you your wish. Tu wasn't worried that Yi Qinghan would have any tricks up his sleeves. He believed that in the face of absolute power, all plots and schemes were useless. Not teleporting? That was exactly what he wanted. Then, Divine Lord Tu suddenly spread his hands toward the sky. The weather changed instantly, and the red flames around his body were retracted, replaced by a golden radiance. Under the illumination of the golden radiance, Divine Lord Tu's big red robes fluttered even though there was no wind. He stood proudly like an invincible god of war. Divine Lord Tu had started to attack with his lord's will. Sensing the abnormality, the gods in the sky above the East Sea closed their eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlong's wrinkled face contorted. Once Divine Lord Tu used his will, Yi Qinghan had no hope at all. Come on! Yi Qinghan's eyes glowed brightly. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His body turned into a swimming dragon and shot toward Tu. Chapter 461. Brother! Little Han! Qin Han! On the north side of the Purple Island, 5 figures stood quietly. When they saw Yi Qinghan dashing towards Master God Tu, the 3 ladies couldn't help but exclaim nervously. Swish! Elder Lu released his god domain immediately and enveloped the 5 of them. He prevented the 3 ladies' shouts from distracting Yi Qinghan. At the same time, he prevented the 3 ladies from going crazy and dashing towards Yi Qinghan. Lord Jiu didn't say a word as her eyes were locked on Yi Qinghan's figure. The Master God had used his willpower and was at the final juncture. Victory or defeat, life or death, would be decided at this moment. My willpower cannot be defied. The Master God Tu Can laughed as a tinge of pity appeared in his eyes. The golden radiance on his body intensified as the 7-colored radiance above his head shattered and turned into tens of thousands of golden swords. With a suffocating aura, they attacked from all directions, sealing off all the blind spots that Yi Qinghan could escape from. If Yi Qinghan wanted to escape, he could only teleport. Teleport? Yi Qinghan chuckled as the slaughter god blade in his hand vibrated and expanded rapidly. It spat out a blade wave that was tens of meters long. Stepping on the void, he used a strange footwork and waved his hand at lightning speed. As he brandished his saber, the slaughter god blade's green saber light streaked across the sky. It actually caused cracks to appear in the sky. At the same time, his body also released waves that could be seen by the naked eye. The waves and the cracks intertwined, forming a huge net in the sky. Absolute domain. The radiance in Yi Qinghan's eyes intensified. With a loud roar, a black light shield formed around his body out of thin air. His body was instantly enveloped by the black fog within the light shield. Then, the black light shield suddenly changed shape and turned into a huge black sword that charged towards Master God Tu at lightning speed. What is that? Master God Tu was puzzled. Although he didn't understand what Yi Qinghan was doing, he felt that it was very powerful. However, he didn't think too much about it as he continued to control the countless golden swords to attack the huge black sword formed by Yi Qinghan. Absolute domain? Countless divine-level experts were puzzled at this moment. They did not understand what Yi Qinghan was doing. However, seeing how he was able to slash out many cracks in space, it seemed like he was very powerful. Only Elder Lu had a look of ecstasy on his face. His pair of slender eyes suddenly widened, and he murmured absent-mindedly, "Supreme God Emperor. It's actually a mid-rank profound mystery, absolute domain." Xiao! In the blink of an eye, the black longsword sliced through the air and quickly collided with the overwhelming number of golden swords. This small golden sword was formed from the will of a lord, and it possessed an undefeatable will that could destroy everything. Countless facts had proven that under the attack of willpower, anything would turn into dust. But the huge black sword rushed into the swarm of golden swords, and with a flash of black light, countless golden swords pierced through it. The black was replaced by the gold, but in the blink of an eye, the black mist in the huge black sword tumbled, and the black light shone brightly again. Ignoring the golden swords that came from all directions, the huge black sword continued to shoot toward Master God 2 at lightning speed. Divine Master 2's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in disbelief. Not good. He was horrified. In the blink of an eye, the huge black sword was already in front of him. Just as he was about to teleport away, he saw a bright purple light, and his mind went blank. World-extinguishing slash. A cold bellow came from the huge black sword. Then, a huge green saber radiance turned into a huge green fire dragon that swooped down on the Master God Butcher. The green saber wave, which was dozens of feet long, lit up the surroundings of Purple Island. The roaring fire dragon carried with it a destructive aura as it charged toward Master God Tuesday. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, and along with it, the countless golden swords in the surroundings disappeared instantly. The huge energy burned the space around Master God 2 into a vacuum. Rustle, rustle. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and countless pieces of flesh began to float down. Pieces of red cloth began to drift down from the sky, along with the bloody mist. A few severed limbs, intestines, and organs, as well as a bald head with wide open eyes, fell weakly to the ground. The black tattoo on the head was still flickering. Whoosh! The black sword in the sky suddenly disappeared. Yi Qinghan held the slaughter god saber as he stood in the sky with an exhausted look on his face. However, his expression was one of excitement and joy. He stood there proudly like an undefeatable god of war. After the explosion, the entire vicinity of Purple Island fell silent. A deathly silence. Elder Lu licked his lips as the beard on his chin began to tremble. The ninth madam blinked her beautiful fox eyes as her body trembled uncontrollably. Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qinggu, and Yi Qingyu began to smile brightly like three blooming flowers. What? The scene in the sky above the East Sea was completely different. Countless people were shouting absent-mindedly. The island lord of Hidden Island took off the bamboo hat on his head for the first time. Spear Emperor's withered face was like an old tree in spring, and he suddenly became several decades younger. Yi Tianlong fiercely slapped himself in the face, then turned to look at Yu Shishui. Yu Shishui leaned over and planted a heavy kiss on Yi Tianlong's cheek. Let's go. The dozen or so immortal experts looked at each other. They could not suppress the joy in their hearts as they teleported toward the sky above Purple Island. They would not believe this if they did not see it with their own eyes. Wait a minute. Elder Lu was just about to retract his god's domain and lead a few people toward Yi Qinghan when he suddenly thought of something. His expression instantly changed. He suddenly looked toward the sea where Tu's bald head had landed. At the same time, he shouted, "Little Han, be careful." When Yi Qinghan heard Elder Lu's shout, he suddenly thought of something. He was shocked and immediately retreated. At the same time, he formed another spatial domain in midair. Swish! A huge golden palm emerged silently from the sea. A black hole that looked like a vacuum formed in the sea below the palm, and a fiery red figure rushed out. It was Master God Tuesday. The three immortal experts who had teleported near the golden palm were swept by it. They screamed in pain as they were instantly pulverized by the golden palm. Third brother, fourth brother. Patriarch. The other immortal experts were lucky. They did not teleport into the path of the palm's attack. They saw the two immortal experts and the Shui clan patriarch being killed by the palm. Their faces turned ashen as they teleported away in a panic. What's going on? Isn't Tu dead? The dozen or so immortal experts were shocked after teleporting away. They looked at the golden palm in the sky in fear. After a while, they realized what was going on. Divine crystal. Although Divine Master Tu's body had been pulverized by Yi Qinghan, they did not see any divine crystal. His bald head was strangely preserved. There was no sign of injury. His soul had not dissipated. His divine crystal had been transferred to his head. The divine crystal of an immortal expert would not shatter as long as his soul was not destroyed. His body could be formed with divine power at any time. However, no one understood why Divine Master Tu's head was not broken when his entire body was destroyed. What was his head made of? Fortunately, they had spent hundreds of thousands of divine crystals to purchase this superior-grade divine armor. Otherwise, they would have failed miserably today. Boy, you've made me see you in a whole new light today. Divine Master Tu looked at his golden palm being swallowed by the black sword. He could not help but rub the back of his head with lingering fear as he laughed heartily. Superior-grade divine armor? A strange pattern on the back of his head. Everyone finally understood why there was a strange tattoo on the back of Divine Master Tu's head and why it could move. They had thought that it was a characteristic of the Dark Nether race. Now, they realized that it was actually a superior-grade divine weapon. Chapter 462. Let's see if your head is harder or my godly sword is sharper. Within the black sword, Yi Qinghan snorted coldly and charged at Master God Butcher again. His glowing godly sword tore through the black mist and slashed at Master God Butcher. Bam! Master God Butcher did not dodge, allowing Yi Qinghan to attack. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Yi Qinghan used the godly sword stored in Carefree Pavilion. But the tattoo on Master God Butcher's head glowed, and Yi Qinghan was sent flying. The huge force sent Master God Butcher into the sea again, creating a huge splash. Kakik! The godly sword is a superior-grade divine artifact, but it can't unleash its power in your hands. This divine artifact helmet. Unless a godly general expert wields a superior-grade divine artifact, no one in the Fire Dragon continent can kill me. Wah! Master God Butcher charged out again, laughing maniacally. His eyes glowed red as he stood proudly in the air and roared, "Come on, continue attacking. Let's see how long your black shield can last." You've already comprehended a mid-grade profound mystery at such a young age. You'll be a peerless genius in the divine realm. Too bad you don't have enough divine power. You'll die today. Of course, if you dare escape today, I swear I'll exterminate everyone in the Fire Dragon continent. Leave no one alive. I don't believe it. The huge black sword slashed down again and again. Master God Butcher's body was turned into minced meat again. But, moments later, Master God Butcher charged out again, unharmed. Undying body? After a few attacks, Yi Qinghan finally stopped. His lips curled into a bitter smile as he cancelled his absolute domain. He stood desolately in the air, the glowing godly sword hanging limply in his hand. Lost. He had completely lost today. Although he had the mid-grade profound mystery absolute domain, this damned baldy had a superior-grade divine artifact helmet. His divinity crystal had also been transferred to his brain. As long as the divinity crystal remained intact, his soul would not be destroyed. This meant that he had an undying body. Now that he had fought so many battles, he had expended what little divine power he had. If this continued, he would die. It's over. Elder Lu and Lord Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Lu knew this high-grade divine artifact the best. Even if he smashed it, he wouldn't be able to shatter it. If his divine power cultivation hadn't reached the peak of God General, he wouldn't be able to unleash its full power even if he had a high-grade divine artifact. Lord Devour isn't here. No one could kill a divine Master Butcher. It's over. These two words appeared in the hearts of all the deity-level experts who had teleported around in a panic. Yi Qinghan was finished. The Flame Dragon continent was finished. Although Master God Tu had promised not to kill anyone from the Fire Dragon continent with his own hands, no one believed his promise. With Yi Qinghan's death, their only hope was destroyed. The Fire Dragon continent became a pigsty again. The billions of people in the Fire Dragon continent became livestock raised by the Divine Master Butcher. Butcher controlled their lives and deaths generation after generation. Kakik. Was there a feeling of despair and hope being extinguished? Hand over the godly sword and the spatial divine item, and I'll leave your corpse in one piece. Divine Master Tu threw his head back and laughed maniacally as he spoke to Yi Qinghan, who was hovering in midair. An intact corpse? Yi Qinghan knelt down on one knee in extreme loneliness. His gaze swept across the surroundings. He looked at the deity-level experts of the continent and ninth brother Deer's face. Finally, his gaze fixed on Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingwu, and Yi Qingyu's face. His eyes were filled with endless guilt and apology. He was very clear that if he died, the three ladies would definitely not live on alone. Moreover, Dark Moon, who was in the carefree pavilion, would probably die as well. He had worked hard for his entire life, but it was all for naught. Yi Qinghan started to regret himself. If it wasn't for him, the continent would probably still be living a peaceful life. Yu Qingqing and the others might have gotten married and were living happily now. At this moment, he recalled the scene in front of the enchanted garden from countless years ago. It seemed like he didn't belong to this world. His transmigration had harmed them and the billions of people on the continent. If he hadn't come to this world, or if he hadn't obtained the soul ring, he would have spent the rest of his life peacefully with little Yu. Perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have happened. He had fought for dozens of years, only to end up in such a desolate state. Fighting against the heavens? It seemed like he still couldn't win against the heavens. If only life was like the first time we met, why would the autumn wind grieve the painting fan? It's too late. Everything is too late now. The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth twitched weakly. He had the heart to kill the evildoer, but he was powerless. It's not too late. At this moment, all of a sudden, a long-lost voice rang in Yi Qingwu's mind. His body instantly trembled, and a trace of ecstasy flashed across his eyes. However, he quickly concealed it and started to transmit his voice with a trembling voice. Xiao Hei, is that you? What did you say? It's not too late? Boss, when did I disappoint you? Xiao Hei's mischievous voice was filled with joy and delight. He transmitted his voice proudly. Boss, buy some time and digest this skill as soon as possible. Alright. Yi Qinghan started to suppress the excitement in his heart with all his might. Then, he put on a desolate expression and turned to Master Divine Tuesday. You've won. This is a godly sword. I'm going to refine and remove the spatial artifact. I hope that after I die, you won't kill my family. With that, Yi Qinghan flung the godly sword in his hand at Master Divine Tuesday. He sat cross-legged in the air and looked like he was about to refine the unfettered ring. Godly sword. Godly sword. I've finally gotten it, Not bad, not bad. It's a real godly sword. The 12th godly sword has finally fallen into my hands, Master Divine too caught the godly sword in the air with one hand and examined it. Then, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He kept stroking the godly sword with one hand and looked extremely delighted. He no longer cared about the seated Yi Qinghan. Brother, don't be afraid. I'll accompany you to the 9 hells of purgatory. Qinghan, your little peach blossom will accompany you wherever you go. How can I miss my sister Xiao Wu when I go to the 9 hells of purgatory? The 3 girls on the purple island looked at the desolate Yi Qinghan and actually laughed. A hint of determination flashed across their eyes. They decided to accompany Yi Qinghan the moment he died. Their days without Yi Qinghan's company were too difficult. They did not want to continue like this. Don't be rash. Wait a little longer, something's happening. Elder Lu's eyes lit up as he transmitted his voice to the 3 girls. He knew very well that there was no need to refine the unfettered ring to remove the soul connection. The god-rank experts of the continent in the distance all stared at Yi Qinghan, who was sitting cross-legged in midair. They waited quietly for the hero of a generation to meet his end. The most exceptional genius of the continent had fought against the heavens for the sake of the people of the continent, for himself, and for his family. In the end, he was still going to be mercilessly killed by the old man. Shishui, let go of me. I beg you, let go of me. Yi Tianlong's wrinkled face was covered in tears. Yu Shishui had used her divine power, which was stronger than his, to fuse the profound mysteries of water into her domain and lock him down. He couldn't even use his divine power, let alone move his body in the slightest. At this moment, all he could do was use his divine sense to communicate with Yu Shishui and plead with her. No. If you die, I will not live alone. Yu Shishui's eyes were also misty as she shook her head and muttered to herself. What's taking so long? Brat, are you done yet? A moment later, Divine Master Tu finally realized that something was wrong. Why was it taking so long to remove a spatial divine tool? He couldn't help but yell angrily. I'm done. Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. There was no disappointment, pain, or bitterness in them. There was only excitement, joy, and agitation. He didn't even look at Tu. Instead, he turned to Zi Dao, Yu Qingqing, and the others and smiled. Ladies, let's go back and cook. I'm hungry. Go back and cook? Hungry? What's going on? Divine Master Tu was once again confused by Yi Qinghan's unconventional behavior. He glanced in Zi Dao's direction in confusion, but his heart suddenly skipped a beat. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped him. Not good. Danger. He suddenly looked in Yi Qinghan's direction, only to see Yi Qinghan's eyes glowing brightly. And a huge black shadow had suddenly appeared above his head. The black shadow was actually a demonic beast that looked like a lion's nose. This demonic beast's eyes were glowing with a devouring light, and its mouth was wide open. Soul devouring the world. Yi Qinghan yelled. At the same time, the huge black shadow above his head suddenly released countless streams of black energy from its mouth, enveloping Divine Master Tuesday. Holy shit, the soul-devouring beast's innate divine ability. Divine Master Tu abruptly woke up, his pupils dilating rapidly. He knew this innate divine ability very well. This was a divine ability that specialized in attacking the soul. Material defenses were completely ineffective against it. According to the news from the God realm, soul-devouring beasts wouldn't awaken their innate divine abilities until they reached the transformation realm, right? He didn't have much time to think. He desperately twisted his body and tried to teleport away, but he discovered that he couldn't circulate his divine power. He couldn't help but roar in despair, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, the God realm's law enforcement team will raze the fire dragon continent to the ground. But I'm not afraid of you. Die for this young master." Yi Qinghan laughed coldly. His divine power surged, and the black shadow above his head also flashed with black light. A golden, sponge-like air current suddenly floated out of Divine Master Tu's bald head. It was sucked into the black air current and entered the huge mouth. The light in Divine Master Tu's eyes suddenly dimmed. His body went limp and he floated downwards. At the same time, a black helmet and a divine crystal shining with rainbow light floated out of his bald head on their own. The hero of a generation, the supreme lord of the fire dragon continent, too, was completely dead. Chapter 463. From the moment Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged and opened his eyes, a huge shadow emerged above his head, to the moment the almighty slaughterer soul left his body, and the moment his body fell to the ground, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Apart from old Lu, everyone was confused. They didn't understand what had happened, and they didn't understand why they suddenly had a glimmer of hope when they were at the end of their rope. It was like a group of cowardly farmers who encountered a ferocious tiger at the edge of a cliff. Just as they were about to fall into the tiger's mouth, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and struck the tiger to death. This was too surreal and unbelievable. Swish. Yi Qinghan smiled and teleported down. He fished up Almighty Slaughterer''s body from the surface of the sea. At the same time, he took off his spatial ring and threw Almighty Slaughterer''s body to Saber Emperor in the distance. Then, he flew towards Zi Dao with a face full of smiles. "I'm back." Yi Qinghan walked up to the three ladies and smiled at old Lu and Lord Jiu. Then, he stretched out his arms towards the three ladies. His whole body was relaxed. He looked at the three ladies and said apologetically, "We have won. We can finally go home. I still owe you a grand wedding." "Go home? Wedding?" The three of them murmured at the same time as they thought of the beautiful Cold Heart Pavilion in the Yi family's castle. Their faces bloomed with brilliant smiles as they rushed into Yi Qinghan's arms and buried their heads in his broad chest. They nodded repeatedly and said, go home, let's go home." More than 10 years ago, when they were about to get married, the Golden Horn Holy Tribe descended and the wedding was cancelled. After that, Yi Qinghan had been cultivating. after killing the mutated tribe outside Song City. After that, he was expelled from the Yi family and brought the three ladies to travel the world. Finally, they arrived at Zidao. It had been 11 years since they last met. For more than 10 years, the four of them rarely met each other, not to mention a grand wedding. This is great. Young Lord, Lu Shi, formally acknowledge you as my master today. However, I don't know if this old servant will have the opportunity to attend your wedding. Elder Lu's goat-like face was in high spirits. Back then, he had made a promise to Elder Lu to become a god within 50 years. Otherwise, he would take back his freedom ring and divine sword. It had only been a few years, but Yi Qinghan had grown to such an extent. I want to go too, little Han. At this moment, I think even if his lordship returned, he would also be shocked. Thinking about Lord Devour's return, the ninth great couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lord Ninth dear, Qinghan will always remember your great kindness. If you continue to be courteous with me, I won't recognize the both of you anymore. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. Although he could easily kill the two of them with his current strength, he did not show any signs of arrogance. The two of them had treated him well, and he would always remember it in his heart. His attitude towards them was still the same as before, and he was very respectful towards them. Seeing a group of people surrounding God Lord Butcher's corpse in the distance, Yi Qinghan nodded to them. Let's go, guys. The six of them smiled, then soared up into the sky, flying towards the group of people in the distance. The God Lord Butcher is dead. The continent is saved. He's dead indeed. He can't be more dead. Thank you, barbarian god. Thank you, barbarian god. Billions of the man tribe's people are finally free. We won? We're free. At this moment, the four gods of the man tribe, the four gods of the monster clan, the five gods of the House of Ares, and the island master of the House of Ares were surrounding God Lord Butcher's corpse to check. Eventually, they confirmed that God Lord Butcher didn't have a beam of vitality, and there was no soul seal in his head. Then, they murmured and screamed, and some even shed tears. How many years had it been? Ever since God Lord Butcher came to the Fire Dragon continent and killed dozens of God Realm warriors in the Holy Mountain, the Fire Dragon continent had been under his evil claws. Billions of people on the continent had become livestock. No one could control their own fates. All the experts who knew the truth lived in fear, not knowing when they would die, not knowing what would happen tomorrow, and not knowing where hope lay. It had been thousands of years. Many experts weren't satisfied with living like this. They weren't satisfied with being choked by others. They weren't satisfied with the hundreds of thousands of people who went to the prefecture wars every 30 years to die. They picked up their weapons, walked up the holy mountain, entered the holy city, and never came out again. Today, what countless experts had been waiting for thousands of years, had finally happened. God Lord Butcher was dead. The continent was saved. Billions of people on the continent were free. The sky of the Fire Dragon continent was finally clear. Instead, they felt like they were in a trance. They felt like they were in a dream. It was as if everything was unreal, like it was a dream. When they woke up, everything would return to normal. God Lord Butcher is dead. We won. The continent is free. Right when the 10+ people were in a daze, a voice that was like a bolt from the blue exploded in their ears, and it caused their entire bodies to tremble as they completely sobered up. However, when they turned to look, they saw Yi Qinghan flying over with a group of people. He was smiling and nodding at them with certainty. At this moment, everyone smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Their bodies and even their souls relaxed. Countless people's eyes were glistening with tears. They had won. Grandson Yi Qinghan, together with granddaughter-in-law Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu, great-grandpa. Yi Qinghan, request to return to the Yi family. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan brought the other three and knelt down in the air. They kowtowed deeply to Yi Tianlong. Their expressions were extremely solemn and serious. When Yi Qinghan knelt down, everyone was shocked. The Saber Emperor and the female demon who were next to Yi Tianlong quickly left. How could they bear Yi Qinghan's kowtow? As the clan leader of the Yi family, I announced that Yi Qinghan is allowed to return to the family. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's identity as the young clan leader will be restored. Welcome home, child. Yi Tianlong's old face was filled with pride. He tried his best to suppress the tears in his eyes and said loudly. At the same time, he quickly moved forward and helped the four of them up. Then he stared unblinkingly at Yi Qinghan, who hadn't changed at all from 10 years ago. This was his grandson. He stood proudly in front of the enchanted garden. He didn't want to admit that he was his grandfather's grandson. He was the grandson that he and the Yi family were proud of. He saved the continent and killed the grandson of God Lord Butcher. He was the grandson who stood above billions of people but still had to kowtow to him. Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, seniors. Yi Qinghan patted Yi Tianlong's hand, then turned to greet Yu Shishui. Then, he nodded at all the deity experts present. Good, good, good. Yi Qinghan, my little peach blossom didn't misjudge you. You didn't misjudge me. Yu Shishui nodded repeatedly. She was extremely satisfied with Yi Qinghan. Regardless of whether it was his unprecedented tyrannical strength or his humble temperament after achieving success, she was very satisfied. She flashed over and intimately pulled Yu Qingcheng to express her joy. The Hidden Island Master and the other deity experts didn't respond to Yi Qinghan's greeting. Instead, they glanced at each other, then stood in front of Yi Qinghan in a row and knelt down on one knee. Their expressions tensed as they bowed and yelled, Hidden Turtle, Saber Emperor, Spear Emperor, Dragon Man, Man Da Pao, Man Air Pao, Man Wu Pao, Man Lu Pao, Man Hu Hu, Man Nyo Nyo, Man Leopard Leopard, Man Chicken Chicken. Greetings, Frost Emperor. Chapter 464. Frigid Emperor? Yi Qinghan frowned in confusion. He glanced at Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui, not understanding why these people were doing this. Little Han, this is a blood oath made by the immortal experts of the three mansions several thousand years ago. No matter who it is, as long as they can kill Master God 2 and save the continent, they will worship them as emperor. The Hidden Island Master also joined this blood oath 1,000 years ago. Now that you've killed Master God 2, they've obviously pledged allegiance to you on behalf of the three mansions. Yi Tianlong had just become an immortal not long ago, so he didn't understand this blood oath. However, Yu Shishui understood it clearly and hurriedly transmitted his voice to explain. So that's how it was. Yi Qinghan instantly understood the crux of the matter. Killing Master God Butcher was equivalent to saving everyone's lives. Being able to kill Master God Butcher meant that this person was stronger than Master God Butcher. If they didn't pledge allegiance and this person was dissatisfied, he could kill all the experts of the other two mansions and Hidden Island, then unify the continent. Rather than waiting to be killed, it was better to pledge allegiance. Everyone has already pledged allegiance to you. Don't tell me you still have the nerve to attack us? Everyone, please rise. I have no intention of becoming emperor. I will not do Master God 2's deed again, so don't worry. Yi Qinghan said calmly with a wave of his hand. Become an emperor? He had no interest in that. Apart from Lord Devour, he was now the strongest person on the continent. He didn't want to foolishly become an emperor with so many trivial matters to attend to. He wasn't an idiot. Frigid Emperor, if you don't agree, we won't rise. This is the blood oath made by the three mansions and one island. If we don't comply, we will fall into the 9 hells of purgatory. The Hidden Island Master said respectfully. This, Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. He had become Zhao Kuangyin from his previous life, forced to wear the yellow robe. However, when he saw Yi Tianlong winking at him from time to time, signaling for him to agree, he felt even more helpless. Feeling even more helpless, he waved his hand and sighed, All right, get up. I'll make it clear that I only respect this title. As for the rest, let's talk about it later. Yi Qinghan really liked the title, Frigid Emperor. It sounded really cool. After transmigrating, he could also play as an emperor. However, it was clear that he had made up his mind. He was determined not to unify the continent or establish an imperial system. When he had nothing to do, he would take Xiao He for a walk. Occasionally, he would tease a beauty and beat up a bully. This was the happy life of a transmigrator. Yes, Frost Emperor. When the 10 of them saw that Yi Qinghan was so easy to talk to, they were even more delighted. The demon race and barbarian race god rank experts had always been worried that Yi Qinghan would do something to them. Now it seemed that Yi Qinghan had no intention of unifying the continent at all. Let's go to Tsang City to celebrate. Alright. Yi Qinghan wholeheartedly wanted to return to Tsang City, to the home that he had not seen for more than a decade. He also understood that since he had killed Divine Master 2, there would definitely be a celebration. However, he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Saber Emperor and said coldly, "Saber Emperor, take some men and capture everyone in the Divine City. Kill anyone who dares to resist. Punish them for their crimes and execute them in front of everyone." "Yes, Frost Emperor. I'll do it right now." Saber Emperor's eyes revealed a trace of hatred. Regardless of the past, how many young men and women had been killed in Divine City in this short period of time? If he didn't kill these people, how could he face his dead comrades? After saying that, Saber Emperor teleported away. "Frost Emperor, why don't we go to the Hidden City first? Countless people from the 3 prefectures are still waiting for news from here." The island lord of Hidden Island cupped his fists and said to Yi Qinghan. All the experts on the deserted islands outside Purple Island were now gathered on Hidden Island, anxiously waiting for news from here. Hidden City? Let's go. Yi Qinghan thought of those sexy human pets in the Hidden City's trade district and Yin Ling Er's impressive figure. He chuckled and decided to sneak around in the future. Since the Hidden Island wasn't far away, he didn't teleport and led the way to the Hidden Island. The Massacre God Guards had brought the 10,000 Dark Guards soul slaves of the Divine City to a large island on the east of the Purple Island. They were waiting for the Divine Master to display his might and kill Yi Qinghan. After that, they would obtain the Divine Sword and the spatial divine equipment and reward him generously. Will the Divine Master really go to the Divine World after getting the Divine Artifact and bestow the Fire Dragon Plane to me? I wonder how he will bestow the Flame Dragon Plane to me? The Massacre God Guard closed his eyes and laid lazily on a few beautiful soul slaves. He was enjoying their extremely comfortable massages. At the same time, he was happily thinking about the situation after the battle. He didn't think that the Divine Master Massacre would lose. After all, thousands of years of battles proved that the Divine Master Massacre couldn't be defeated. All of a sudden, the Massacre God Guard opened his eyes, which were filled with shock. This was because he realized that the soul seed in his soul spirit had suddenly left. Although his soul spirit felt very comfortable and his body felt completely free, he was extremely terrified. This was because there was only one possibility for the soul seed to leave his body. The Divine Master Massacre was dead. What's going on? From afar, the God-slaying guard and burning God guard soared into the sky and looked at him with shock. They realized that the soul seed in their soul spirit had left their body at the same time. The soul seed is removed? We are free? The soul seed is gone? The Divine Master? After a while, the exposed people on the island burst into an uproar. Most of them had been planted with soul seeds, and at this moment, their soul seeds left their bodies automatically. They knew clearly that as long as the Divine Master Massacre didn't die, they would be soul slaves. But now, there was a sudden fluctuation in the sky, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was the Saber Emperor who was rushing over. The Saber Emperor scanned the tens of thousands of people on the island and suddenly grinned. Let me tell you a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news is that you are free. The Divine Master Massacre is dead. The bad news is that all of you have been arrested. All of you will be publicly judged in front of the 3 clans and sentenced according to your crimes. Frost the Arch has said, anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. That? It's over? The God-slaying guard, and burning God guard looked at each other and were in despair. The Divine Master Massacre was dead. How were they going to fight against the furious martial artists of the continent? Frost the Arch. Yi Qinghan actually killed the Divine Master Massacre? The crimes they had forsaken were enough for them to be killed 10,000 times. It's over. Everything is over. The sky above the Hidden City was filled with people. All the martial artists above the Imperial realm from the 3 residences had chosen to wait in the Hidden City after flying back from the Purple Island. They were waiting for the final outcome. Although many of them knew that the outcome would be tragic, it was human nature to be optimistic. They always hoped for a miracle. Hence, they decided to wait for the final outcome. Buzz! Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people, there was a sudden fluctuation in the eastern sky. An old man wearing a straw raincoat and holding a fishing rod appeared in the sky. This time, the hidden island lord didn't wear a conical bamboo hat. He looked very serious as he scanned the tens of thousands of martial artists. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with hope in their eyes, he suddenly grinned and poured in his divine power, causing every word he said to resound around the hidden city. Citizens of the fiery dragon continent, please remember today. Today is a day worthy of celebration. It is a day that we will remember forever. Because we have finally won. The Divine Master Massacre is dead. We are finally free. Now, please welcome our hero, the hero who killed the Divine Master Massacre, Frost the Arch. Yiqinghan. Chapter 465. With that, the hidden island lord swung the fishing rod that had never left his hand and stabbed it into the ground of the hidden city. Then, he knelt on one knee towards the east. What? Master Divine Slayer is dead? Hero? Frost the Arch? Yiqinghan. Everyone was stunned. They widened their eyes and looked around blankly. Then, their gazes focused on the east. When they saw a group of people flying towards them from the east, and a handsome young man in the middle was smiling at them. So everyone understood what had happened. Yiqinghan was alive. Master Divine Slayer was dead. The continent was saved. Long live Frost the Arch. Long live Yiqinghan. It was unknown who took the lead to shout, but a moment later everyone followed suit and shouted with all their might. At this moment, the entire hidden city was filled with loud, earth-shattering roars. The roars shook the heavens and the earth, piercing through the sky. The entire hidden island went crazy. Then, the news spread across the continent. Then, the entire continent went crazy. Many people didn't understand what had happened and didn't understand that the divine city had secretly controlled their life and death. But the recent actions of the divine city, especially the Master Divine slaying 1 million people in front of the divine city. Everyone hated the divine city from the bottom of their hearts. Now that the Master Divine Slayer was dead, the evil deeds of the divine city spread quickly. Everyone understood how important this battle was to the Fire Dragon continent. Excitement was like the plague, it was contagious. When night fell, countless people spontaneously went to the streets of the big and small cities and began to celebrate spontaneously. The whole world was in a carnival. The night was especially enchanting. It was as bright as day outside Song City. Because of the battle with Master Golden Horn, a huge plaza had been built outside Song City. A tall hall of martyrs had been erected on the left side of the plaza. At this moment, the plaza was filled with tables. Wine and delicacies were served on the tables. For the sake of the celebration that night, a few divine-level experts had even teleported countless times, bringing over countless artifacts and servants from Dragon City, Heavenly Demon City, and Heavenly Barbarian City. They were prepared to celebrate through the night in Song City. Because there were too many people, the experts could only squat in the corners. Each person could only get a few jars of wine. However, they didn't mind. They laughed loudly and raised their wine jars, toasting and urging others to drink. In the square, there were martial artists of the human race dressed in formal attire, oddly shaped demon race, tall and strong barbarian race, and roguelike hidden island ronin. Tonight, they forgot about their hatred and their race. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and laughed foolishly. They laughed, cried, sang unknown songs, and spoke in a language no one could understand. They celebrated the Fire Dragon continent's victory. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Of course, Yiqinghan and the others didn't participate in the celebration outside of Song City. Instead, they set up dozens of banquets in the mountain behind the Yi family. Yi Tunlong generously opened the back mountain of the Yi family. In the past, the elders of the Yi family were not allowed to enter the back mountain without permission. At this moment, it was filled with people from the 3 clans. There were also dozens of tables in the Yi family's castle. The standard here was higher. Although the demon race, barbarian race, and hidden island Ronin also had people, they weren't qualified to enter unless they had reached the martial saint realm. The House of Ares had a lower threshold. Even the patriarchs of the big clans were qualified to have a seat here. The Yi family sent all the elders to entertain them. However, these elders became the focus of the crowd. Feng Zi, the flower and grass dragon Sinan, and even Long Shuelu, who came in a hurry, became the focus of the crowd. These people were related to Yi Qinghan, so they had to build a good relationship with them. Yi Qinghan, Yi Tianlong, and the god realm experts of the continent, as well as the patriarchs and grand supreme elders of the 5 big clans of the House of Ares, started to celebrate in the back mountain of the Yi family. Yi Qinghan hated this kind of boring celebration the most. He accompanied the crowd for a while, then left with Yu Qingqing and the others after saying a few words. Yi Qinghan's casual words caused the crowd to start a discussion. Yi Qinghan was going to hold a grand wedding for the 3 ladies? This was a big matter. Although everyone knew that Yu Qingqing and the others were Yi Qinghan's wives, they didn't hold any ceremony on the surface. Now, it was equivalent to Yi Qinghan's wedding. Cold Emperor's wedding. This was the most important matter in the continent now. All the God Realm experts stopped drinking and chatting. They started to discuss. Even the trial of the massacre god guards and the others was postponed. This was something that Yi Tianlong should be worried about. However, he didn't need to worry about it now. The God Realm experts of the 3 residences and the island lord of the hidden island decided that after 3 days of celebration, they would mourn the dead citizens of the Fire Dragon continent. After that, the entire Fire Dragon continent would be mobilized to hold the grandest wedding in history for Yi Qinghan. Father, Mother, I brought your wives to see you. Yi Qinghan didn't bring the 3 back to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Instead, they went to the Yi family's newly built ancestral grave. After leaving the Yi family for more than 10 years, Yi Qinghan didn't come to pay his respects. Now that he had returned victorious, he naturally had to pay his respects to his parents who had raised him. Mother, did you see this? Brother has finally completed the blood oath that I made in front of your coffin. You too can rest in peace now. Yi Qingyu smiled as she looked at the high tombstone in front of her. She recalled when her mother died of illness. Yi Qinghan pinched the bowl and cut his wrist to make the oath. She didn't expect that her brother, whom her mother and she thought couldn't cultivate, was now standing at the peak of the continent. Blood oath before the coffin, hee. I finally did it. Yi Qinghan raised his head and looked at the sky. His heart was empty. The mountain that had been pressing on his heart had finally been lifted. The 7th son of the Yi family had become the Frost Emperor. His parents must be proud of him in heaven. Chilling Heart Pavilion. It's still the same. After returning from the ancestral grave, Yi Qinghan brought the 3 back to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. The Chilling Heart Pavilion looked exactly the same as in his memory. He looked at the 8 familiar smiling door gods in front of the main hall. He looked at Cui Hua and the others, whose eyes were filled with stars. He couldn't help but feel a trace of familiarity. It was the smell of home. Welcome, Frost Emperor. The 8 door gods stood straighter than ever, and the smiles on their faces were more charming than ever. They were extremely glad that they didn't betray the Yi family when it was in trouble. Now they had become the greatest door gods in history. Of course, when the Yi family was in trouble, they had thought of betraying the Yi family. However, they were too weak and couldn't escape. Now, it was a blessing in disguise. Let's call him Young Patriarch. Yi Qinghan faintly smiled at the 3 women and led them into the Chilling Heart Pavilion. They sat down quietly in the main hall and enjoyed this warm moment with the 3 of them. Let's go, I will bring you to see the stars. After a while, Yi Qinghan stood up and suddenly revealed an expression that said, "You know what I mean." He waved his hand at the 3 of them and walked to the 2nd floor with a smile. Yu Qingqing's face blushed and she silently followed him. As for Yi Qingwu, she looked at Yi Qinghan's back with her charming eyes and revealed a trace of faint expectation. On the contrary, Yi Qingyu nodded and happily followed him. Brother, didn't you say to see the stars? How can we see the stars in the room? After a while, Yi Qingyu's puzzled voice resounded on the 2nd floor. After that, Yi Qinghan's lewd laughter resounded. Little sister, Be good. Big brother will show you 2 big stars and lollipops to eat. Where are the 3 female benefactors going? Watch this old monk use the Guanyin lotus pose to kill all of you. It was said that absence makes the heart grow fonder. It had been 11 years, but this was a long separation. Chapter 466. That night, Yi Qinghan fought against 3 fierce generals alone. The scene was even more intense than the battle with Master God Tuesday. On the bed, on the table, on the chair, on the floor, everywhere was a battlefield. After so many years of repression, the 3 little flowers with their own characteristics finally let loose and fought with Yi Qinghan for 300 rounds. The peach blossom was charming, the rose was passionate, and the lotus flower was shy. The 3 different flavors and the 3 blooming flowers drove Yi Qinghan crazy. He used all his skills and attacked continuously. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan was a computer geek in his previous life. He was very familiar with the 24 forms of cloud and rain. After a tough battle, he finally defeated the 3 of them with his god-level combat strength and the vitality essence that he had held back for more than 10 years. Phew! No wonder the emperors in my previous life didn't have a long lifespan. Yi Qinghan looked at the 3 enchanting bodies lying side by side on the big bed. He looked at their beautiful faces that were blushing as they slept soundly. He swallowed a few more mouthfuls of saliva. His lower abdomen was burning with lust, and his long rod started to move again. He quickly suppressed his impulse and gently covered the 3 women with the quilt. After putting on his clothes, he tiptoed out of the room. As soon as Yi Qinghan went out, one of the 3 pairs of beautiful eyes opened. Yu Qingcheng blinked but didn't say anything. Instead, she smiled and went back to sleep. She was a smart woman, and smart women usually didn't pay too much attention to a man's strange behavior. Men were like donkeys. They wouldn't leave even if they were chased. If they were too strict, they would be disgusted. As long as they held the reins on his nose, he wouldn't be able to run away no matter what. Of course, Yi Qinghan went to do something sneaky. He entered the carefree pavilion. There was a bedroom in the carefree pavilion that had been closed for more than 10 years. Inside lay an extremely flirtatious lady boss, Dark Moon. Master God too was dead, so she should have woken up by now. Yi Qinghan always had a special feeling for this flirtatious woman who took his first time. He couldn't bear to part with her, even though she had stabbed him in the back. Dark Moon did wake up. She had a very long dream. She dreamed of her parents, dreamed of the little man, and dreamed of groups of people in golden robes laughing wildly at her. Her parents were soul slaves of the divine city, so she was implanted with a soul seed from a young age. When she was very young, her parents died in a mission. She wandered the streets and alleys, fighting with wild dogs for food and sleeping with the earth. She almost died a few times. Later on, she was adopted by a brothel keeper and became a servant in the brothel. She learned how to read people's expressions and how to play with men in the brothel. She also started to learn battle chi secretly. When the madam of the brothel forced her to sell herself, she fought her way out and escaped. That year, she was 13 years old. Later, she met the first man in her life, a hidden guard of Dragon City. The man treated her very well, but he died early. Later, she took over the man's job and went to the Barbarian City. She opened a small hotel called Dark Moon Hotel. With all kinds of seducing techniques she had learned in the brothel, and with the support of the Dragon City behind her, her reputation rose in the Barbarian City. The name of the flower of the barbarian gods spread far and wide. She flirtatiously toyed with all the men in the world in the palm of her hand and obtained a large amount of information, but she had never let a single one of them succeed. Later, she met Yi Qinghan, a little man who had the same evil smile as the man who had died. She thought that she would never fall in love with another man, but when Yi Qinghan came to her courtyard for the second time and announced that she was his woman, she sank into it again. She sank into it again. She was infatuated with the little man's domineering embrace and indulged in his devilish smile, unable to extricate herself. However, the divine city found out about her relationship with Yi Qinghan and awakened the soul seed in her mind. In the wild mountains, she clearly felt the knife in her hand stabbing into Yi Qinghan's chest. Before she fell asleep, her eyes were filled with Yi Qinghan's heartbreak and heart-wrenching face. Little man. And you sat on the jade bed, her hands hugging her knees. She was very afraid. She did not know where she was at this moment. The soul seed that suddenly separated from her soul and the tightly closed door of the room made her feel an inexplicable palpitation and panic. Thinking of Yi Qinghan's heartbroken eyes before she fell asleep, Dark Moon became even more afraid. Her tears fell silently and her body curled up in the corner of the bed. Buzz. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the room out of thin air. Dark Moon was shocked and looked over. When she saw the appearance of the person clearly, she was not so afraid. She looked at Yi Qinghan and smiled bitterly. Little man, are you here for revenge? Are you here to take my soul? Come on, I owe you. I'm willing. Take your soul. Yi Qinghan looked at Dark Moon, who was curled up at the foot of the bed. She no longer had the charming and mature temperament of the past. Instead, she looked like a pitiful and helpless little woman. He knew that she was frightened. He couldn't help but feel distressed and walked over to her. He sat down beside her and said apologetically, Dark Moon, I'm sorry that I'm late. Don't be afraid. It's safe here, and no one can hurt you in the future. Your soul seed has been removed, right? Safe? Removed? Dark Moon blinked her big eyes. She saw that Yi Qinghan appeared out of thin air. Although her body was controlled at that time, her consciousness had always been very clear that she had stabbed Yi Qinghan's heart. She thought that Yi Qinghan was dead and that it was the ghost who had come to take revenge. Now, suddenly hearing Yi Qinghan's words and feeling the warmth from his body, she couldn't help but look at Yi Qinghan in surprise. Then she suddenly reached out a hand and grabbed Yi Qinghan's arm. Her face suddenly showed a trace of ecstasy. She shouted, Little man, you're not dead? Yes, I'm not dead. You're also safe. The divine city is finished. You can live happily in the future. Yi Qinghan reached out and stroked Dark Moon's face. He affirmed again. His heart was filled with pity. This woman must have suffered a lot. Not dead. That's great. That's great. Dark Moon suddenly hugged Yi Qinghan and couldn't help but burst into tears. Little man, I didn't want to kill you. I couldn't control myself at that time. Sob, I know everything. I don't blame you at all. Yi Qinghan gently hugged her, patted her back, and comforted her. After comforting her for a long time, she finally recovered from her emotional state. At the same time, he explained for her for a long time, and finally explained everything that had happened in the past 10 years. Dark Moon's charming big eyes stared at Yi Qinghan. She listened quietly to his story. She was worried for him when he was in danger, her heart ached when he was suffering, and she cheered for him when he killed the Master God. Her charming eyes were filled with deep affection. After listening to Yi Qinghan's words, Dark Moon lowered her head and was silent for a long time. Then, she looked up at Yi Qinghan and said, Little man, can you take me to Man City? I miss home. Back to Man City? Why do you want to go back? Just stay in Song City. I've said that I'll be responsible for you. I'll marry you. Yi Qinghan seemed to understand Dark Moon's thoughts and tried to persuade her. Dark Moon cried and kept shaking her head. Her tone and eyes were extremely firm. No need. Even if you marry me, I won't marry you. I'm a broken flower. If I marry you, the world will laugh at you. Don't say anything more. Just remember that there's a woman in Man City who loves you deeply. And the backyard of Dark Moon's hotel can only be entered by one man. Although I can't be your wife, I'll always be your lover. Well, all right. Yi Qinghan could feel Dark Moon's determination. He sighed. He understood that Dark Moon still held a deep grudge against him for stabbing him in the past. This was not something that could be erased in a short time. Gently hugging her, Yi Qinghan flashed out of the remote pavilion. Then he teleported several times and appeared in the backyard of Dark Moon's hotel in Man City. In the backyard, the pink bed was still shining with a soft light. Chapter 467. Song City, the back mountain of the Yi family. It was already late at night, but the back mountain was still as bright as day. The god-grade experts of the continent, Ninth Lord Lu, and the famous people of the 3 prefectures were still discussing. Of course, Old Lu and Ninth Lord were only there to join in the fun and did not participate in the discussion. I propose to raise the divine city to the ground and build a godly soul hall in the city to commemorate the ancestors who sacrificed their lives to save the continent. At the same time, the great achievements and life events of the Frigid Emperor should be engraved on the monument for future generations to worship. Saber Emperor threw out another proposal and waited for the crowd to vote. Needless to say, the god-grade experts were the first to agree. The rest of the people did not dare to say no. In fact, everyone present understood that the Saber Emperor's suggestion had his own selfish motives. After all, this monument was so big, and Yi Qinghan could only handle so many matters by himself. The rest of the places were just right to bring along their names and deeds, so that everyone could leave their names in the annals of history. But I still have a question. I would like to consult Old Lu and Ninth Lord. The Hidden Island Lord could not bear it any longer. He looked at Ninth Lord and Old Lu with a worried expression and asked. This question was on everyone's mind. It was just that the atmosphere was so intense that they were too embarrassed to bring it up. Moreover, they subconsciously did not want to think about it. Island Lord, please speak. Old Lu was at the peak of the god grade, and Ninth Lord had a special status. Although the two of them were just sitting quietly in the corner, they were the focus of the crowd. However, the two of them did not say much. They sipped their tea and listened to the discussion of the crowd in silence. Hearing the Hidden Island Lord's question, Lord Jiao put down the teacup in his hand and replied with a smile. What the Divine Lord said before he died, was it true? Once he died, the Divine World's law enforcement team would send divine punishment to the Fire Dragon continent. As soon as the Hidden Island Lord's words fell, the atmosphere suddenly became stagnant. Everyone's expression sank as they stared at the two of them. This question had been lingering in their minds, but no one dared to think about it or bring it up. I don't know much about the Divine World. Old Lu, tell me. Lord Jiao's face darkened as he turned to look at Old Lu. Elder Lu pondered for a moment, then raised his head and nodded. There is an iron law in the divine realm. If a person from a material plane kills an overlord, the divine realm's law enforcement team will bestow divine punishment and wipe out the entire continent as punishment. After all, to the god realm, the destruction of a material civilization isn't a big deal. In just a few tens of thousands of years, a new civilization will be born and reproduced. However, Elder Lu's words caused everyone's expression to turn extremely ugly. However, when they heard the twist in Elder Lu's words, they couldn't help but be shocked. Several of them hurriedly said, "But what?" Elder Lu grinned and said, "However, according to my estimation, that won't happen. Just think about it. There are 6 continents and 8 sovereigns in the God world, but there are only 8 law enforcement squads. The God world is so big, and there are so many things that need to be taken care of. Moreover, there were as many as 10 billion material planes. How could the Divine Realm's law enforcement team manage all of them? Don't worry, everyone. According to the iron law of the God Realm, the affairs of the God Realm are the most important. I don't have any material planes, and I've heard that the law enforcers have gone there before." That's it. Well said, Elder Lu. I've heard that a continent in the God Realm is as big as the Fire Dragon continent. They definitely won't be able to manage all of them. Elder Lu's words are worthy of a jug of wine. Elder Lu's words allowed everyone to put down the huge rock in their hearts. Their entire bodies relaxed, and their moods were extremely comfortable. After being oppressed for thousands of years, they were finally released. After carrying a heavy burden on their shoulders and walking for hundreds of miles, they were finally able to breathe. This kind of comfort was indescribable. Several days later, on the high and mighty sacred mountain at the border of the continent's 3 prefectures. Buzz. The space fluctuated, and more than 10 figures appeared in the sky. The one at the front was a green-robed Yi Qinghan. Swish. 5 figures flew out from the divine city toward Yi Qinghan and the others. These people flew in front of Yi Qinghan and the others, knelt down at the same time, and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, Cold the Arch, greetings, my lords." He, Elder Tianqing, Elder Feng, Elder Long, and the 2 elders of the Hua family, please rise. There's no need to kneel when you see me in the future. This is the rule. Remember it. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and asked, "Most of the people in the Divine City have been evacuated, right? Have the artifacts been transferred?" In reply to Cold the Arch, the natives of the Divine City have all been evacuated. As for the artifacts, they have all been transferred to Tsang City. They should be halfway there now. Tianqing looked at the handsome young man with a gentle smile in front of him. He could not help but feel that the world was changing and the world was changing. The young man who walked out of the 9-colored halo in the Warbeast Hall with a lion-nosed dog in his arms had become the ruler of the continent in less than 20 years. The Divine City. From today onwards, it will become history. Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked at the majestic Divine City below him. He used his divine senses to make sure that there was no one below. With a wave of his hand, the slaughter god blade appeared in his hand. Saber waves instantly surged out. After a flash of light, 100-meter-long super-green fire dragon roared and enveloped the entire Divine City below. Boom! The Divine Mountain shook once again, and a huge explosion sounded out. Smoke and dust covered the sky, and under the huge shockwave, the sky was filled with rocks and mud, and the lush trees around the Divine City were all flattened. Countless birds and beasts around the Divine City fled in all directions in fear. After a while, the smoke and dust dispersed. The entire Divine City had been turned into ruins. Once a martial artist stepped into the god tier, his vital energy would be converted into divine power. With the support of a huge and domineering divine power, he could easily annihilate a city with just a wave of his hand. "Let's go." Yi Qinghan looked at the ruins of the Divine City. Someone would take care of the rest. Now they had to go to the next place. South Sea, Prefecture Battle Island. As the next round of the Prefecture Battle had not started, all the Divine Cities had closed the teleportation formations to the Prefecture Battle Island. However, just now, the guardian elders of the 3 clans on the 3 small islands outside of Nether Island suddenly realized that the teleportation formation had suddenly released a dazzling light. Then, it actually exploded. What's going on? There were more than 10 martial emperors and a guardian elder of the Sage Realm living on the Battle Island. These people did not have much lifespan left and were here to protect the Battle Island. Now that they realized that the teleportation formation was broken, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Boom! Suddenly, on the west side of the Battle Island on Nether Island, there were numerous loud explosions. Then, the sky above Nether Island lit up with a red light barrier. As for this light shield, the red color slowly faded as the sound of explosions rang out. Finally, it became transparent. The teleportation formation on Nether Island and the Great Array on the Scarlet Plains have been destroyed. The Guardian Elder was even more shocked. The Divine Master had paid a huge price to build these great arrays in the past. Now they had been destroyed by someone. He knew very well that the Great Array on the Scarlet Plains could make people fall into a frenzy of killing unknowingly. Therefore, in every prefecture battle, hundreds of thousands of people from the 3 prefectures would only survive in the end. Moreover, the Great Array could automatically collect the souls of the dead and bring endless materials for the Divine Master to refine the primordial soul elixir. Now that it had been destroyed, it was no wonder that the Divine Master was furious. Chapter 468. Buzz. Just as the Guardian Elder was considering whether he should go to the Nether Island to take a look, a short figure suddenly appeared in the sky. When the people on the Battle Island saw it, they hurriedly knelt down and said respectfully, "Greetings, Chief Long. All of you, get up. Frigid Emperor has ordered that the 3 prefectures and 1 island will coexist peacefully in the future. The prefectural battles will no longer exist. You can all return to your respective clans to enjoy your retirement. The Prefecture Battle Island has already been completely destroyed." Long Huofu's short figure spoke in a sonorous and forceful voice. "What? There will be no more Prefecture Battle? Frigid Emperor? Which Frigid Emperor?" Everyone was dumbfounded. The Prefecture Battle that had been held for thousands of years and nearly 100 million people had died was going to be abolished? Wasn't there only one divine lord in the continent? When did Frigid Emperor appear? The young master of the Yi family, Yi Qinghan, is now the lord of the continent and is called Frigid Emperor. Hee, you will know about these things when you return to the continent. Long Bofu smiled and left in a flash. Yi Qinghan. The invincible Yi Qinghan from the last prefecture battle? How did he become frigid emperor? Hearing this, everyone became even more confused. The guardian elder muttered a few words in bewilderment. After that, a fiery light appeared in his eyes. He shot up into the sky and excitedly looked at the elders who were still standing there stupidly. He waved his hand and said, "What are you waiting for? Go back to the continent and you will know." Although the prefecture battle was abolished and the killing between the 3 prefectures and 1 island was forbidden, Yi Qinghan proposed to maintain the tradition of the prefecture battle once every 30 years. However, the scale was much smaller and the location was changed to the foot of the mountain. The original chaotic killing was changed to a martial arts competition. Every 30 years, the prefecture battle was held between the 3 prefectures and 1 island. The age of the contestants was limited to below 30 years old. Similarly, the first place would receive the title of a high-class prefecture, the second would receive a medium-class prefecture, and the third and fourth would receive lower-class prefectures. The lower-class prefectures had to pay tribute to the higher-class prefectures every year. Yi Qinghan knew that if the continent stopped the prefecture battle, there would be no more competition. Without competition, there would be no progress. Therefore, the rules of the competition were formulated. This way, it would not hurt the foundation, and it could also stimulate the interest of the young people in practicing martial arts. Half a month later, all the cities in the 3 prefectures and 1 island were plastered with a joint announcement from the continent's deity-level experts. They announced that the continent would no longer allow large-scale battles, the rules of the tournament that would be held once every 30 years, and the news of Yi Qinghan's wedding that would be held a month later. Yi Qinghan's deeds had been spread for more than half a month, and under the secret instructions of the continent's powerhouses, it had become known to every household in the continent. Moreover, the more it spread, the more mysterious it became. In the end, it was said that Yi Qinghan was a heavenly meridian individual and was born with the divine strength of a heavenly god. He could lift 10,000 kilograms, was 8 feet tall, had an 8 feet waist, and could scare a saint beast to death with a sneeze. Of course, no matter how it was spread, Yi Qinghan became the hero who saved the continent. This was something no one doubted. Countless people began to give him longevity tablets in their homes, set up divine tablets for him, and worshipped him day and night. For a moment, Yi Qinghan's reputation surpassed that of Divine Master Tuesday. "Brother, you've become a living god now." On the chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop, Yi Qinghan was lying lazily on a soft chair. Yi Qingyu was giving him a gentle massage, and Yi Qingwu was peeling a spirit fruit and feeding it to him. Yu Qingqing was sitting cross-legged in front of him, fiddling with the zither and playing a beautiful tune. "Oh!" Yi Qinghan opened his mouth and took the fruit that Yi Qingwu passed to him. He took the opportunity to touch Yi Qingwu's plump buttocks. He then looked at Yi Qingyu and said with a smile, "What do you mean you've become a living god? The 2 of us are deity-tier experts. We're already gods, okay?" "Pervert!" Yi Qingwu glanced at him, but she didn't avoid him. She pouted and said angrily, "The 2 of you are already gods, but Qingqing and I are still mortals." Yi Qingwu was hot-tempered. She hated cultivation the most. Now that the continent was peaceful, she didn't have the heart to cultivate. She played around all day. "Sister Xiaowu, you can't blame me. If you don't work hard enough, when the time comes, I, brother, and Sister Qingqing will all go to the divine world to play, and you will be left alone in the continent." Yi Qingyu laughed and joked, trying to provoke Yi Qingwu. Clang! Hearing this, Yi Qingqing suddenly opened her eyes and stopped playing. She frowned and asked, "Qinghan, you want to go to the divine world?" "Go to the divine world? Not going." Yi Qinghan shook his head and looked very determined. He waved his hand and signaled Yu Qingqing to continue playing. "Hee, little peach blossom. Little Yu is joking. I don't want to go to the divine world. The fire dragon continent is so leisurely. I can accompany you until the end of time." Although Yi Qinghan really missed that bewitching beauty and knew that if he didn't go to the divine world, he wouldn't be able to have a taste of that little red string. He also knew that the sky of the divine world was wider, and that the world there was more exciting. But he knew that the divine world was extremely dangerous. If he brought the 3 women with him, it would be even more likely that something would happen. He didn't want to have any regrets. Now that Divine Master 2 had been killed, he didn't want to go to the divine world even more. He had been in this world for more than 30 years, but he hadn't enjoyed a long period of peace and happiness. Now, after a lot of hard work, he could finally live a comfortable life like a deity. It was so much better to live a carefree life on the continent. He wasn't a fool to go to the divine world to be trampled on and killed. A month later, Song City was once again filled with experts, and it was extraordinarily lively. Yi Qinghan was holding a make-up wedding for the 3 women at the Frost Thearcha's wedding. Who on the continent would dare to miss it? Of course, many people didn't even have the qualifications to come. Song City was immersed in a joyous atmosphere for the entire day. Yu Shixue and Yi Tianlong were overjoyed. The 2 of them had secretly become husband and wife, and Yu Shixue no longer had any misgivings now that Yi Tianlong had become a god. However, the 2 of them didn't dare to spread the news. After all, they were old fogies, and they would become a laughingstock if word got out. Yi Qinghan casually dealt with the guests for a while before leaving the Yi clan to take care of the guests and sneaking back to the Chilling Heart Pavilion by himself. Ever since the first day they had returned to the Yi clan, the 3 women hadn't been willing to partake in any more intimate events. Tonight, Yi Qinghan stared at the 3 beautiful women on the bed. They were dressed in red, and their skin was as white as snow. They looked like 3 blooming flowers, and his heart couldn't help but race. He thought of a joke from his previous life and chuckled, "Hee, a pair of newlyweds and 2 old things? No, a pair of newlyweds and 4 old things, ha. Brother, what do you mean by newlyweds and old things?" Yi Qingyu blinked her large eyes in confusion as she asked. Yi Qingwu coldly harumphed and rolled her eyes. She clearly understood what he was trying to say. Yu Qingqing, on the other hand, lowered her head shyly, her snow-white face blushing. "Hee, I'll show you, or I'll let you have a taste." Yi Qinghan smiled wickedly and prepared to pounce on her. However, he suddenly froze in place, and his expression became extremely serious. Then he teleported away, leaving behind a single sentence. "Have a taste? How do I have a taste? Milord is back? That Milord? Brother, why do you keep saying such strange things?" Yi Qingyu asked the 2 of them in confusion when she heard Yi Qinghan's words. "Milord is back." At the same time, in the mountains behind the Yi clan, Lord Jiao stood up from the banquet with a joyful face, looking to the north excitedly. More than 10 God Realm experts in the mountains behind the Yi clan also felt the space fluctuation in the north. They hurried to stand up with respect, looking to the north. Swoosh! Yi Qinghan directly teleported to the back of the mountain, standing side by side with the others. They all felt a figure dashing towards them. After a while, a fiery red voice arose in the sky. It was Lord Devour, who had left for several years. "The God Lord is dead? You guys are in big trouble. Yi Qinghan, I didn't expect that you could grow so fast. Xiao Hei's supernatural power has been awakened in advance. I've miscalculated." Lord Devour coldly raked his eyes through the crowd. Eventually, his eyes fixed on Yi Qinghan's face. His emotionless words made people's cheerful mood fall to the bottom. Chapter 469. Big trouble? Everybody had a bad premonition. What kind of person was Lord Devour? Although they didn't know her real realm, she had slapped the Golden Horn God tribe's god general to death with her palm at the foot of the mountain. Such an almighty expert had used the word, big trouble. It must be a big deal. "My lord, what's wrong?" Lord Jiao sent a message to Yi Tianlong, asking him to order all the maids to leave, leaving only the god-level experts. "Yes, my lord. Please tell us." All of them stood up and bowed to Lord Devour with solemn faces. Even Yi Qinghan was restless as he bowed to greet Lord Devour. Lord Devour looked at them and said coldly, "Rule 36 of the divine world. Anyone who kills the lord of a material plane without permission will be killed without mercy. If it's a person from the material plane who kills the lord, everyone in the plane will kill him. Didn't I tell you before? Have you forgotten? Elder Lu, you followed Lord Soul Emperor for so many years? You don't understand? Everybody was flustered. Didn't Elder Lu say it was fine? Moreover, if Yi Qinghan hadn't killed Master God 2, it was possible that Master God 2 would have destroyed the world before the divine world could have destroyed it. After all, if Master God 2 had gotten the divine weapon, he would have gone to the divine world. Before going there, he would have killed everyone to prevent the news from leaking. Now, my lord, it's my fault. Although I've been following Lord Soul Emperor, I've lived in the Soul Emperor Palace, so I don't know about these things. I thought that since there are so many material planes and the divine world is so vast, the law enforcement team wouldn't care about so many things. That's why I didn't stop little Han. Elder Lu seemed to recall something. His eyes rolled and his face changed. He hurried to kneel on one knee, begging for forgiveness. Yet, my lord, there are so many material planes, and the divine world is so vast. The law enforcement team shouldn't care, right? My lord, is it really that serious? Everybody was skeptical, looking at Lord Devour and asking him, What do you know? How much do you know about the divine realm? Lord Devour snorted. The atmosphere in the field became stagnant, and the cold air arose. He paused for a while and then continued. The Flame Dragon continent belongs to the ethereal continent of the God realm. 2,000 years ago, the previous captain of the law enforcement team, the 7th grade Howling Sky War God, was assassinated. The Misty Sovereign was enraged by this matter and dispatched one of the 5 great venerables under him, Venerable Moonchaser, to take over as the law enforcement team captain and carry out a purge on the entire Misty continent. Furthermore, anyone who violated the iron laws of the God realm would be severely punished. If the law enforcement team finds out about this, think about the consequences. Also, Lord Devour didn't wait for them to speak. He didn't care about their dark faces as he continued to tell them the important news. This time, when I went to the divine world, I got a piece of bad news for you guys. The Misty Continent has a peerless genius. This genius was 30 years old, and his cultivation had just broken through to the Divine King realm. Master Evil Moon, one of the 5 supremacies under the Misty Monarch, had personally taken him in as his personal disciple. Unfortunately, this peerless genius was a member of the twin pupil nether race. A disciple of the same race slaughtered by a divine master. What? Lord Devour's 2 pieces of news were like 2 sudden thunders in the middle of the night, blowing everyone away. The first piece of news was still okay. At least, they could pray that the law enforcement team didn't know about it, but the second piece of news was absolutely fatal. The people present didn't know about those 7th grade war gods or supremacies. However, those who could become one of the 5 great supremacies under the Misty Monarch were definitely top characters. And that genius from the twin pupil nether race, since he had become the personal disciple of a supremacy, he must be a big character. If the netherworld race knew about Divine Master 2's death, it would quickly reach the ears of that peerless genius, and then the ears of the supremacy. Then, the Flame Dragon continent would be annihilated without a doubt. Calamity. It was really a calamity. A calamity that could wipe out the entire continent. Lord, please save the people of the continent. After a while, no one knew who was the first to kowtow to Lord Devour for help. Except for Yi Qinghan and Lord Ninth Deer, everyone else started to beg Lord Devour for help. They knew that this was a dead end. Only Lord Devour had a sliver of hope to solve it. Otherwise, they would really be finished. Yi Qinghan didn't speak. He just knelt on one knee in a daze, his eyes blurry. He was scared out of his wits. Half a day ago, he was the hero of the continent, a god in the hearts of the people. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a sinner of the Flame Dragon continent. Lord Ninth Deer sighed anxiously. Her usual elegance was nowhere to be seen. After a while, she thought of something and hurried to tell Lord Devour about what Divine Master 2 had done after Lord Devour left. At the same time, she begged. Actually, it's my fault. After listening to Lord Ninth Deer's message, Lord Devour sighed deeply and said helplessly, Originally, I plan to let Yi Qinghan cultivate to the divine realm, then go to the divine realm and slowly obtain the position of the flame dragon overlord through proper means. With me here, Divine Master 2 wouldn't dare to act recklessly. I didn't expect Yi Qinghan to grow so fast. His comprehension of the law had actually reached the divine general realm. Moreover, Xiao He hadn't reached the transformation realm, but he had awakened his supernatural ability. Before I went to the divine realm, I had warned Divine Master Tuesday. But I didn't expect that he would be so crazy. He's been in the divine realm for 3 years, and so many things have happened. It's my miscalculation. My lord, what should we do now? Can we fix it? Everybody looked at Lord Devour, waiting for his final judgment. His life or death depended on Lord Devour's words. My lord. Yi Qinghan had finally woken up. He moved his mouth, calling worriedly. There's still a glimmer of hope. Of course, it's very slim. Lord Devour lifted his head to look at the sky. He sighed deeply, shaking his head. Everybody was shaken. They looked happy as they stood up and shouted, My lord, please tell us. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we're willing to pay any price to fight for it. You guys can't? Lord Devour retrieved his eyes, turning to Yi Qinghan. There's still a glimmer of hope because Xiao He has used his supernatural ability to swallow Tu's soul. He has just awakened his supernatural ability, so he hasn't mastered how to refine the soul yet. Thus, Tu's soul seal hasn't vanished yet. As the eminent elder of the Netherworld tribe, Tu must have refined the soul jade slip and kept it in the tribe. Once his soul seal disappears, the soul jade slip will be broken. At that time, the Netherworld tribe will know that Tu is dead. It hasn't vanished yet? It's good, it's good. Everybody exhaled in relief. They all knew about the soul jade slip. Not to mention Tu, even the god slaughtering guards could make it. The female monster god, Jimmy, suddenly thought of something. She gawked at Lord Devour. My lord, if we can find a way to preserve Divine Master Tu's soul seal and prevent him from vanishing, his soul jade slip won't be broken, right? Then, the Netherworld tribe won't know that Tu is dead? Everybody thought it was reasonable, nodding in agreement. Trumph. Stupid. Lord Devour faintly glared at Jimmy, snorting. Can you preserve the soul forever? When the soul leaves the body, the 9 serenities of purgatory will absorb it. Even if you have a strong soul expert, you can't preserve a soul that has left the body forever. Moreover, you seem to have forgotten one thing. The Divine Master 2 returns to the divine world every 1,000 years to deliver the soul origin pellets he has refined to the Netherworld tribe. Thus, even if you can preserve the soul seal, you have at most 1,000 years. No, to be exact, you have 980 years. Thus, your only chance now is to preserve Tu's soul for 980 years. Moreover, you have to go to the divine world and take the fire dragon overlord position from Tuesday.